Howdy, howdy, everybody. Hope everyone is well. Hope everyone is doing good. It is that time for the big show. The True Game Awards are here. We are ready to award some games. We hope you are as well. Loon is in the building with me to duke it out in this battle of awarding nonsense. And how you feeling about this, Loon? We got a juggernaut ahead of us today.
Yeah, a nice spread of different categories and stuff that we can touch on. Um, we tried to aim for stuff that was not, you know, boring. We tried to make it a little bit more interesting, it felt. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a bunch of the categories aren't all there. There's a little spice in there as well. We got some good shit. And obviously just hit the timestamps. That's how I recommend. That's how I watch all my podcasts. I know some people are purists. They like to go through and then listen to the full thing. This is going to be a tough one to watch the full thing, listen to the full thing of. Use those timestamps as you please, man. We got many, many categories to get to ramble about. So welcome to the 2024 Unnecessary Game Awards. We are happy to have you here. And let's not waste any time kicking this thing off. I will say before we go, let's waste a little bit more time. I would really, really appreciate if you guys liked this, if you enjoy this, if you like it, if you share it with a buddy, drop a comment, all that good shit to help out the algorithm. This is gonna be a beast to put together. This is gonna be a beast to edit. It was a beast to go through and jot down the notes and all that shit. And Loon, thank you so much for taking the time with me here today to dive into such a behemoth of a piece of content here. So this is a big one. So for any of you out there who enjoy this style of content, please consider liking and subscribing, all that good shit. It'll really help.
Absolutely.
All right, and you hear that crystal clear audio on Loon's end. Loon, we got Loon with a nice sure microphone. And so hopefully the audio it sounds we did some testing beforehand. The audio sounds crystal clear on his end. And yeah, man.
Yeah,
So
33% of the way there for overall improvement. Just need
uh,
the new hardware and then the webcam for the
dude,
overall visuals.
so my dumbass, and we really don't need to ramble, but I bought this Elgato capture card thing because I was like, you know, maybe what's happening on my end when I try to record gameplay or trailers or whatever, maybe I just need another monitor, need another screen because that's what I was reading online. And no, no, not at all. That is fucking. Yeah, I'll chop in a clip right here so you can see what it was looking like for the people at home. So it horrible. I think I'm just gonna have to get that damn Starlink internet, or I don't. Maybe it's even my computer. I got a MacBook Air. I don't. Maybe they're not powerful enough to.
You talking
I
about streaming or just recording in general?
streaming because like I wanted to do a reactions to the Game Awards,
Yep.
and like a E3 reactions or Summer Game Fest, whatever. Um, like I think that shit's so fun to be able to do it in real time and actually react live when those big moments are happening. Oh shit, a new Final Fantasy VII Part 3 just got revealed. Fucking whatever the case is, like, oh damn, have that kind of. I think it's just cool to have that cemented in time to look back on years and years later, where it's like, damn, remember when Cyberpunk 2 got announced and you got hyped? And like, there's something that feels nice about that.
Mm.
I don't know. And so I grabbed that Elgato capture card to see if I could maybe capture the footage from my PlayStation, like, watch it on the PlayStation, but capture it and connect it to the computer. Like, I was trying all sorts of different shit to see if it worked, and it did not. It did not at all. So, here's what it is.
Yeah, hopefully, like I said, next year the aim is to get the hardware first updated. The visuals are the last piece of the puzzle, and
Yeah,
hopefully aiming to get it in early. And if we can get it in early, then hopefully I can do the hosting side of that for the early showcases next year.
that would be so, so dope. But once again, we'll get to it when we get to it. we got more than enough content as is, I think. I'm fucking drowning people with the amount of shit I'm putting out. I'm actually gonna scale that back a little bit in 2025 just because I'm probably gonna die if I keep trying to work a full-time job and upload every single fucking day. Um, yeah, I got close enough this year. Let's not repeat that in 2025. All right. So, how about we hop in out the gate to pleasant surprise? So, this category, you know, we did our most underrated games of 2024. This is somewhere in a similar vein, but underrated to me is like nobody's talking about it. It didn't get reviewed well, whatever the case may be. Pleasant surprise is much more personal, where it's like something that just surprised you personally, where it can be a game that, everyone was expecting to be great, but you had no interest in it. And then you checked it out and you're like, oh, damn, this really fucking rules. Um, so I'll kick it off to you first, Lynn. What is your first pleasant surprise?
Um, I think I'll go with I think I'll go with Suicide Squad or the Justice League
Really?
because, and this is what I mean by it doesn't need to blow your socks off, this category. This isn't something that's, it's going to go toe to toe with like Game of the Years and stuff like that. It's something that was mired in so much negativity, and I just completely wrote it off. And then when it went on deep, deep sale, it was like £8. I think I picked it up on Amazon. I mean, for £8, like it's a competent shooter. The the visuals of the story were done really, really well. It's just the thing where, it's a live service game, unfortunately, that a lot of
Yeah.
people just didn't want, and myself included, I didn't want, but for how cheap it was and for how much negativity spiraled it pleasantly surprised me for what it was. I wouldn't have been pleasantly surprised if I paid full price for it,
Right. Yeah.
is what I'll say.
Um, I will quickly shout out Star Wars Outlaws.
Mm,
Kind of
it's on my
similar
list
in
as well.
Okay. Yeah, kind of similar in that vein of Suicide Squad, a game that just didn't really, it came out and was seemingly a fart in the wind, man. That thing just escaped off and I did not seem to make much of an impact at all. And I think that if you talk to people who played more than that opening, I think you'll find a lot of people who really enjoyed the game. You know what I mean? I think it's one of those games that has a real weak opening, and thankfully they're going in and removing a lot of that forced stealth shit, and I think that'll get people in the door a bit more. But yeah, it's a game that just has so much going on. There's so much in there to do, so much to fuck around with, but they take so long to introduce all of that to you. And I don't know, part of me is like, how much of a surprise is it? Because I like Ubisoft style games.
Yep.
Um, but I don't know. I think that for this being Massive's first like third person single player endeavor, I was surprised by how well it turned out. And yeah, I think that if people get to about like 6, 7 hours in, and I know that's a serious time commitment, if you can get to about 6, 7 hours in, I think you'll really enjoy Star Wars Outlaws. So
Yeah, I think people kind of had that shred of hope that it would capture like their excitement and hype for when they showed like Star Wars 1313 and that kind of
right.
thing. I think it would have done them so much better if they would have gone for like an Uncharted style thing where they didn't engage with the open world. Because I don't know about you, the open world stuff was fairly underbaked. Really, it scratches certain itches, but I feel like they could have told a much better scoundrel esque story
Yeah.
if it was so much more direct and didn't have you just pottering about here, there, and everywhere.
I agree, but I also think of like Ubisoft, they just don't tell good stories typically. So it's like I don't even know if that sacrifice, because it seems like what they're good at is what Star Wars Outlaws is. You know what I
Mm.
mean? Like the open world sprawling. And this, I like the smaller scale of the open world where it's not, you don't have 1,000 fucking different check marks that you have to go and check off. But I do like if I could pick, if I believed in their ability to tell the story, then yeah, I would definitely much prefer a direct Uncharted-esque approach, but I just don't even think they could, I don't think they'd be able to do that. But yeah, Star Wars Outlaws going to be the first one that I nominate up there, and obviously these are in no order. The numbers are just to, you know, keep us keep us guided into how many games we're nominating.
So I guess I'll ask this to clear things up. It released this year, but it's an older game. Is that eligible?
Yeah, it's our awards. I think we can kind of do with it as we please.
And I say this because I think a lot of people as well, this is the first time dipping into the series, and I think a lot of them also didn't dip into these and are playing the second game right now, which seems to be really uh resonating with people. And the thing that I'm putting this in pleasant surprise for is the Stalker remasters.
Okay.
And that's not from I personally had bad experiences with them, but that was it felt more tied to I think them problems were always there. The
Hmm.
thing that baffles me is the fact that they got them to run at all on modern hardware. It kind of fell into the mindset of me of like Gothic 1 and stuff like that. Like you're never gonna port Gothic 1 in its current state to a console. It feels so messy and tangled and stuff. So for them to just throw them out there because it had no build up. It was just like, oh, and here you go, here's the Stalker trilogy HD, and it's just like I don't think you ever mentioned that you were working on this, guys. Like that's crazy.
Yeah,
So that definitely it was a pleasant surprise.
for sure. I think this next one, I feel like we both might have this. Banishers.
Yep.
Yeah. This is one as well where it's like I have others on this list that are like real surprises to me. If you played Vampire and you liked Vampire and you kind of knew what to expect out of Banishers, is it that much of a surprise? No, but I think the polish is pretty damn surprising on Banishers. Um, and that's kind of the thing, like with Star Wars Outlaws, I'll like a Odyssey, an Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I like a Far Cry 3. I like a Far Cry 5. And then there's like a Far Cry 6. I'm like, ah. And then there's like a Valhalla. I'm like, ah. Watch Dogs 1 I'll like, but I won't like lead. Like, you know what I'm saying? So there's there's something there where, yeah, there a pleasant surprise kind of fits there with
Yep.
Banishers. I kind of knew what to expect going in, and I ended up getting exactly that. So does it necessarily fit here? Maybe not, but I was surprised by the quality. It's
That's
definitely a step up.
that's what I was about to say for us because I think you enjoyed Vampire as well, right?
Yeah.
Like Vampire, I was red hot on that. Um, I really enjoyed that. I didn't expect that team to be able to do that well with something like that. And then Banishers, I was going in with the expectation of something either very similar or a mild improvement. The writing in Banishers is tenfold better than Vampire. As much as I love Vampire, Vampire was very messy in parts and didn't really. You had some story segments where it was really interesting, and then others where it's just like eye rolling and stuff. The portions I've played of Vanishes, like every single interaction you have with these ghosts and stuff, they've wrapped it really well in these compelling stories.
Yeah. I finished the game. I put like 35 hours into it, and I never felt like any part of that game was a letdown. Like I really felt like every part of that story was hitting at 11. I mean, from side content to main content. I don't know if I put 35 hours into it. Maybe, I mean, it felt like 35 hours. That's one thing I will say is it, 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 it's a long game for that type of game, but regardless, really, really good.
Uh, I'll throw Outcast in there.
Yeah.
Another one I didn't finish, but it's. Do you know the team who made it? I'm drawing a blank on their
Ah,
name
I can't remember, man. I can't remember. It's not like a big, big name team. Um, I can't
because it's
remember.
under Embracer, right? They're one of
Yeah.
them teams. This feels like because you have Eurojank and like Elix and stuff, and it always felt clunky. This is like the step in the right direction for polish, but still having that DNA of Eurojank because there is just so much stupid shit in this game that's enjoyable. That's not like a bad thing. You have them trying to tackle like loads of different mechanics and stuff like that, jet packing and stuff that where it's like maybe on your scale you probably shouldn't have been that ambitious. And they're
Yeah.
also really, really trying as well to make it look beautiful, which was kind of another double-edged sword because it ran pretty poorly in
Yes.
parts. But there are areas in that game where it's stunning,
Yeah.
especially when you think of like what the budget they're commanding and stuff. So for me, it was a pleasant surprise.
I second that one 1000%. And let's see if you second this one. Dragon Age 4. Um, Veilguard, whatever you want to call it. I'm just calling it Dragon Age 4. Um, to me, this the reason it's a pleasant surprise is BioWare has been on a downward trend so consistently since uh, I mean to
Mass Effect
me,
2,
you think
I think.
after Mass Effect 2, you mean?
Yeah, so they landed with Mass Effect 2. I think they've been pissing people off since Mass Effect 3. I think
Right.
they didn't know how to end that series, and then they were kind of scrambling with the Citadel DLC to try and make up for the kind of lackluster endings and stuff. And then they kind of just floated around for a little bit. The next gen came out, and they were like, all right, what are we going to be making now? Because they kind of wrote themselves into a corner with Mass Effect. It felt like they were kind of done with the series at that point. It didn't feel like they were going to pick that back up. Dragon Age, it's always been the sister series, but it's never like they're much more known for Mass Effect, and they kind of were doing stuff with Inquisition at the time, and yeah, it won Game of the Year, but it came with tons of criticism and critiques, and then they obviously had the Anthem stuff, which didn't help them. Andromeda, it didn't help them. And it's just, yeah, I didn't expect this to, because you were a lot hotter on this than I was leading up to it, which is crazy because obviously I'm much bigger of a fan than Dragon Age. It was the fact that I had very, very little faith in them because I was there for Andromeda's like day of release and was left kind of very, very disappointed. And I was like, if it's going to be on like the level of that release, like that's probably the nail in the coffin for BioWare. I don't see them getting any budget kicked to them by EA, especially
Yeah.
when you have Respawn competing for budgets and they're
Right.
on really, really red hot streaks right now.
Yeah. And that's the thing, man. Like I think this is probably my favorite game since Mass Effect 2, favorite BioWare game since Mass Effect 2. So like I definitely was not expecting it to hit on that level. I wasn't expecting it to be horrible because I knew that they were able to finally convince EA, hey, can we please make a fucking single player game that doesn't have all the trappings? But like still having to go in and rework that, and you see the guts of that live service game in there. You know what I mean? You still see that. So like having to rework that from the ground up, that's not fucking that's no easy task. So yeah. Dragon Age Foe. What you got next?
So I kind of want to shout out Unicorn Overlord again. Like I'm
Yeah.
no one kind of talks about it. It's the first time I've ever experienced the game from that developer. It's pretty strong. It's kind of I wish it had a little bit more complexity. Like it did leave me wanting more. Um, but it did surprise me like how good what they were trying to do they were able to execute on, and it kind of gave me the scratchings of like the middle between like Persona and Fire Emblem, kind of like a middle road there. And I still think the name is awful and
Yeah.
did it absolutely no favors. Like that does not look appealing when you're scrolling through a list and stuff and be like, what's upcoming releases? What the hell is that? I
Yeah.
mean, it may catch your eye, but I, you know, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that is true. I guess it is eye-catching, but yeah, I agree. I don't think that necessarily sold copies. The name Unicorn Overlord, I have a hard time seeing that selling copies, but
Mm,
the it actually did end up selling surprisingly well. Like I think they said it sold over 1 million units already, which I
which is
mean,
crazy.
yeah, for this style of game, and I would assume it probably didn't have like some outlandish budget. So,
Mm,
yeah, I don't mind that shout out at all. How about Silent Hill 2?
yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when you look at Bloober and their history, I think the fact that they landed this thing in any capacity is a surprise. But to land it and kind of universally be praised across the board, that is like astonishing, man. I love the game. I think it's one of the best survival horror games ever, and I've literally never even really enjoyed another Bloober game. You know, Layers of Fear was okay, but the Silent Hill 2 remake is like it's in a totally different league. So, yeah, that was a huge shock for me.
What do you think they do next? Do
Well, they
you
had that
think?
Chronos game coming out,
Hmm,
which is kind of like their Dead Space. But I think they're going to stay in this lane of just third person survival horror games with actual mechanics and shit.
do you think they're gonna try and stay in the Silent Hill space and try and like convince them to make other cracks at different games, or do you think they've landed this popularity and success and they're just gonna do what kind of like what Larian did, where they kind of like absolutely hit it out of the park, and now they're gonna go and completely capture that success and try and reinvest it into themselves instead of somebody else's IP?
If I was Konami, I'd pay them, you know, $100 million to keep them working on Silent Hill for like the next decade. Just because like you don't understand I'm not saying you don't understand, but like the general you, I don't think we understand the level of if these games continue to hit, the level of opportunity outside the game space just seems to be increasing exponentially, man. Like to think of, because we know those Silent Hill movies are in the works. If we have a bunch of popular Silent Hill games to go alongside it, you saw with the Fallout show this year, the spike in players. And also, if we start getting new Silent Hill games from Bloober, like if they go on to make a brand new Silent Hill game, then that becomes a movie or a television show or a comic book series or a book series or whatever the case may be. Like, I just think there's so much opportunity if you continue um, to create with inside of this IP. But for Bloober, I think it's probably best if they have this ability to do this on their own, then go make your own IP.
It's kind of what's worrying though as well. It's like, why have you waited this long to show like your hand? Like, don't get me wrong, like Layers of Fear and stuff like that, they
They're okay.
reviewed like pretty well and got their own little cult following, but they were never like smash hit successes. And it's it's definitely the thing of like, if you were capable of this, why did you play it so safe back then as well? Why weren't
Right.
you a little bit more ambitious?
Well, and also, it honestly could come down to the fact that they finally had a budget, like a
Mm.
legit budget. It could be that simple. And maybe now they're able to parlay that success and they have that knowledge now. And now they're going to be going out and doing their own thing with their own new IP, that Chronos game, and taking the lessons learned and also the money gained and putting it towards, as Yo Gotti said, you got to flip that money to make that money. And so hopefully they flip it and turn it into a huge new IP for them. Um, okay, yeah, you're up.
So this will probably be my last one if
Oh,
I'm not like misremembering this. The I don't want this. This is more. It's going to sound really strange. This isn't a singular title. This is like what I was going to say is Aspire.
okay.
And I say this because they absolutely blew their leg off with a shotgun with that Battlefront like re-release thing to the point where it was like, what on earth are you doing? Like, how did you screw that up? That seems like the easiest slam dunk imaginable. And you guys really, really, really screwed that up. But then they went on to uh, drop a few more titles this year. They had the Tomb Raider remasters, and I believe they did the Bounty Hunter one, where it is the
Yep.
Jango Fett one. And that was pretty solid.
It was.
So I, they just puzzle me as a developer. They really just puzzle me because it's like I have a high tolerance for crap, but like why is it like 1 in 3? It's like you play Russian roulette every single time that you say you're going to do something because they are
Yeah.
also the team that were meant to be handling the KOTOR
Yep.
remake, and it's just like, and that I think that just shows the two sides of the coin. You have Bloober handed an iconic series, and they did it well,
Yep.
and you have Aspire handed an iconic series, and they seem to have just gone up in flames. And I don't know what on earth's going on over there. Like,
It has
it's
to just
crazy.
be it has to be just too much in the kitchen, too much in the oven. Like they are constantly working. And I mean
Mm.
shout out to that level of productivity, but at some point there's going to be a quality cost. And you see it's almost like every other game, you
Yeah.
know? It's really bizarre. So I think it has to be something associated with that. All right, rapid fire time. Tekken 8. I At this point I gotta quit saying I'm not a fighting game fan. I think I really fucking enjoy fighting games. Like I really, really do. And I haven't played a Tekken game in decades. This one absolutely ruled. I was so invested in the story, and I guess that's the surprise. Like, why would I care about the story? I don't even know these characters. And I was like, just production value alone. I was like sitting there, I was like, all right, I might not get it, but I respect it. Like, y'all put money
I
into
like
this thing.
punching people.
I like shiny shit and punching people, and they have both. Um, Call of Duty Black Ops 6. This might be my winner. I have never played a Call of Duty game in my life, and I played Black Ops 6 because it was on Game Pass. I'm already paying for Game Pass, and I was like, oh wow, this is fucking unbelievable. Production value, gameplay, stealth sections. Just so much fun shit happened in that campaign. I really enjoyed the story, surprisingly. I was stunned by how good this game was. So, shout out to Call of Duty Black Ops 6. And let's see. What else do I have on this list here? Balatro.
Mm,
I feel like this is a pretty easy cut for me. I'm not a big card game guy though, so that's why I put it on here. Usually card games don't do much for me at all. And Balatro was unbelievably fucking addictive. Like unbelievably addictive. I think I put 20 hours into it, something like that. I know people who have put hundreds of hours into it
yeah.
with the phone game. So I think that's why I'll cut it. It's not one of those things where I got like so hooked into it that I lost my life to it like a lot of people did. But definitely worthy of a shout out here. Last shout out, Arkham Shadow, the VR title. Shout out to Meta for actually giving a fuck about their platform. I think that's really important. I see this thing constantly being advertised.
Yeah.
As soon as I log into my Best Buy app, it's front page. Like they really want this. They really want VR to take off. I don't think it will, but I appreciate the effort, and I appreciate the effort of going out contracting a developer to make a real Batman game. Like this is a real Batman game, and it's in VR. And the fact that they were able to pull that off is crazy. I told my whole story with this. I bought the VR headset just for this game, and I like the game. I still fucking hate VR. So I'm gonna cut Arkham Shadow really quickly, but I think it's at least worth the shout out. All right, Loon. Now we get to the difficult part. We got to whittle this down to one. We only have one winner. Um, I'll go ahead and I'll make my two quick cuts. Balatro, Arkham Shadow can both go. Um, I will also cut from my list. I'll cut Star Wars Outlaws as well. I think Star Wars Outlaws was a I think it was a surprise in some areas, but very predictable in other areas. So I don't know if that necessarily fits this list.
Yep. You can cut a spine for me.
Okay.
They didn't do it enough. It was just worth mentioning. Um, the Stalker remasters can go as well, as can Suicide Squad.
Okay. All right. So that's a quick round of cuts there. We are down to Banisher's Ghost of New Eden, Outcast: A New Beginning, Dragon Age: The Veilguard, Unicorn Overlord, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Tekken 8, and Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Um, so these are our final seven. I think that so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put a little asterisk or call it a star next to Silent Hill 2 Remake. That's one I definitely want to stay around and Call of Duty Black Ops 6. So I'm gonna offer you the same thing here. What do you want to put stars next to? Like we're fucking it's in kindergarten.
Dragon Age 4 for me.
Okay,
I think because I was so ready to write it off and just accept like defeat and failure leading up to the release.
totally.
And I don't, I won't lie, I don't have like, that would be probably the one that I would argue for.
Okay.
Like Unicorn, I think it got enough bowl reviews
Yeah.
and stuff like that that it can be cut.
Okay.
Um,
I'll
and
cut
then
I'll cut Banishers. No, I'll cut Tekken 8. Because like at some point I gotta acknowledge that I like fighting games. Like I can't keep up this gimmick of being like, oh, I'm surprised again by a fighting game. Like I like them. I just like them. I think yeah, I like fighting games.
I think I would argue cutting banishes because
Yeah, there is a foundation there.
to us it wasn't like earth shattering revelation. Like we knew what they were capable with Vampire. Like it's a
Yeah.
good step up, but it didn't like it's not like, oh, I didn't think you were capable.
I honestly think these are the four biggest surprises without a doubt this year. Outcast: A New Beginning, Dragon Age: The Veilguard, Silent Hill 2 Remake, and Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Like these, Outcast is a stunner on so many levels, man. That is a weird video game. And the fact that it's as good as it is such a surprise.
Yeah.
Um, I think that saying all that, I think that this comes down to I think we could probably cut Call of Duty Black Ops 6 because that's such a specific personal me thing. I don't
Yeah,
think that
that's what I
really
was gonna
resonates.
say.
Yeah.
Because for me, because you were playing it for the first time, you'd be like, "Holy shit, it's so cinematic and it's so this." And like, don't get me wrong, it's got like a really intrigue, like woven story and stuff like that. That like the production quality's been there since 2019, really.
Right. And
So
it's yeah. So just once again, to the letter of the law here, it's not a pleasant surprise to you. It's just
yeah,
a pleasant surprise to me and only a pleasant surprise to me because I'd have no knowledge of the franchise. Um, I think definitively these are the final three: Outcast, DA4, and Silent Hill 2 Remake. I am very partial to Silent Hill 2 Remake, but I know you haven't gotten around to it yet. So I think that might eliminate it,
um,
maybe.
I wouldn't have used that as the reasoning. My reasoning for me would have been it's got such a strong, like as
Mm,
a remake, you have the basis foundation that's so strong to begin with
It's tough though
That
because I think that you could use it the other
yeah,
way
you
as
could use that.
well.
You could use that against it because obviously we critiqued it. He looked like arse in that first trailer that they showed.
Yeah.
But
Eh,
I think it was mainly just visuals that rubbed me the wrong way. Like I don't think you can particularly screw up the core storytelling all that much
that's true.
if you're sticking to it and being faithful, which is what they were completely an open book with. They weren't rewriting anything really significant. Like you're not going to see entirely different characters going completely different routes and stuff like that. Um, so that would be my argument for that.
Yeah.
But
I
you could fire any direction like for any of these three games because then it could be like Dragon Age is an established IP. You know, could it really be that
yeah.
pleasantly surprising? Because like this is the fourth game in the series. Like, yeah, they should be getting this right.
You know what though? The step up in combat, I don't think anyone was expecting that. Like that is so shocking to go
Yep.
from Inquisition and because you had Mass Effect Andromeda that was a huge step up in combat. Um, but that's a totally different style of combat. For this to feel that good to play is very surprising. The only thing I'll say about Silent Hill 2 Remake though is like Bloober had everything working against them.
Mm.
Everything. People seemingly wanted this to fail. And kind of
Yep.
Dragon Age, I guess Dragon Age has that same thing where people wanted it to fail as well. Um, but I don't know, like it felt different. Like Blue people knew BioWare, people know that BioWare, they got it in them. Like it's just even if it's a shell of its former self, the team. There's still just so much talent in that like there's so much learned knowledge over the years that have been passed down from one developer to the next. Like there's a pedigree there that is on a different fucking level.
Yep.
Bloopers never made a good game. And then they and then they went
They've
and
never
made
played it, never made a great game. I wouldn't
yeah.
say that was
That's
a little
true.
bit too aggressive. They're not good for me, but I'll at least concede. I think the big wake up call for Bloober though was RE7 and showing that you can make a compelling horror game and have the ability to fight back instead of just being kind of just there.
Yeah.
The
Um,
thing I was going to ask though is how much weight does Pleasant Surprise have for like expectation as well? Because I don't like for Outcast, there was no expectation for either of us, I would assume. It's just, oh, that game looks
right,
cool.
right.
Whereas with Dragon Age and Silent Hill, there is a level of expectation where, these are established things. Like you would expect them to be at some bar of quality, dwarfing Outcast and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, for letter of the law, once again, pleasant surprise in the fact that this is a third person action adventure open world game that somehow made on a seemingly non AAA budget, but looks AAA as fuck. Like it's got all the trappings of a AAA open world game, but
Mm.
and it's actually really fucking good and nobody's talking about it. And like I don't know, I guess it kind of does fit surprise really well,
Because
but
it draws so many similarities to Outlaws. When you think like core elements and stuff and how you explore, Outcast does a lot of them things very similar,
yeah.
just without the budget behind stories and voice acting. The
Right.
voice
Yeah.
acting
Yeah.
wasn't awful, but
No.
it wasn't, you know,
No.
stand out.
I the
Oh,
yeah, this is tough. What if you had to pick a winner, what would you pick? Let's get it down to that. Just total like honesty, what would you pick?
this is gonna sound crazy, but I would probably go with Silent Hill 2 remake
Oh, then
because I
we're in
think
business.
I was more close in the camp of I didn't want it to fail, but I had a very high expectation that it's Bloober.
Right.
It's a Silent Hill game, which we've not seen in so long. Like it's a dormant series. How do we know that it will resonate still? You think of like the change in, how people enjoy games and stuff. It sometimes shifts. So harder hitting themes may not click as much with the wider audience. But I think seeing what I've seen, it did so well, and it surprises me.
Yeah, so we're in business because that would be my pick, without a doubt. That would be my pick. So winner, Silent Hill 2, the remake. All right, Loon, we are in business. We're now heading on to our next category, which shall be most
Most
unique.
unique. Ooh.
Yeah. So this is going to be awarded to a game that is doing some different shit. And I think that's about as eloquent as I can put it. A game doing different shit. What's your first
But so
nomination?
this doesn't have to be the first time it's doing it, right? It can be because I'll just come out straight away and say it. I think Infinite Wealth needs to be on this.
Okay, fuck yeah.
It is a You've taken the core DNA of Yakuza, and don't get me wrong, they did the turn-based stuff in the previous game, granted, but they've done it so much better this game. This is so much more fleshed out, so more well thought. The the mini games and stuff
That's
that
what I
they've
was about to
able
say.
to like weld in, because I won't lie, I can only remember from Like a Dragon the I can't even fit like the business mini game
Yeah,
where you're like a business owner. That is all I can really remember. Um, Whereas Infinite Wealth, it has its own little Pokemon thing and Animal Crossing, and it's just like,
yeah,
how have you managed to cram all this in? And like, don't get me wrong, it to some people, and even in some elements for me, it is bloated because of that. You're trying to cram so much in. I can't deny the quality that they were able to achieve putting it in. It had no right to be as good as it was.
right. Yeah, man. I mean, I was gonna mention that same thing. The fucking the fact that it's got like a full Animal Crossing and Pokemon thing and like that is absurd. And I haven't even played the game. I just when I saw that in the trailers, I was like, yo, they cook over there. They absolutely cook. I'm gonna shout out Plucky Squire.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, give that a quick shout out. Um, it didn't quite land for me, but in terms of unique, a very innovative game. Jumping from 2D to 3D, the whole storybook setup, where like you're literally roaming around pages of this storybook and like flipping through the pages to progress the narrative. It's just unique. The game didn't quite hit for me in the way I wished it did, but it's undeniably unique.
Yep.
What you got next?
Again, I can't stop talking about apparently Kunitsugami.
There we go.
um, yeah, I don't even know where to begin with it. Like I've spoke about it so much. It's just a weird melding of a few different genres, and it all comes together. I think that's what I really appreciate when things can pull from these different genres and somehow make them work, and it not feel obtuse or intrusive to the rest of the experience. It just all clicks.
Yeah. I I hate to Star Wars Outlaws. I'm throwing it back on here again. I think that this is where Star Wars Outlaws makes more sense.
Do you
And
think?
yeah, man. I mean,
I'm really interested in hearing this.
well, just when I think of unique, a big thing that I think of is variety. Your spaceship, your speeder bike, your stealth sections, your dialogue options, your faction meters, your third person cover shooting, your customization with your outfits and your there's just so much in this game. And you can say that like the the thing that you can't say about this game that you can say about the other big open world Ubisoft games is that it's just another one of those because of those elements. And I think that's what makes it unique. The fact that you have a fucking spaceship, the fact that you
Mm.
have a fucking speeder bike, the fact that you have these dialogue options and faction meters, and like some of those things are in other Ubisoft games, but you definitely ain't got a damn spaceship. And the combination of all of them, I think, is what makes Star Wars Outlaws unique. Like the only other game that is anywhere like this is a third person action adventure Starfield in a lot of
Mm.
ways. You know what I mean? It's not as RPG centric. It's more, I'm going to be an action adventure, one of those. But I think Starfield is more of the parallel than Assassin's Creed, for instance, you know?
No, that's fair enough. I think what it has many of the elements of other Ubisoft games, but it does them much. It's the strongest they've ever been because you had the faction kind of esque stuff going on in Odyssey, like the early remnants of it with the mercenary things where they would hunt you and stuff. It feels a little bit better in Outlaws. Do do you get hunted by the cartels and stuff?
Yeah. But
Okay,
yeah.
because that it's still it feels again like a step up. We're still not there, I don't think, to having these mechanics like perfected. Like
Right.
there's definitely room for improvement. But yeah, the addition of because the thing I didn't beat Outlaws, but from all of my experience, the thing that kind of was like, huh, that's kind of surprised you got it working and it feels like pretty good. It is the space combat
Right.
for me. It's something that felt like you announced it as like a tag on throwaway kind of thing. And it actually kind of works. It works pretty well. And when you actually compare it to something like Starfield, I think it does it better than Starfield, personally. Not the customization side of things for the ship, like that in Starfield still is like probably one of its stronger points, but I think the moment to moment movement and the feel and the combat, I preferred it than Outlaws.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and solve this problem. My damn camera's tripping. We'll hit the old school FaceTime camera here. Um
Yeah.
we I think that with Star Wars Outlaws, I just think it comes down to variety. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And I think that would be the real thing that would make it but I don't think necessarily variety and unique are the same thing. So that might be a reason to cut it later. But yeah, Star Wars Outlaws. What you got for your next pick?
This is something I didn't play, but you have talked about it in great length, and I would be surprised if it's not on your list. So I guess I'll beat you to it. Indica, to me,
Nice.
looked very, very unique with the some of the stuff it was doing. It was definitely more than meets the eye
Yep.
when you was explaining it, and when I looked at some of the footage of it, it was like, oh, okay, that's not what I was thinking it was at all. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's super, super unique, man. Playing as a damn nun who's possessed by the devil, and it also becomes a 2D platformer. It also becomes a fucking racing game. It's like the Indica is batshit crazy. Definitely fits in the most unique category. Um, all right. I got quite a few here that I still
You
wanted to
can pick the torch up. I think that's me done for that. I struggled with the uniqueness side of
okay.
things. I played it very safe this year. I was only in JRPG territory.
Well, you know what, man? I'll actually limit this a little bit then. I'll shout out Wild Bastards here.
Mm.
This is I mean, it's a first person shooter. It's a board game. It's a roguelike, and it's also not annoying at all, which is like you throw a bunch of those mechanics together, I think you're often going to hit some annoying roadblocks, and this game really doesn't have any of that. Like there's no frustrating elements of the game whatsoever. Sure, you might lose a run, might not be able to use the character for a bit, but like it's not like punishing at all. It's like a somewhat decent story, and yeah, I was really shocked by Wild Bastards. It's way too long, but it's still a solid game. I will also shout out Beyond Galaxy Land.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the 2D, old school, inspired by the JRPGs of the past, but kind of like a sci-fi Mass Effect-y blend to it. And yeah, it's very, very, very unique. Very unique. You often, I mean, how many fantasy JRPGs or fantasy RPGs that are inspired by the classic JRPGs do we see each year? Fucking ton. We don't see many of like, hey, we're gonna take that spin and put it onto a sci-fi Mass Effect-y style game. Um, Also going to shout out Sky Oceans, Wings for Hire. Think that you don't often see uh games inspired by Skies of Arcadia either. So just kind of for that same reason, just different, you
Yep.
know, very different. And last up on the chopping block, you know what, man? I got some others on here, but
I
I
mean,
got
shout them out.
I got to go with Squirrel with a Gun.
The number one fan,
I have to
Squirrel with
shout
a
this
gun.
out. I mean, I just, and maybe Pleasant Surprise honestly might have been a better fit for Squirrel with a Gun, but I just didn't expect this thing to be nearly as good as it was. And it's like a legitimate, you got vehicles you're driving, you got a helicopter you're piloting, you got platforming sections. It's just it's got a lot going on. And once again, I kind of maybe variety isn't necessarily the same thing as unique, but I don't know. Having some extra spice to the format definitely helps. So, Squirrel with a Gun, gonna shout it out. And that'll be it for me. So now we get to the tough part, cutting these bad boys down, finalizing the order. Loon, what are you thinking is a good cut?
Um, ooh, Squirrel with a gun, maybe
You think so?
to start things off. The only reason I say that is because having not played it and watching it, it does draw a lot of similarities to Goat Simulator.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, still trying to get this fucking camera sorted out.
It looks like you're
Uh,
fast forwarding. I was like,
yeah.
am I watching the video of the viewers?
Let me try to see. Nothing like it. Good old technology, man. We'll just head back to the. I don't know what's really going on with that. It's very annoying, but I'm gonna try to reposition this to somewhat not right all up in my mug. Yeah, Squirrel with a Gun. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I probably should have shouted that out for Pleasant Surprise. I think that might have made more
Yeah,
sense in that category.
it definitely does have unique gameplay things because, like I said, the only other game that personally I can draw comparisons to is Goat Simulator.
Hmm.
So, when it's only one series, that is still fairly unique if you've only got two games that are kind of doing that kind of thing.
Yeah. I'll also cut Sky Ocean Wings for Hire, and nothing really against the uniqueness of it. It was just so fucking buggy, and I don't want to award buggy games with any positive awards. We'll get to the
Fix your
awards
shit.
where, yeah, fix that shit, man. Yeah. It's worth shouting out because it's probably fixed by now, and maybe some people will be into it just looking at it and maybe haven't heard of it. But yeah, when I played it, it was really rough.
Yep. Um, and it begins to get tough. Um, so I would probably look to kick Wild Bastards.
Yeah.
because me being the roguelike guy of the two of us, I've seen many of these types of games that are very, very similar. Um,
Like the board game
so
format and all that?
so not the board game format, but kind of like the FPS kind of roguelike thing of tackling it in that way and doing the multiple characters and stuff. There was one that was in Game Pass, which I'm drawing a blank on, Gunfire Reborn and stuff like that, that kind of fit in that similar space. Because there's loads of them. You had I think even Aspire even made their own game of it. It was like a Saturday morning cartoon fantasy one. Myth Force, I think, is what it was called. So
Yeah,
there's
I'm
definitely a lot of them.
I'm fine with cutting it. I do think though the story and the game board format and like how the game board works, where you actually have to go in and like strategize for that as well, where it becomes another strategic layer on top of the already pretty strategic first person shooter style gameplay. But yeah, I mean I wasn't in love with the game. It's really good, but it definitely overstayed its welcome by the end.
It's
Um
um it's weird as well though because it reminded me almost of how they've tackled the Darksiders games because the first game in the series was very very different to that. It was kind of like a almost BioShock-esque kind of roguelike, which was
yeah.
kind of weird. And then they kind of went that direction. It was like, oh, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So
I think for this, Kanetsugami is probably one of my picks. Plucky Squire is another one of my picks. And I think Indica those would probably be my top three.
yeah,
What do you think would be yours?
I think I would be right there with you
Oh,
because
okay.
we've seen Outlaws as much as it has unique stuff going on in it. It does draw a hell of a lot of similarities to other Ubisoft games. Infinite Wealth is a repeat, just better, of Like a Dragon, and I would have to toss it to you with Beyond Galaxyland to
I'm gonna cut
carry
Beyond
that over.
Galaxyland because I only put about 5 hours into it. So, but I know they also they have like racing mini games in there as well. Like they got some shit going on in Beyond Galaxyland, but I don't feel confident enough to really speak to it
But it's
much
not
more than
nun racing like Indica.
right. You literally, yeah, a nun kart racer. It's really not a kart. It's more like a tricycle, which is even more fucking crazy. Um, I yeah, Star Wars Outlaws. I think Infinite Wealth could probably get cut as well. Um, not just because we do have Yakuza 7, and I know it's doing a lot more than Yakuza 7, but I think the core foundation of the gameplay was built off that, where everything else on this list is like totally new.
Yep, I'd be right there with you.
Cool. All right, so we get down to the top three most unique games: Plucky Squire, Kinitsugami Path of the Goddess, and Indica. I All right, let's actually here. I got an idea. Let's eliminate these stars and we're both going to pick one star. If you had to pick one game out of these three, what would you pick?
Man, that's tough. Do you have like
Yeah,
you or yours
Indica.
off the top? Oh, okay.
Indica for sure for me. Indica's batshit. And I just want to award for most unique, I want to award it to a game that is off the fucking reservation. Just batshit.
So Plucky Squire has a lot of platforming, right, and puzzle solving for its
Yeah.
gameplay elements.
Yeah.
All right, I'll probably have gone with Indica then,
Okay.
just because Kunitsugan is kind of just a lot of strategy-esque stuff that we've seen before. It's Don't get me wrong, it was a surprise, but I don't think it did enough.
I think that combining that, tower defense with character action style gameplay. Like that is super unique, but I think Indica's existence is just unique. Like everything it does is fucking weird. The fact that it's a horror game, the fact that it's a comedy game, the fact that it's a fucking a 2D platformer, the fact that it's a Frogger like, the fact that it's erasing it, like it's just what the fuck are you doing? It's making fun of itself nonstop. It's making fun of video games nonstop. Like I don't know, that's a batshit game. All right.
Kind of reminded me of falls in the same mindset of how I view like immortality.
Yes.
It's just kind of like the one of a kind experience.
Yeah. Now we get to a juggernaut of a category. Best moment. Now this right here, Loon, can kind of go anywhere. Um, Anywhere you want to take best moment, I'll let you kick it off with your first nomination.
So I guess the first thing we should disclose it probably have spoilers ahead
Yeah,
for
yep,
this
spoilers.
category.
And I'll make
Um,
sure to include those.
because a lot, well, I think every one in my list is some kind of like, yeah, that probably wouldn't you wouldn't want to tell someone that's not played the game and stuff like that. So what I'll do is say the game first to give them the chance to then back out of it. So my first one would be in Space Marine 2, Marnius Calgar arriving when you're doing the battle standard, last final stand thing, and knowing how like important he is to the lore and just seeing him pop up and then what that means for the finality of that story. That was cool as shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a Space Marine 2 shout out as well that we'll get to later. I think you probably already know which one it is. I'm gonna go with a cute one, and I can't I just can't every fucking list seemingly. Star Wars Outlaws. I'm going with taking Nyx out for a nice meal. Um,
Yeah.
I
Shout
mean,
out.
just in terms of
Yes.
like heartwarming shit, that's definitely one of the most heartwarming moments of the year for me. Specifically the one where you're on the snowy planet. I think it's Kajim. I'm awful. I don't know much about Star Wars like planet descriptions. Is it Kajimi? Kajim?
I didn't make it off the first planet.
Ah, I think that's most people, man. I think that's most people. Um, but yeah, it's the snowy planet, and they have like the frozen fish that y'all are
Uh,
eating, and
yep.
his tongue gets stuck, and he tries to eat it, and you got to like perform this mini game to unstick his tongue from this frozen fucking. I don't remember if it was a fish. It was some, some sort of some food, and I'll make sure. And what I'll do actually is I'll put in the gameplay of these specific moments, and yeah. And if you can link me to any of your moments that you want specific gameplay captured for,
Yeah, I can credit. I'll
perfect.
dig out mine stuff to help for sure.
Perfect, perfect. And you can just if you like because I'll make sure to credit if you want to just go to like a full playthrough and
Mm-hmm.
link the
Yep.
timestamp, give me the time code for it because I'll make sure to link any because I actually for some of mine I had to go through full playthroughs and next year I'll try to really remember to when a big moment happens I'll remember to
Scramble.
capture.
God save the past five
Yeah.
minutes.
Exactly. No, but for real though, that way, we can
Mm.
kind of keep track of it throughout
It'll
the
be
year.
our stuff.
Yeah. But obviously, head down to the link in the description. I'll have all of it sourced. That way I'm not totally stealing people's shit out here. Yes. Little cute Nick's uh frozen dish section. That's gonna be my first best moment shout out.
I want to shout out as well, like they put a lot of love into them scenes
Yeah, they
because
did.
they're like little quick time event things, but it just boosts the person. Like that's because when we talked about it for the initial impressions, that's what I brought up. The
Yeah.
because you hadn't experienced it yet. I was like, dude, the main character's like bland as shit. But you go to like this stall and they're making popcorn and stuff, and there's this massive mini game about
Yeah.
doing it. It's so heartwarming. I was like, what the hell?
Totally, dude. Totally, totally.
Um, like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Um, Kiryu making his appearance. He's not there from the beginning, and he makes a nice big ass appearance. And it you feel things change when he enters the scene. It's so strange to say that, but like he has such a presence in this world. Like even when people harass him and stuff, like you feel that they immediately regret it very, very quickly. Like he is a dominant person in this
Yeah.
universe. So to have him show up and the way he shows up, and it's always he just can't help himself. He's always wrapped up in the most convoluted bullshit plot imaginable, and there's always just ropes around him of just intrigue. And yeah, it was perfect.
I gotta shout out Astro, man. Shouting out Astrobot. I'm gonna shout out the section in the casino level, and it's the enemy who's throwing the cards at you, and it's that first moment where you slow down time and you run up the cards and have.
Oh.
It's so satisfying, dude. You run up the cards and just Superman punch that damn enemy. It is unbelievably satisfying. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's the first time you use that mechanic. And that dopamine hit, that instant gratification of being like, oh my God, this mechanic I'm using in real time to do multiple layers of mechanics within this one mechanic. Just, I love that fucking, that one moment. And there's multiple moments throughout the game where it uses that same sort of mechanic, that slowdown mechanic to run up, you run up some knives and there's different things but that first time is like, ooh, so nice.
So Dragon's Dogma 2
Yes.
for this one. And I'm really, I said this when we were talking about it initially. I'm kicking myself I didn't get this clip.
I
So
know.
I'm gonna say the clip that I wish was here, but I will choose something else to put in unless I can find a clip that's very, very similar. But what I would have loved to put here is when you get to the desert region and you have the little sky lifts and stuff. I was just exploring, minding my own business, and then a griffin swoops. And you see him, and you're like, "Nah, there's no way. There's no way." Like I'm on the lift thing. He's gonna mind his own business. I'm gonna mind my own business. No, he scoops me out of it. He takes me on like a trip all around the desert area, and I'm fighting the stamina bar to try and get on top of him. Finally, get to his head, absolutely pounding him. This is all happening in game. It's like a cutscene level of like
Yeah.
experience. Cracking his skull, finally get that one last plunge in, and you just feel his life essence escape his body, and he just slowly starts plummeting, and you're holding on for dear life. It lands, crashes on the floor, blood everywhere, and I didn't die. And that is like the coolest shit imaginable
Dude, I'm
for
sorry.
that.
Yeah. We're throwing stars on that bad boy already. Like that. I dude, when you told me that, I
Yep.
was I because like I can see it happening. That's the thing
Mm,
is I've had similar experiences that are not that badass, but like so close to that badass that like just that extra little push of
yep.
badassery, like it just sends it to the yeah. That game is full of moments, and it's all your moment. Water cooler discussion 101. This game is full of that shit.
And if I can't find the clip for that, I'll just have to settle for this. Did you make it to the Sphinx and dealing with that?
I beat the game.
Did you? I don't know if that was mandatory though. We
Oh,
had to do the Sphinx's riddles, the massive
uh,
Sphinx, and it's really unsettling. It asks you a question of a riddle. You do the riddle, and then it really zooms in to its face, and then it tilts its head really unnaturally, and then we'll be like,
I don't think
"Yeah,
so.
that's correct."
Huh, I don't remember that. No, that must not have been a mandatory thing.
No, so it you would run into it, I believe, as you're transitioning from the beginning map to the desert area around in that region. Um, and it has some really interesting puzzles and conundrums that it gives you and stuff like take this vase, don't break it, and take it all the way across the other side of the map. And you think that's going to be some of the most but you need to think outside the box. And you end up using the game's mechanics so that you can just teleport and stuff like that. Or you do, I need you to get this. I need you to find like the most valuable item. It was just really well done,
Yeah,
really well done.
yeah. It's. that game is just it's moments 101. That is
Yep.
moments the game. I mean, we can keep on shouting stuff out, but that yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2 just in some capacity needs to win this. Um, I got to shout out the once a kid Squirrel with a Gun. I got to shout out the
He's
section.
nuts.
I got to shout out the section where you walk over to this football field and you see the players practicing and you're like, okay, cool. Sure, this has to be here for some reason. And you're just kind of wandering around and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go and pick this up. I'm gonna go run up on the field goal post, see what's going on over here. And um then you see the football laying on the ground. You're like, maybe I can pick that up. As soon as you pick up that damn football, all the football players are running, charging at you, trying to tackle you, trying to make it to where you don't score a touchdown. And then when you finally juke everybody out and you hit the end zone, you unlock like a golden acorn, which is like the key currency in Squirrel with a Gun. It's just and that actually is a moment that because um this we had already planned on doing our game awards when this
Yep.
came out. So I was like thinking at that moment, I was like, got to make sure to capture this. So I do have the Squirrel with a Gun footage of the
Yeah.
yeah. So you'll be able to see exactly what that is on the screen right now. So um, yeah, and that'll be fun next year too, as we're planning that 2025 is loaded with heavy hitters. There's going to be some if GTA 6, the moments that could possibly be found in that big ass thing if it actually comes out, which it won't. But yeah, Squirrel with a Gun. Shout out. And also, you know what? I'm going to shout out Squirrel with a Gun times two. I'm going to quickly mention the basketball section as well, where you are it's essentially it's just a badass like looping puzzle that involves you having to find like new ways to make these trick basketball shots. And there's like a hidden staircase in there. It's just a really really cool section all about like trying to navigate through this little level and shoot the basketball correctly. And you got to like projectile throw you're angling it and trying to make sure you're far enough distance away from the hoop and shit. Like it's super silly. Once again, you unlock a golden acorn after you do it, and it's very satisfying.
This will be my final one. Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree. I think this is the only time that I may mention it. I think so. Don't worry, it's not going to win Game of the Year.
Oh, hey, man, this our list.
um, so there were many moments in the DLC that were like, oh, that's really cool and stuff. But I think the thing you need to it's when you beat it. That obviously that's the most exciting and fulfilling moment. So finally overcoming that final boss after being brutalized for about 4 hours, constantly dying, and it just feels like impossible. It was just very satisfying.
Yeah. I all right. I'm gonna shout out I'm gonna shout out one more. I'm going to shout out the final, or not the final fight, but like kind of just the entire end section of Tekken 8. There's this one badass fight, and this is really just a shout out of technical prowess, really. It's Jin and Kazuya, I believe is once again not a Tekken guy, but you're surrounded by like this ocean and you're seeing the waves just fucking swell and the lightning is striking behind you and like there's tornadoes spinning off in the distance and there's just it's all of every fucking elemental environmental fucking thing is happening. There's fire off in the background. It is just flexing on a technical level. And then listen, I'm not saying this really needs to win or anything, but I just want to show this graphical powerhouse off because it was one of the first times I was playing a game. This was probably the only game I played this year where I was like, this feels like a next generation experience. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like this feels like holy shit, I can't believe we're seeing what we're seeing. And yeah, I have to. You know what? I'm also going to shout out Call of Duty. I'm gonna shout out.
I've got one extra one as well after the other Call of Duty that's just popped into the head.
You have one for Call of Duty?
No,
Oh,
a different game.
perfect.
I would never give them any
Ah,
credit.
I'm gonna shout out the entire heist level, man. You're like
Mm,
planning out this casino heist. It involves multiple different disguises and going in and like playing cards, and you're cheating while playing cards and trying not to get caught. You got shootouts, high stakes escape sections. Like it's just a really good video game level. I don't know if that's I'll eliminate it for that. It's not really a moment. It's just a good level.
mm.
I
Veil Guard.
okay.
This could either be a toss up between what happened at Weishaupt, which was
Mm,
kind of cool, the whole altercation with good old Baldy McGee getting up in your face,
yeah.
or the finale. I feel like the finale was
Yeah.
perhaps one of the strongest. Maybe not. Look, man, I don't think anything's ever gonna beat the suicide mission in Mass Effect 2 from BioWare ever. Because even if they try and do something like that one to one again, it's already been done.
Been done. Yeah.
Like that's I don't think you're ever gonna recapture that essence again. But that final push and how everything feels really hopeless and they finally begin to unravel the seeds of what they've been planting with the story and everything, and how the ending dictates on how much you've actually engaged with the content and been paying attention, because you he constantly is always looking to screw you over. It doesn't matter how much you try, and you're like, okay, Solus, he was Varric's friend and he helped, and he every single time you're like, okay, we'll get a one up on him. No, he's already thinking a step
Yeah,
ahead
he's
of you. That's what
ahead.
makes a
Yeah.
good villain. Like he's so damn intelligent. And unless you do very specific things, it just and get it to work out for him to finally admit, because that's what the whole story builds up on, is that he doesn't ever admit his own faults.
Yeah.
He wears it as a shield of it was a necessary sacrifice, me doing all this heinous shit.
And I
And
think you and I picked different outcomes where you tried to work with Solus, didn't you?
so I in the Vale area that you explore, you end up finding these key things, and you can eventually his like love interest, Solus's love interest that he I don't know how far you got into it of
Into the
them. I can't remember her name. Mythal, I think maybe was her name.
yeah. The is it I think I know what you're talking about. Do you see like some throwback section or like cuts to is that
You
what you're
have
talking
all the
about?
regrets that it shows, the cutscenes back at the main base where it shows like what he did that screwed things up, and then you're able to talk to the person because Morrigan's holding the essence of that god inside of her,
Yeah.
and you're able to. She will ask you questions when you finally meet her, and if you get every question right, she gives you. She helps fight the dragon thing inside the veil, the big penultimate dragon fight that's in there. She gives you like the ultimate weapon, and that's how you get the secret ending of
Oh.
him admitting complete fault and just being like, "Look, man, I fucked up." Like, there's no, he doesn't wriggle out of it. He just goes willingly.
Well, maybe that's the nomination for best moment, the secret ending,
Mm.
you know?
So I don't know, but that Griffin thing, boy, was that blood pumping in Dragon's Dogma 2.
Oh no. I'm saying maybe that's the nomination for what we're talking about here for Dragon Age. Nothing's touching Dragon's Dogma 2. Not to
Mm.
I don't want to go ahead and make the decision for both of us, but like
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. That final section and everything clicking together.
but would you
It
say
just
specifically the secret ending though?
yeah, it felt satisfying
Okay.
for him to finally take responsibility for his BS.
Nice.
no matter
Yeah.
how well written he is, and no matter how justified he was at taking the things. So, yeah.
Because I ended up, whenever they said the whole thing about, as soon as he turns his back or whatever, like to go in for the, I was like, yeah, that's exactly what this motherfucker's just nonstop trying to pull me along. Like, I'm gonna kill this bitch. And so yeah, as soon as his back was turned, I got you,
You killed
motherfucker.
him.
I, I'm actually, I think that, so in my playthrough, was there a way to like trap him inside of the veil?
Yeah, that's what the end. That's what the he goes willingly for me in my ending. He
Okay.
basically because she comes and confronts him face to face, and basically he breaks down and is like, "All right, man, I'll just go willingly." Like
Yeah.
everything you've every test he's put you through, you've passed it with flying colors, and you didn't have to do heinous shit
Yeah.
as much as he did. So he just admits fault in the end and just ends up casting himself into the fade and using himself as the shield.
Yeah, I went through and I looked at a lot of the other endings, and now like my brain, I'm trying to remember which one that I had versus which one because I think there's one where you like stick a dagger through that motherfucker. And
Mm.
I feel like that is what happened in mine, I believe. But I'm not 100% fucking certain. I got all the different endings kind of floating around, and I have horrible memory. Um, but yeah, I know for sure the whenever they said the whole thing about as soon as he turns his back, whatever happens there, whatever that ends up leading to, because I know as soon as that motherfucker turned his back, I was like, yep. I'm getting you, bitch. And I don't remember if that exactly led to him being trapped or if that led to him being killed in my ending. But yeah, I know I got that bitch when his back was turned. All right, so I think we obviously there is Dragon's Dogma 2. Would that be your pick?
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, mine
I wanna I
without.
wanna give a little bit more of a sprinkling on Space Marine 2 though, as we're cutting it. There's so many moments in that game for a Warhammer fan of just when the dreadnought comes through the wall and he's like, "Where are the enemies?" You're like, "Follow me, boy," and you go out and you fight with him for a little bit, and then he just yeets a block of like a cinder block at the Helldrake thing. That was just hilarious. That was beautiful. But yeah, nothing for me. I can't think of many games where it's captured something that has every right of being a cutscene, but you've done it yourself in real time, like that Dragon's Dogma 2 moment.
Yeah. Yeah. That when you told me about that shit,
Yep.
I was like, yeah. That's one of the coolest things I've ever heard of happening in any game ever. Best narrative loon.
Metaphor
Let's yeah.
would be my first immediate pick. Still haven't finished it. I'm like 60 hours in.
Which I think that could ding it whenever we get to cutting things because I haven't either. And I'm like, whatever, 20, 30 hours in.
I I don't know. I think it's more the fact that I've played so many JRPGs this year. If this was like one of the only two that I did, I would have got through it. But I'm getting a little bit burnt out myself on the turn-based combat, no matter how much I love it. But what
Yeah.
they're building in that narrative
Oh
is
yeah.
really damn cool and intriguing.
All right. Well, let's go back to the same shit I'm talking about nonstop. Black Ops 6. I think has a crazy, crazy story. Like I once again never expected. I think we can cut this one, but that casino level, like we talked about, but there's so much more than just they have fucking psychological horror in there somehow. Never would have expected that. The conclusion was really, really damn strong. And I think they do a great job of getting you invested into the story through gameplay as well. Like, oh, okay, I need to get these guards to allow me into this facility. So I'm going up and I'm talking to them. I'm trying to look in their background to see, okay, is there anything? Okay, this guy has a family. Let me talk to him about his family. This guy has, so it's does a good job of melding gameplay with storytelling.
Yeah.
And yeah. So shout out to Black Ops 6.
I would put Veilguard down.
Yeah.
Um, as much as some of the writing kind of fell flat, I don't think, for me personally, as a fan, the core story writing was solid. The
Yes.
side stuff is where it was wobbly. The factions were kind of hit or miss at times. The companions could be hit or miss at times, but that main narrative was really, really well done. The only thing that they stumbled with was making the Inquisitor actually impactful and stuff. He was so throwaway.
Yeah.
And the thing is, though, we can't ding them for that either because they also did the same thing in Inquisition when they brought Hawk out of nowhere from Dragon Age 2. When Varric's like, yeah, here's Hawk. And then he makes like a 20-second appearance. And it's just like, it's better if you just don't put them in the game. Like that feels wasted, in
Yeah.
my opinion.
I'm gonna give a shout out to Rebirth, Final Fantasy
Yeah,
VII Rebirth. This is really the only like epic on my entire list. And the thing was, it was bumpy. It was a bumpy ride, but ultimately, I think that it might have had like the highest highs of anything narratively for me this year.
mm,
And I think if we had a best character category, I'd probably nominate both Barrett and Aerith in that category. This game does a very good job at building those two characters specifically. And I'm hoping the same will be true for Cloud in part three. But those two characters have some of the best writing for any specific character of the year, without a doubt. And there's just once again story moments. There's a few things I could shout out for Rebirth. Um, but I think you and I both kind of gravitated more towards gameplay shit for best moments. But yeah, Rebirth definitely one of the best narratives of 2024, and the only one that's like, Black Ops 6 is a huge AAA thing, but it's not an epic. You know what I mean? Rebirth is one of the only epics that I fully experienced this year.
for sure. Infinite Wealth, I'd
Yeah.
probably kick. The only problem I would have and why it would be one that I would quickly disregard, I think they fumbled a little bit with a certain character, trying to like rap. I don't know what they're doing with him, is all I'll say. I won't spoil it, but it just feels very like they don't know what they want to do. They're too scared to do anything, almost.
Yeah. I'm gonna shout
But an
out
incredible story from start to finish, otherwise.
I'm gonna shout out Nobody Wants to Die.
Mm,
This is a adventure game, walking sim, I guess would be the most apt description for it. But it's a game where it's really cool. It's this futuristic setting, but it's a lot of like old architecture and shit where the cars are old, the buildings in the city look old, and it's a detective story. And it doesn't overstay its welcome at all, but it's for one, it's a unique setting, a unique vibe, a unique atmosphere. It's not a style of game you get often at all. This kind of Blade Runner. I'm playing Deus Ex Mankind Divided right now. I would kill to get more games like that. So even something that's just a tinge of that, it's nothing in comparison to a Deus Ex game, but like even just to somewhat occupy in a similar vibe and atmosphere. Yeah, Nobody Wants to Die was pretty strong narratively.
Persona 3 Reload.
Yeah,
It kind of falls in the same vein of maybe it could get cut pretty quick because it's like the Silent Hill remake kind of thing. Like you're already building off of a very strong base. They kind of smoothed out certain aspects and made it a little bit more enjoyable
totally.
to explore, but it's still just Sony free, and it's one of the strongest stories.
I'm gonna shout out Loretta
Mm.
playing as a character who kills her husband and trying to cover that up for her is a fucking wild plot line that is ballsy as shit and deserves some shout out. But also very choice dependent to the point where you can actually not kill your husband if you make the right decisions. And I never fucking knew that until after I finished the game and looked up a bunch of stuff about it. So yeah, shout out to
It's
Loretta.
always really intriguing when games that because the full not Fallout, Far Cry did that a few times, where it has like the secret early early endings and stuff. You don't really see that all that often.
Yeah, definitely, dude.
Um, I guess I'll kick it to you while I scroll. I think that would be because if I weren't playing JRPGs this year, a lot of it was re-releases. I wouldn't feel in good faith saying like, yeah, Death Stranding
Right.
in this like category. I don't think that would be fair.
Yeah, no, that's I
Um,
mean Death Stranding did get its Xbox release this year. I think that kind of does somewhat fit.
yeah, I'll flick through. If I can't find anything, I guess I'll
Yeah.
plop that down.
Well, I'll shout out a few real quick. Little Guardsman, playing as a little girl who is pretty much papers, please, but you are a guard of this imperial sort of castle thing, and you're allowing people entry or denying people entry, and big branching storyline, really, really good. Um, Neva definitely
Mm.
deserves a shout out. I think the only game that made me tear up this year, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a
Oh, that
tearjerker.
must be nice.
Oh, you,
I'm I'm a very emotional person
oh, I am
when
too.
it
And that's
comes like it. I get hit so hard on things because I think I even said it to you. Like I get so invested in stories because even like the Griffins thing that happened very early on in Velgard, something so throwaway, them getting grabbed and me audibly going no.
yeah.
So like
Well,
yeah, I get way too into it. So
I think that's the thing is like usually I do too, but this hasn't been a particularly strong year for like really emotional stories for me. Um, but I'll shout out Indica, as we just talked about. Like, I do think that it borders on so strange and weird that it gets a little bit to that place of like, damn, I really fucking feel for this character and the shit they're going through. And even though they're trying to like make a joke out of it, I kind of even feel more for them because of that. Like, it's weird. It's almost like the director is fucking with the character too. Well, it's hard for me to really explain the feelings that Indica provides to you as a player. It's you almost feel uncomfortable playing the game sometimes. Banishers, Ghost of New Eden.
That's what I was about to say. That
Okay.
should have been much further up on the list. I can't believe I blanked on it.
Yeah. Yeah. We talked about that earlier. No need to really delve back into it, but yeah, just that core idea of, you know, being this banisher, sending people back to the land of the dead, and then when that shit really hits the fan and you're presented with the option of like, oh, damn. Now it's somebody that's close to me. And do I betray everything that I signed up for in my career path to fucking to potentially resurrect my wife? Like, fucking A. That's a heavy decision. And then really leaning on that decision throughout the entire game. Good
Mm.
shit. Um, all right. Let's see. I have two more. And I'll actually cut one of those. I will shout out Alone in the Dark, man. Alone in the Dark has
Oh,
a good,
nice.
yeah, that has a surprisingly good narrative. I know people don't expect good narratives from survival horror games, and I get that, but like this has an actually strong narrative, playing as a detective, going out to Louisiana with this lady who she's like, I think my uncle's probably just crazy. He's up in this nursing home and he's thinking shit's going on and it's probably nothing, but I want to bring this detective with me just in case something is going wrong. And then you get there and obviously shit is going wrong, but like the layers of that story where it ends up going, like it's shocking. Because you as the player are seeing all this crazy shit happen and nobody else in the world is, so you're like feeling like, well, am I losing my shit? And
Yeah.
yeah, I just like that. It's not one of the best, it's not the best narrative of the year, but I think it deserves a shout out. The narrative is surprisingly strong in that game. All right, I think we do the same thing we've been doing. We put the stars next to the ones we want to stick around. I think Dragon Age 4 sticks around. I think that Rebirth sticks around. And just to pick from, I'll say Little Guardsman probably sticks around, and Indica sticks around. Any others that you want to star?
I would probably star Metaphor. Um, and I guess I'll cast it to Infinite Wealth
Yeah,
as like my other one.
yeah. Infinite Wealth deserves to be there. Oh, Banishers. What the fuck am I saying? Banishers,
And yeah, I was
definitely.
gonna say Banishes at the end.
It almost got shorted twice. Um, okay. So let's go ahead and just cut the ones. Damn, I'm not really confident in cutting Loretta. I'm gonna keep that around for now. We'll cut Black Ops 6. We'll cut Neva. We will cut Alone in the Dark, and Nobody Wants to Die as well. Nobody Wants to Die is good, but it's limited in what it's doing. Um, yeah, I'm gonna keep Loretta around for a second, I think, as we think on this. Now, I guess it's time to start debating because we got some juggernauts on here. What do you think is the first game on here you would cut?
Uh, it's really difficult when you're trying to chip away at narrative
Yeah, because it's so
because
subjective.
it's not only so subjective, like you think of usually the bigger the budget, the bigger the delivery a lot
Yeah.
of the time and impact. So when I'm looking at stuff like Little Guardsman, I don't doubt that that probably hits hard narratively. But then you think of like all of the gut punching moments of something like a Rebirth or an Infinite Wealth and stuff like that.
Can I make a sacrifice?
By all means.
Can I cut Rebirth and keep Little Guardsman?
Oh my god.
I think Little Guardsman has a stronger overall narrative than Rebirth. I really do. I think Rebirth is an epic, and like you said, it's bigger, more produced, or better production value, this, that, and the other. But I think you just, and once again, comes back to subjectivity of what you value in story. If you value agency at all, Little Guardsman is like a must play because the shit you do from moment one affects every other moment of this game. The branching paths are better in this game than pretty much anything else I played all year.
I mean, I run the benefit of it released on PlayStation. So I can't really run to its defense because I haven't played
For
it.
Rebirth, yeah,
So
that's true.
I'm not gonna get any flack
Hey,
because I didn't play it as much as I wanted to. It's something that I've skipped. So I you can sacrifice it.
here's the thing I'll say about Rebirth. Rebirth is a game of moments. It has a lot of really high highs, but like I said earlier, it's a roller coaster. It also dips pretty low at times. And there's
Mm.
like I overall like a 60-hour thing, you probably got a good 10 hours of narrative that are like really strong, which is great, but there's a lot of dipping in the consistency and quality of the story presentation because a lot of the game is mini games, like a
That's
fucking
fair enough.
ton, you know.
The question I want to is it really forced upon you out of curiosity? Like, so when you enter an area while it's unveiling the story, is it like, let's go do this, and it pushes you into it, or is it
Yes.
you're walking past something and it's just like, oh, I guess we could go do that.
No, no, you're forced to
Ooh,
do a lot of mini games. You're not forced to do
okay,
all of them, but you're
yeah,
forced to do a lot of them. Like you are
okay.
going to participate in mini games whether you want to or not in this game. And I like the mini games, so
Mhm.
that's not a critique, but it is a critique of the pacing of the story.
It doesn't do anything for narrative.
Exactly.
That's what the argument here is. That's what I was wondering. If anything, that hinders the narrative because it's getting in the way of it instead of offering it as completely optional.
I'll make a cut to Loretta. I'll go ahead and cut that. I just think the budget limitations, and I hate to even because it's like, what the fuck? That's not fair. But I think that when you're comparing some of these other heavy hitters and the way that they're presented, presentation does matter, unfortunately. And as we just cut Rebirth, a game that's production value out the wazoo, I think we're being somewhat fair here. Like, it doesn't mean everything, but it does mean something. And Loretta definitely has limitations with its presentation. Um, but yeah,
Uh,
can I
I'm kind of stuck, if I'm
can
being
I make a
honest.
suggestion?
I'm
What
willing to hear it.
What do you think? Dragon Age has some really bad writing in it. Like really, really bad. It once again another one of those things. The highs are so high, the lows are catastrophically low.
How are we looking at it like narratively? Are we talking about from top to bottom or mandatory main story path?
Right. That's the
Because
fucking argument.
that's the if you're talking about the weakness of the writing, a lot of it does come from. Don't get me wrong. There's some kind of ugh, moments in the main, but there are a lot. I would say about 90% of the where you're wincing and like, why the hell have you said it that way? Why have you wrote it that way? That's all side stuff.
Yeah, you are not wrong at all, dude. You are not wrong at all. That main story is strong from start to finish.
But I didn't wince in like at metaphor, infinite wealth, or banishes
At all.
at all in any of the story that it tried to unveil. So I think it gets cut, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's another one of those things, man. The highs are fucking high with DA4, but the lows, boy, they hit some lows. And I think because honestly, that's the weird thing because I think if we go to Banishers, it makes a really strong case with a lot of its side content being so strong. And so if you factor that in for Banishers as a pro, I guess you would have to factor in the side content as with Veilguard as a negative. Um,
Um,
I go ahead.
I think I would be willing to cut metaphor, and I think that would probably piss a lot of people off. And the reasoning for that of what I'll say is it's sprinkled so thinly,
Yeah,
if that makes sense. So for me, I enjoy that. I enjoy the way that they sprinkle it. But for somebody like you, where they give you this really cool story and then they're like, yeah, so you have 2 weeks of exploring and like
right.
preparing for the dungeon. That must be so jarring because you're like, I just want the meat. Just give me
And,
the meat.
and exploring and going and doing all that shit where there's no voice acting and stuff. Like it really
Yep.
falls off a cliff between the unbelievable presentation of these anime full fucking movie cutscenes and like incredible top tier voice talent. And then I'm hanging out with these characters who I know have such strong voice actors, and I'm not hearing them voice act at all throughout the side stuff. And neither of us finished it. I feel like that kind of dings it. And I know it's a 150 million hour long game, so it's like, how can we, while playing all this other shit? But yeah,
Yeah. I think it's a difficult thing though, when because I want to touch on the you saying that they have to cut voice acting. I think that's the only reason that the quality of a lot of Japanese games hasn't dipped as much as it has in the West because they knew where to make cuts. We would love for it to be fully voiced. I'm sure they would as well, but that costs so much money.
yeah.
So they end up taking the dink there because they're like, reading is just fine. And we get to add all this other stuff. They try to prioritize other stuff. But for
Fair.
somebody that doesn't, where that's kind of a foreign concept kind of thing of where you think of like we grew up playing stuff like Mass Effect, where everything's like voice acted, even people you're passing in the street in the Citadel that you're not
Yeah.
even going to talk to, you hear them chattering. So yeah, but I would cast metaphor away, unfortunately.
The only thing I would say to that is like if there is a presentation dip, then like make it optional. You know what I mean? Like whenever the main story is so strong, and if somebody just wants to consume that narrative, like let them, let them take the main path. 99% of other games just allow you to take the main path if you don't want to consume the kind of lesser than stuff. Um, and it's not, I shouldn't say lesser than, just stuff that doesn't feel as substantial.
Yeah, I think the thing that drags it down a bit as well to being kind of stuck in that way, they focus so much on the bonding of the characters.
No.
They usually weave that into the ending. How well you've bonded with these characters affects what ending kind of thing you get. So they give you them 2 weeks of preparation so that you can, pump up uh Stroll to like level 6 in his bond and stuff like that. So it is a
Yeah,
difficult balance.
for sure. Um, how about we I I feel like Banishers is a lock for, I don't think that's getting cut right now. I'd be willing to cut Little Guardsman at this point, I think. Um, Making the final five, I'm happy with that. I
Mm.
think these are the final three: Indica, Infinite Wealth, and Banishers. I would cast my vote to Banishers. If I had to pick one winner, I would cast it towards Banishers. You finished Infinite Wealth though, right?
Yep.
Is that like super super strong narratively across the board? Does it take any significant dips? I know in big RPGs they always do, but like anything where you're just totally bummed out.
So funnily enough, the Animal Crossing minigame is forced down your throat
Mm,
very, very abruptly. And it's like a lurch of like building, 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 and now pick up trash on this random island that you're stuck on for
yeah.
like an hour. And I was like, not sure about that. So I'd probably have to ding it for that. I also, like I said, I feel like they're too scared to move on from a certain character.
I think we go Banishers as the winner. What do you feel about that? Indica
I
versus
mean, I
Banishers.
didn't finish Banishers,
Oh, okay.
but you did.
Yeah.
But from the amount of time I played, 10 plus hours of it
Oh, you've
or
played a lot
so,
of it.
like none of that writing and none of that narrative was like, ugh. All of it was I was locked in. I was invested. And that's
Yeah.
all that matters in a narrative. If they can make it believable, immersive, and make you invested. And it did all of them things without wobbling for me.
Well, and I also think the gameplay is good, but the gameplay does get a little old. The only reason you're seeing that story through to the end is for the narrative. You're so invested in the narrative. You're so invested in like what the fuck is going to happen? This choice that I made at the very beginning of the game, like how is that going to affect the outcome of the game? And it strings you along so well and also allows you to kind of pivot at times where it's like, do I think I'm actually making the right choice?
Mm.
Maybe I should take a different path based off the information that I learned because you make a choice, very early in the game and then like 10 hours, 15 hours into the game you can make a new choice. But it's the same like two options that it's presenting you, but you've learned so much in the last 10 hours that it you have like a new perspective on things. And so it's like how committed are you as Red to, you know, this is your this is what you do. This is your livelihood. And
Yep.
you are going to potentially betray your livelihood, everything you believe in for this one person when you didn't give the other people the opportunity to do that for people they loved. And it's like it's interesting.
And I think the thing that made it even more compelling, maybe this changes towards the end. She's understanding
Yes,
from the get go. She understands, holy crap, we've been dealt a crap hand. And she can see the argument for both sides. So that just makes it even more better and compelling for me as a narrative.
totally. Best new mechanic. This is probably the category that I think is going to be the most fun to talk about. Because I think we might have our
Got
winner locked.
6.
I have one, two. Yeah, I got like eight. I got way too fucking many for all this shit. Um, let's go ahead and get it out the way. I think we have the same winner, the fucking Perry from Space Marine 2, where you feel like you're RKO in that motherfucker in midair.
Mm, 70%. I'm argued there.
Okay, okay. Well, we'll hear it out. We'll hear out. That I'll go
You're
ahead.
I'm not going to be able to convince you though as to what I think trumps it because it is a
You might.
complete me pick. No, no.
Hey, that you gotta. We'll see the explanation. We'll hear it. Um, I that's just so that the timing of that parry and that Space
Mm.
Marine, it is unbelievably satisfying. I hate to compare it to an RKO with fucking wrestling, but like it's just that's what comes to my mind whenever you perfectly time that thing and just slice through those damn enemies. It is unbelievable. That parry is so satisfying. But what's your pick?
So I wanted to talk about the parry.
Yeah,
I think it's the closest that we've had of how the glory kills are in Doom.
yeah,
I don't know how many you've played of the Doom games and how satisfying and meaty, crunchy they are, but that captures it in first person. The ability to do that in third person requires so much more skill because you're not seeing it like face to face. So I think that's even more impressive that not only are they able to capture a space marine and show its actual power, its brute force power, but make it still like he's not struggling, but it's not easy.
yeah.
It's testing. Every battle is a test, and they just they cooked really well with that.
They did.
So I'll get mine out of the way of what it's the complete me pick. It is a game that released 2022, I think now for Xbox. And it was a complete shock that they were able to not only get the game to run on Xbox, but they built an entire new port of it. It's got its own complete version, and that's Crusader Kings 3. And it is it's just like a life simulator kind of thing, but it's not you're not visiting these things in person. A lot of it is all text or menu based and stuff. But what they did was they launched this year um, on Xbox Tours and Tournaments, is what it was called. And they have just been tweaking and perfecting things bit by bit with this game. It started off very basic with interactability. A lot of it was just two menu button prompts and just reading text. Now you're able with this tours and tournaments thing, you're a king and you're able to completely tour your kingdom, and it shows you you're picking how you're getting there, your mode of transportation, who's taking you, what route you're going to take, and then you're traveling there, and then you're interacting with these lords and stuff in their own courts. And that to me was just like, holy shit, that's crazy because it adds so every single thing that they add to this game adds so much more layers and depth. So being able to further have control over what you're doing with your vassals is really, really cool. But that's like I said, it's a complete me pick. Like I'm a
Yeah,
massive strategy game thing fan.
right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It'd be like me saying, like, if next year if WWE has the GM mode
Yeah.
that's improved, it'd be more like a, yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're
So I
saying.
don't think I could convince you that it's the best mechanic, but it's something that really needs shouting out because it's something they get right, Paradox, because they're doing it with Stellaris as well. It's just a never it's I don't want to use the word live service because it's not like it's a single player game, but it's constantly getting overhauled and massive changes added to it every
Yeah.
single like 6 months. And it's just so satisfying to jump back in and be like, holy crap, I'm learning like an entire new skill set every time I'm diving back in.
Yeah. I'll shout out Astro real quick again. Same thing. The slowdown that slowdown was,
Yeah.
and you know what? I'll also shout out the I will shout out the becoming like miniature Astro and shrinking and kind of going up under the blanket covers and shit. Like that whole little level was so cool on just a physics system. And then also obviously the slowing down time and jumping on the knives and jumping on the cards, and that was a cool ass mechanic as well. Um, what you got next?
um, these are kind of like a little bit like okay, the Omni movement in Black Ops 6 needs to be on
Yeah.
there. That would probably be the closest thing where I'd look to argue as like a new kind of mechanic that's really, really impressive.
Yeah.
I think the rest on this list are kind of things that just need like a tip of the hat kind of thing from me. But that Omni movement is it's a lot better than I thought it would be as well. Because they've added different movement overhauls to especially Call of Duty in particular, and it's felt very intrusive in the past. Like Advanced Warfare had the gimmicky double jump kind of thing, and just it's never felt this smooth.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, that shit is so fucking satisfying. That's a good shout. Um, I don't know how to really do this, how to call this a mechanic, but
that's
I
what
got
I'm struggling with a lot of this.
yeah, I got to shout out Dragon's Dogma 2, and I just kind of want to say playing the what was it, the Thief build? Um, what was the build we played at? Or I don't know, did you play the same build as me, the quick fast fucking dagger guy?
Mm. I played all
Yeah.
of them, maxed them
I,
all out.
right. Yeah, you went through. Yeah, I was trying to do that shit as well and ended up falling off. But just jumping up on a dragon's head and daggering that motherfucker nonstop
Just
as they're
flurry
flying
of
around.
blows, just constantly 1,000, thousand, 100 Scarlet Kisses, I think was what it was called in the first game. I don't know if that's still what it was called in the second game, but just absolutely going ham on these monsters. It was so good.
Yeah, and also like just being able to climb up on enemies like that is, scalable enemies to that degree is really impressive. And then also like standing in between the dragon's horns and shit as it's like you're trying to balance in between dragon. Like I don't know if that's a mechanic or a moment or, but yeah, shout out to fucking dragon. It is just such a it is such a fun video game to play. It is such a moments driven experience, mechanics driven experience, dynamic experience. Like it just that's a fucking dope ass game.
Like I said, these are just primarily now from me tip of the hats. Being able to create your own team in F1 Manager. Um, Something that really, really, it's kind of inexcusable that we had to wait 3 games for this to be implemented when it was already in the base F1 games for a while now. And you're talking about like strategy simulation a lot more with these F1 manager games. It's kind of a bit disappointing that we had to wait so long, but it's very well done with its implementation now.
Yeah, I remember looking at that because I recently we talked about this and I went and pulled up some trailers for it and saw the creative team. I was like, damn, there's a lot of detail that goes into that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, let's see. Once again, describing it is tough, but the Outcast, where a new beginning, where you can max out your jetpack, just go soaring in the fucking air, and then like Hulk punch down on enemies. Like you're all the way, hundreds of feet in the air, and then you press like, I don't know, R1 and X or whatever the hell the ability to use the ability is, and he just goes soaring down, and the frame rate is dipping to like 3 frames a second because you're going from 100 feet in the air, just plummeting down on the ground and just sending enemies flying. It is crazy, man.
um, Really simple, this one. Really, really simple. But why more JRPGs don't do this is beyond me. But I don't know if you noticed it when you was playing Metaphor. You have a button that says retry battle.
Yeah,
So why is this not in every single JRPG? That's such a godsend. Because if you're getting absolutely blasted and you're like, man, I've done a skill that it's repelled 3 times, instead of having to deal with them consequences. Don't get me wrong, I sit through them and it's just like, that's part of the game experience. But for people like you, where it's like, I just want to get through this combat as soon as possible, if that's killed half of your party by doing that, and it's just like eye rolling just to be
yeah,
able to just jump back in like that is really, really good.
Yeah, that is I had to use that feature a lot. Uh, yeah, that shit, that was
Why is this
very,
fire enemy not taking my fire damage? Do you
yeah.
think he is?
Um, okay. NCAA 25,
Ooh.
college football. I want to shout out, this is something that the community is very split on. I am a firm believer that holding X to keep the ball in the option plays, like back in the day, you held X. If you held X, you handed it off, and that never made sense to me. Holding something means to keep it. Releasing something means to give it. And so, like, holding X to keep the ball with the same player makes all the sense in the world to me. And then when I want to release the ball in the option, I release X. It's a no-brainer thing to me, but people are really split on it. And I understand that you've been trained for
Mm.
20 years that this is the mechanic, and not 20 years, but 10 years that this is the mechanic, and then having that switch up on you. I mean, I think you maybe can go in and swap it. I'm not sure. Also, jumping over people in NCAA 2025. Got to shout that out as well. So we'll do a times two as well. But yeah, that shit is so fun. Just clearing a motherfucker. Got a dude running at you and he's about to tackle your legs and you just leap over that bitch and you like shove his helmet down, throw him out the way. Like it's such a good mechanic. And I think that's a brand new mechanic. I don't think they stole that from Madden.
Hmm, nice. My final one would be, how would I explain this? So Darkest Dungeon 2 came out this year for consoles. And the first game kind of had like an XCOM thing where it's like a lot of it was percentage based for you to hit. And that was very infuriating. Like when you're talking about permadeath and everything, like every step in a dungeon is grueling and hard fought. To then get into combat and then miss 4 times in a row, it feels kind of like, well, that's not really my fault, is it? That's all like chance based. So what they did was they kind of changed the system in the second game. And to my knowledge, there's no percentage for your attacks. You have like a token system. So they can have dodge tokens, which will then apply a percentage roll. So if they don't have any like dodge buffs on them, whatever skill you're applying onto them and you're choosing to do, it will hit. It will roll whether or not it'll be a crit and stuff like that, but you will guarantee you'll hit if they are basic, if they're just basic level and haven't changed anything. And that's such a good change.
Yeah. All right. Last one up on my list. Actually, I'll shout out to Possession, the possession mechanic in Slitterhead, uh,
Mm.
where you're hopping from body to body and pretty much disposing of bodies in this super fucked up fashion, and like I don't know, it just making humans disposable to that degree where you're literally sacrificing people to bosses and stuff. That's it's a unique. It's also unique narratively where it kind of just that thought process of why you're choosing to make these people so damn expendable is interesting. And then also using it to platform, pretty cool. Uh Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown has
Ooh.
a awesome mechanic where you're able to take pictures of the environment, and so pretty much you are like you can screenshot puzzles or environments just to like have it in put it into the notes to where you'll be able to remember like, okay, I need to go back here, there's something interesting here, there's a puzzle here, there's treasure here. Once I unlock this new power, I'll probably be able to get to this point that I'm not able to get to right now. Like that type of, I don't know if accessibility is the right word, but that type of foresight to be like, yeah, I'm gonna need to return here later. Let me go ahead and mark this down so I don't forget. That's very, very intelligent, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's the next like logical step from giving people custom map markers
Yep.
and stuff. So that's really cool.
Yeah, actually being able to place the actual environment is so helpful, man. Very, very helpful. I need to return back to that game because it is good. Um, okay. I'll go ahead and give my star. to Space Marine 2, the damn parry is more satisfying than anything. And the other thing about it is like the consistency of it. You're doing this nonstop throughout the game, and it's entirely like there's not a moment where it's not fun. You would think that, it's kind of like the Gears of War, the reload.
Yeah.
When you time it, it's always satisfying.
I think I'd have to concede. I'd have to put my bias aside for Crusader Kings. I will say, for the strategy folks out there, they know. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Like, it is huge. Like, this, you think of being able to, it's recreated a point in history, because you can start from like 800 AD, or I think 1200, and everybody who is, the king, they're real people, and then you forge your own story after that. People die and stuff, and that's the sandbox element of it. So to just constantly just be adding layers onto that and having more control over how you forge your own story is just so damn good.
I mean, that is pretty fucking cool, dude. Like, I would be, if you, so this is how I would, if you think that like totally reinvents the game, I feel like that's more powerful than one mechanic.
I wouldn't use the phrase reinvent, because it's kind of like how I envision Crusader Kings is like a Lego set. And what they're doing every time they drop something, it's just another solid brick to a perfect foundation. And it's just, the sky is the limit. Like, in all honesty, they could never release another Crusader Kings yet and just keep building off of this,
Mm.
adding more complexity. Because what they've got next is, um, God, I can't remember. It's the paths or something. Basically, how it works right now, you have to be the owner of a land basically to play the game. Like, you are something like a count, a baron, a king, and stuff like that. And the next expansion is you can just be a person. You can go forge your own path. You could be an unnamed adventurer, and then you do your little intrigue, and then you can gain access. You could basically friend your way into becoming the owner of a kingdom and stuff. And this one, it's just such, it's crazy
Yeah.
levels of like sandbox creativity.
And you think this one new feature is like kind of the pinnacle of everything.
Right now, because I don't have that other expansion, it's on PC. If that other expansion was here, I would fight tooth and nail. Like, I wouldn't, it would be no contest for me. That's why I was saying like 70%, because that parry is just so damn fun.
Okay.
But this is like that first, it's not even a step, it's like a jump up. It's like a leaping jump.
Well, maybe we return to it in 2025. Maybe that's whenever the significant, like the real, because if you say this is the
That's
building block,
perfect.
okay,
That's perfect. That's the
all
perfect way to handle that situation.
right.
Because then I'll have that the Adventurer DLC. It should have made its way to Xbox, and there would have been other stuff released in, like, they get about 4 expansions a year, 3, 4 expansions. It's
Right.
crazy.
All right. Now we get to the spice. We get to the spice. We're doing some console warring. We're doing some console warring, guys. Console of the year. This is a pretty, to be honest, all of the categories from this point on are just like straight up silly.
Mhm.
I don't know, not necessarily silly, but like they're just, I feel like we tackled all the heavy shit so far. You know what I mean? Everything else from this point on is just, well, maybe biggest news.
I think a lot of the previous ones were kind of like what you would expect to see on an awards list,
Right.
really. The upcoming one, like, this is the last one, like console stuff. I think there was a lot more creativity
Yeah.
and uniqueness.
Yeah.
So
Totally.
shout out for you for that, for coming up with them other categories.
Dude, I appreciate you for fucking joining me for this 5 hour dumbass endeavor. All right, console of the year. You know what? Let's just go ahead and list them out because it's like, what the fuck? We have Xbox, Nintendo. I am okay this year with throwing out like a MetaQuest or a Steam Deck if you have a specific thing. You know what I mean? Like I'd be okay with shouting that out this year. You know what? Actually, I will shout out MetaQuest, the MetaQuest 3, just because like that is actually kind of impressive what they're doing on an exclusive front. I think exclusives are important. I'll beat that drum until I'm fucking blue in the face. But to have Assassin's Creed Nexus over there, to have Asgard's Wrath 2, and for this year to be Arkham Shadows is the big game, I don't think one big game, big exclusive game a year is really going to do anything to move millions and millions of these. And nobody's going to want to play VR by the hundreds of millions, anyways. But they're actually fucking attempting to create a base of people who like playing good games and they're actually wanting to put good games. Believe it or not, they made a VR headset and they're paying developers to make exclusive good software for it. Hey, PlayStation. Jesus Christ.
Um, I think for me, and we can begin to disagree immediately if this is the case. I think Nintendo had a very, very, very weak year, especially in comparison to previous years. As good as the MetaQuest is for it landing them exclusives, this is obviously like the beginning, as it were. Like there's no longevity to this support so far. If this is like a third year in the row kind of thing, if we come back to this 3 years from now and they've been doing this year after year after year, then I think that's a definite merit. I
I'm cool with
think,
cutting the MetaQuest for sure.
yep.
Switch, I'm a little bit split on because I do agree. It's a weak year for Nintendo,
Mhm.
but that's the thing. It's a weak year for Nintendo. And
Yeah.
a weak year for Nintendo looks like a fucking top tier year for PlayStation or Xbox, unfortunately. Because you're talking about Mario versus Donkey Kong, Paper Mario, Princess Peach, Echoes of Wisdom, the Brothership, Mario's and Luigi. That's five exclusive games that, maybe vary from 75 to like 85. Like that's weak for Nintendo. But
Yeah.
compared,
I mean, the reason I hesitate, like, I've not heard any rumblings about any of them. That's what gives me probably like it's a weak year for Nintendo, and I've not really seen many people flock to like any of the defense. Like at least when like Breath of the Wild come out and stuff like that, you had people being like, "This has to be considered." This and these titles that drop this year feel very safe. Maybe would be the best way of describing it for Nintendo. Very safe, and we haven't seen the best of them yet. Probably because they're saving the heaviest hitters for that new release.
yeah,
Why release it now? Even though you're allowing it to be backwards compatible, supposedly, you would want to save it for the launch,
right.
I would assume.
Like Metroid Prime 4, and yeah,
Yeah.
totally. I gave best console last year to Nintendo, and I didn't even own a Nintendo last year. I ended up selling it. Like that's how I look at this. I look at this as like I'm trying to honestly say in 2024, which console this year gave the most to their player base.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And like for me, this is the weirdest year in PlayStation's history where they totally dropped the ball from a first party standpoint, giving us shit like Concord. You know, we rarely ever get PlayStation releasing less than two first party single player games per year. Ever. It's almost like clockwork. We get two a year. We only got Astrobot this year. But somehow placed they went out and made all the right deals.
Yep.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Fucking regardless of what happened with Wukong, I don't know if that was a deal that they signed, then more power to them. That was a good deal that was signed. Or if it couldn't run on the Series S, then once again that just kind of plays into PlayStation's favor, where it's
Yep.
like it is a console exclusive at this point, like Baldur's Gate 3 was last year because of the Series S. Um, and then you look at Silent Hill 2, Helldivers 2, Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin. Like it's a I hate to give them console of the year because they're fucking destroying their first party teams over there with the live service push. But best exclusive games of the year, like if that's how that's my big metric for all this.
Yeah, because the counter argument is Xbox had a strong year this year, but the thing is, it's catch up. The majority of it, it's stuff like you've landed Shin Megami Tensei, you've landed Death Stranding. A lot of these titles, the only thing you hold quote unquote hostage as an exclusive, like, is very few. You got Stalker 2 for now, but they did the remasters on PlayStation, so clearly there's interest to port in that. You're not going to hold that hostage forever. Indie we know is going over there. Hellblade 2 didn't really do much.
No, Shattered
Like
Space didn't do
if you're
much.
talking about, if that's your premier hit titles and stuff. And the other, like I said, the other acquisitions are like the Pixel remasters and stuff, like things that are already elsewhere that you've now got onto your system. It's a good year for me because I'm getting these games, but these already existed in other ecosystems. So that has to take that for the point for the pro thumbs up. That has to immediately take the thumbs down. Like,
Well,
it's not really new, is it?
and the thing that's like Dungeons of Hinterberg is an exclusive to Xbox, which like they should be screaming that from the mountaintops. It's one of the best games of 2024. You know what I mean? Like that needs more and Game Pass was strong. Flintlock, Dungeons, Kinitsugami,
Persona
uh,
3 Reload Day One.
Persona 3. That's the argument to make. The Game Pass was, but was Game Pass, it doesn't feel like this year was one of their strongest years of like day one drops to Game Pass.
This is coming from an Xbox fan as well. How long can we rely on just the scapegoat of Game Pass of getting the thumbs up as well?
Right.
Like, seriously, like, let's have this talk. Like, how many years can I sit here and just be like, yeah, well, Game Pass was good. Game Pass was good. Game Pass, you can play it
It's
anywhere,
always,
for
yeah.
Christ's sake. You've literally just ran a marketing campaign slapping this as an Xbox on every single device that isn't a PlayStation.
Dude, that's the point right there that, okay, that's why it can't win best console of the
Yeah.
year, I think, because of the and that not just that, but the podcast thing where they sat down, Sarah Bond, Phil Spencer, and all them sat down and were like, hey, we're porting these games, and now it's like totally open board. Like I think this year was one of like, I'm not saying Xbox as a publisher is more alive than ever by far. They are going to be one of the most profitable publishers in the world for forever, for as long as they publish games, which will be forever because they have Call of Duty. Um, but as a console, I think it was a weak year for Xbox.
In comparison to PlayStation, yeah. And talking about new experiences from like the very first instance of them
Yeah.
being new, not, regurgitated second helpings.
Would so you would take PlayStation as the winner?
I would, because as much as their first party, like, PlayStation Studios have been kind of wobbling.
Oh yeah.
Look at every single game that's been nominated for Game of the Year. Where can you play
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. Yeah. Astro, Final Fantasy VII, Black Myth. Was there one other?
Electro.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they have every single one of them games can be played on a PlayStation.
All right.
When
And
you put that
dude,
up against Nintendo Switch, a lot of them can't be on the Nintendo Switch. A lot of them aren't on Xbox. So I
that's
think
a
it
damn
has
good
to.
point. Yeah. That's a fantastic point because, like, that, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I totally agree because, sure, exclusivity is always going to be the thing that I look at as like what made a console the best console of the year. But if you can't play the best games of the year on the other consoles, then like it's almost by default. And then like if you look at Erdtree, say DLC wasn't eligible for Game of the Year, would it have been Silent Hill 2 Remake that took that spot? You know what I'm like? And then you have four of the six
it would have,
games.
yeah, it would have been something that is on PlayStation that isn't on something else.
Yeah.
Like they just have it. They have it all.
And you heard that they were trying to get the exclusivity for fucking Crimson Desert.
Mm.
It's like they have their finger on the pulse, man. I'm not saying it's a good thing for consumers, but I also kind of think it is in a weird way. Like, I don't think you get games of a super high quality bar if there aren't console manufacturers out there willing to pay developers to here, we're gonna give you fucking $400 million to put this game just on PlayStation, and we're gonna allow you to make the craziest experimental fucking, just giving them no limitations. For for the different developers that they're going out and courting. All right. Breakout Studio of the Year. This is a fun one because this is just showing some love to studios that really stood out this year. I think that Game Science has to get a shout out here. You know, going from mobile games to fucking Black Myth Wukong.
Yep.
That is crazy. What a level up. So definitely got to shout out
We've
Game
seen that.
Science.
That's I think that's the second year in a row now. Something similar of that ilk, because I think Lies of P's developer was very, very scaled back, and then they took that for that to be their first step. The same with this Black Myth being their first step, like knocking it that hard out of the park. Wow.
They're Korean, right? Liza Peace developer
Lies of P is, yeah.
and Game Science
So
is China. And then also I'll just quickly shout out Shift Up. It's the exact same situation with going from mobile to mainstream like console gaming. And Shift Up, it China and Korea, we're gonna see breakouts on a totally fucking different level. As they start wanting to get into the console space, they are going to it's going to be a fucking hostile takeover. They are going to dominate this market. We're about to see it next year with Crimson Desert. Mark my words. The game is going to be gigantic.
they have the benefit of you think of when you think of the devs in in the industry right now that have manpower, you think of Ubisoft commanding like 1,000-person teams. If China take it seriously,
Oh,
they can
Jesus
command
Christ.
5 times that amount of people, and you're talking like you would not be able to compete. You would have that shelling
Yeah.
game releases, and that's scary to think about. Because whenever they put their mind to anything, we rely upon them for everything right now, production wise. Is that
Yeah.
going to also be games?
Entertainment. Yeah. If the shackles are totally taken off and they can create whatever the hell
Mm.
they want. Like, yeah. And also, like, they're creating things that people listen. Fucking, I don't even feel like going into that. But what's your breakout studio of the year? Your first nomination.
um, I'll give a tip of the hat to Saber for Space Marine
Yes.
2 because their title before this was World War Z and the Evil Dead game, I believe, were the two games that they popped before Space Marine. And don't get me wrong, they're not the worst, them two, but it's definitely not. That's not their potential reached. Space Marine 2 really, really felt like them being like, hey guys, we're here. Don't write us off as like a throwaway studio. Like, we can make good shit. So for me, it shocked me as good as it was.
And they unembraced this year. They freed themselves from the embracer shackles. I mean, that's a breakout for sure. Like literally they broke the fuck out. And then they went and got funding from that company in Florida to continue their development on KOTOR and Jurassic Park Survival and Avatar The Last Airbender. Like they got so much in the kitchen, which could be a problem, but for this year, breakout studio of the year, like they kind of define that. So gonna go ahead and star that one, Loon. That's a fucking great pick.
You want me to
I
pop a second one or
yeah. I hit two. Right.
I don't know their name. Who's Helldivers? Who are they?
Arrowhead.
They need a
Totally.
tip of the hat. Completely dominating, it felt the opening year. Like them first 6 months, that's all you saw in people's feeds. All you saw on YouTube shorts is just that, and it just dominated discussions.
Without a
So
doubt. Without a
incredibly,
doubt. Yeah.
incredibly well done on that part.
Absolutely deserving of that. Um, I'm gonna go with obviously gotta go with Bloober.
Mm, everyone
Going
else on my list.
yeah. I mean, going from literally consistently 6 out of 10 to 7.5 out of 10 games to fucking universally like I don't know how you could look at Silent Hill 2 and think that's anything other than 8.5 or better. Like that game is unbelievable, man. And just that evolution of only making walk-in sims to a fully fleshed out third person action adventure, horror style experience. Like it just to me, I think that team has no limits at this point other than budget. Like I see what they're capable of now. I think they can continue on a totally different trajectory than they were previously on. Shout out Bloober.
Power Worlds devs.
Yeah. I
Kind
don't know
of,
the name of that team.
kind of. Yeah, I have no idea either.
It's all good.
Kind of. No one cares right now. It appears they're kind of also juggling Nintendo from gutting them like a fish. But what they achieved at the beginning of the year, and again, it could have been used as a nod towards Xbox because I don't think that it's still not on PlayStation, is it? Or is it finally released?
It just released, yeah.
Okay. So it was for a time exclusive to Xbox, but I it's going to be one that's going to be a very early cut because it didn't feel like it had longevity, but it's definitely something that needs to be acknowledged.
Yeah, that
Like
shit was
they did some crazy shit in January.
that game was fucking huge. Um, how about this one, Loon? BioWare.
You could
And
argue that.
I know that's a weird thing to say, BioWare as a breakout studio. Like it feels like they broke out, in 2003, really, I would say was their big breakout, making KOTOR. But the comeback is we can cut this one pretty early, but is a comeback also kind of a breakout, the first critically acclaimed game in over a decade? Like I think that that's somewhat of maybe breaking back in. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, when the majority of your like veteran devs are no longer working there, this is the new blood.
Right.
So this could have easily been them stepping in a lot of mess. Which
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, it definitely feels like they've definitely not ice skated through the other side. It's been a difficult thing, but the product itself is a lot better than you would have probably thought it would be from
Totally.
a team that's kind of finding its footing.
I only got one more, man. How many more you got?
I I don't think I have any more.
Okay. I'll quickly shout out Asobi, the team that made Astrobot.
Ah, there you go. That's
Yeah.
perfect.
Going from VR games and a pack-in game. Um, you know, I think that I think this is an easy one to cut though, because I think it was obvious the talent was there. They've made consistently great video games, but they just never had the chance to make a actual video game.
Yep.
Like that's the crazy part about
Something
it.
that could be appealing and accessible to everybody because it doesn't matter how good. a VR title you make, you're only getting it to like 1% of an audience. So,
Yeah. I actually, so I think we cut BioWare and Asobi.
yep, I'm fine with
I don't think we cut Pocket Pair though, just yet. I would actually be more willing to cut. Oh, fuck.
that.
Damn,
I would
these.
be willing to cut Bloober because the reason I say that as well, like when you're thinking breakout, yeah, like it's based on the success of what they've done this year. But they've also how many games have they had the opportunity for this to be their heavy hitter year? Bloober's done like 5 games plus.
Oh yeah, more than that. I mean, but I think that that would kind of maybe lend more credit to them breaking out. They broke out from their previous, they had previous limitations that they broke away from. I would
Mhm.
be more okay with cutting. I think Arrowhead kind of, but I don't know because Arrowhead to me it's like they did that first Helldivers game was what was well received, but it broke out to a totally different level this time. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is. Yeah, Bloober probably is the team to cut. Um, this is a tough year because it comes down to five. Like, dude, I have a hard time cutting Saber because
So do I.
they
Yeah.
literally broke away from fucking Embracer and are like I think that when we look back at the Saber story, this year in particular is the year that they broke out. And I think we could see them become like a new, when you see the logo pop, because here's the thing. If you see a shift up logo pop up on the screen, in 3 years' time, nobody's going to remember what that is. I think the same thing for game science. I think the same thing for Pocket Pair. But I think if you see a Saber logo pop up after Space Marine 2, I think that might mean something at a certain point. But I don't know. I think you can maybe make the same case for a couple. This is tough. This is tough. I'm
Yeah, it's
trying to
definitely
argue
tough.
and I'm like arguing myself.
No, exactly. But that's the importance of it. You do need that inner conflict as well. The flexibility. For me, I kind of look at Saber and think in 5 years' time, if they continue working at this level, because I don't know if they will take the step up. I think this is maybe their ceiling. They'll land in the realm of like Rebellion, where it's just solid games. Like Rebellion have been around for so long, you know what to expect from them, and they always deliver that level. They don't
Yeah.
ever wobble really. Um,
Yeah. And I think you could also make the case that at least they have previously made good games.
yep.
Whereas Game Science and Shift Up haven't, unless there's good games in the mobile market that I'm not aware of.
Ooh, clickers for the win. um, I think I would be willing to cut Saber.
That's
I
tough,
think
man.
it is tough, but I think it's a year where we need to acknowledge first timers making first like proper games.
Yeah.
I think that feels better.
It almost feels like once again we could return to Saber at a different time and have the same conversation. Like even though this was their big breakout year, I think if we see another game that's like clearly on a different level than what they used to create, then it's like, oh, they're a new studio at this point. They're not being shackled by any of that Embracer bullshit that they used to. So yeah,
Yeah, for
yeah,
sure.
I see that. Um, is it Game Science? Is it Black Myth Wukong to come out and be the best-selling game of the year with your first console? Like
Yep.
that's powerful.
Not
Okay.
only that, being it's not the first, but being what feels like the first Chinese developer
Right.
to make not only that level of success in China, but to replicate that over in the West, I think is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people, when they were looking at the trailers of Black Myth Wukong, it was almost being perceived in the way that the day before was, where it was like, there's no way this is real. because the moment they heard, oh, it's tied to China, oh well, this is going to be
Right.
like a mobile game. This is all Flash. This is in the vein of Ubisoft showing us Watch Dogs 1 trailer for the first time. There's no way that they deliver this level of quality, and they did.
Yeah.
So,
Moving to breakout genre of the year. Um, this is one that I had a comment, and someone was like, "Yeah, that'd be a fun category for." And I think there is like each year, like last year was definitely the CRPG,
yeah,
undeniably, with Baldur's Gate 3. Which also breakout genre and studio very much go hand in hand together. So I wanted to keep them together. Because Bloober, I think Bloober's impact on survival horror this year can't be understated. Um, we now have a new team in the survival horror space that is actually going to compete on a AAA level. It was literally only occupied by Resident Evil,
yep.
and then the Evil Within would like sprinkle in a game here and there.
Before they
Um,
got dragged out behind the shed and shot in the back.
Yeah, geez, we'll talk about that. So yeah, survival horror, and also I think we see another renaissance of indie survival horror, where we used to have nothing but the walking sims from the indie front for survival horror for years and years. Now we're getting experimental. We get like a little Indica in there. We get some Crow Country, a Fear the Spotlight. You could also talk about that Blumhouse coming into the picture and wanting to have a huge imprint in the horror space in video games. So I think this was a year that
Yep.
that genre started to break out in a new way. Maybe not the winner, but worth shouting out.
Um, it's funny because I'll just pop this in here with you mentioning CRPGs. I think it's the year of the TRPGs.
Okay.
Um, they sprinkled in quite a few of them this year. Uh, the God, I'm drawing up the Black Prince, I think, is the one that I mentioned a few weeks ago. You have the King Arthur game. You had Chaos Gate drop, and then on PC, they're just hammering out these releases in the past year. So I think it's definitely the TRPG over CRPG at the moment. I think they've kind of switched because we haven't seen another. The things we've seen about CRPGs this year have been expansions and DLCs. We've not seen one drop and be like, "Oh, yes." So
Totally. Um, 3D platformers. I know that is it's like, yeah, this 3D platformers are so much Nintendo dependent. And I guess that's kind of the thing where it's like this year it feels, we had Astro, and I think
mhm.
Astro alone could fucking be the reason that this exists. But you had Plucky Squire, you had Penny's Big Breakaway, you had the Sonic Cross Shadows, like a good year for non-Nintendo 3D platformers. Once again, I think TRPG right now is probably what I would vote as the winner. But worth shouting out 3D platformers as well.
um, see, I wrote this and I still don't know how to describe it. But like Helldivers, like it's not affected anybody yet, but it feels like we're on the precipice of like how Overwatch ends up fucking affecting everything. I don't know how you
Right.
would describe what that game genre is, but the way it's the co-op shooter.
Yeah,
It has
co-op
the
shooter.
ability, it has the ability to be self-evolving with the community. Like that in of itself, to me, still, I can't wrap my head around how you've managed to do that.
I
How
got
have
it.
you managed to craft these little, you know, mission segments and actually affect as if it's an RPG, as if it's a single player RPG, but you're connecting everybody's decisions together? Like that's crazy. Dive like.
We're gonna call it the dive like. Yeah, no, you're totally, dude, you are 100% right. This is gonna be the thing we look back on in a few years and be like, damn, a bunch of fucking games came out and took a lesson from, hey, people want to play together in one of these ever evolving worlds and like want to have that cooperation element that kind of makes them feel, because it kind of feels like back in the day, you're sitting there on the couch playing couch co-op and then like you're
Mm,
working together towards a goal. Like it's not, it doesn't, like when you lose a game, and you know what? I'll go ahead and actually sports games. I know that's really weird to throw in here, but when you lose a game in football games for forever, with it being the best selling game of the year, like it's, yeah, that's a huge breakout genre in a weird way of a genre that is like can't break out. There's no way it can break out any more than it already has.
yeah. We gotta have one more shout for
Okay.
me. And it's a very vague one because I'd say JRPGs.
Okay.
And I would say JRPGs because you have
Yeah.
Rebirth right now. That's a JRPG still. It's doing its own different thing. And then you have stuff like Metaphor. Like they are touching on, they're just becoming like an amorphous mass, it feels like. And they seem to finally be figuring out what makes real time fun in JRPGs. Not every JRPG has to be constricted to being turn based.
Yeah.
They're finally figuring it out.
And also, I mean, when you just look at the amount this
Yep.
year, even because if you want to, you could throw Unicorn Overlord in there as well, for sure. Like
Yep. It's a strategy JRPG.
yeah. When you look at just look at Atlas's production this year alone, from fucking Metaphor to Unicorn Overlord to Persona 3 Reload, um,
Shin
like
Megami Tensei 5.
right, and then you go into Infinite Wealth, and then you go into Rebirth, and then you go in like yeah, JRPG, yeah, definitely, definitely. What
The
would
mana
be
games, Sandland.
Visions of Mana, Sandland, uh, uh, Ease 9, Nordics,
Yep. All of the
Dragon Quest 3.
all the Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy pixel remasters being launched everywhere. Like it's been such a heavy hitter year for JRPGs.
Would that be breakout genre or best genre though? Like I think it was the best genre of 2024,
Yeah.
but would it be the breakout? I'm gonna let you
But
pick
for
first.
me it would be because
Okay.
we've been so starved of them on Xbox. But for everybody else, no, I wouldn't say so. I think
Yeah.
that's a definitely like a me in my own little bubble pick.
I want you to pick first what you would put the star next to. I think I like your pick for TRPG.
Yeah,
Or
I
dive likes. I think you got the two strongest picks with dive
yeah,
likes and TRPGs.
I was split between them two. Um, I think I would go with dive lights.
I
I love
think
that as a
so.
phrase.
I think that's the winner. I think that's the correct winner because I think that we're going to see and maybe you could argue we should wait for that impact to happen first, but I think that the breakout, like catch it while it's happening, and maybe we could have argued that for Saber to be the winner of Breakout Studio, but I think you can also argue that Saber already broke out, whereas this hasn't happened yet, and like I feel like it's about to burst. Um, then we can look back and be wrong. That's the fun of all this
Yeah,
shit. But like I think that this genre, it you know what? Here it is, Loon. This is going to create a genre.
yeah, that's what it feels like because what we have in live services right now, the way they feed players content is events.
Yeah.
That's a predetermined thing. It's just like here's a Michael Myers like Halloween event, here's this event, here's that event. Whereas with Helldivers, it felt like we're giving you a world. Whatever you decide to choose will then direct where we're going in that world. And that's what I
Yeah.
mean of like it felt like it captured the single player RPG thing of like if you're exploring Mass Effect, you do a choice. But you're doing it on a wide scale of everybody. Everybody has a voice. And the way that they captured community in that game hasn't been caught in a very, very, very long time.
Totally. Yeah, that's a great pick, man. I think that's the winner. The dive like is the breakout genre because it created a new genre. Shout out to you, Helldivers 2. Now we move towards what's our next award? Best trailer. This is my shit. I know that this is probably you were probably looking at this category. You got three?
Free.
Yeah. This is such
Free.
a dumbass category. Like I am obsessed with trailers.
Uh,
I love video game trailers. I have like I'm gonna cut mine down. I have one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I have eight. I'm gonna cut it down a little bit because there are some.
no, no, seven. You cut one off. We'll make it to 10. Because if this is something you're passionate about, I want to hear what them other seven are.
Okay. All right. I'll quickly go through. First one, Perfect Dark.
Okay, that's one of my picks already gone.
You know what? Here, you hit yours first. You hit yours first, and then I'll hit my final ones.
Dude, perfect duck. Straight away.
Shoot.
What on earth are they cooking with that? Like it I wouldn't have expected 20% of that.
Yeah.
It felt like for an IP that's also a thing we need to talk about quickly. What is with like these IPs that have lain dormant for so long and then they're coming back and they're actually coming back impactful? Because you think like Helldivers 2 had a second breath from
Yep.
Helldivers 1 and it's making waves. And then you have Perfect Dark hopefully making waves. You have Stalker 2 coming resurrected from the dust, making waves. Baldur's Gate 3 making like it's I like this. I like this
Yes.
new direction.
Dude, that trailer's nasty. Like, it looks so Deus Ex coded in certain
Mm-hmm.
spots, and like knowing that Crystal Dynamics is over there cooking on it. And then also, I don't think I didn't have Fable as one of my trailers, but knowing that the Deus Ex team is over there assisting on development for that fucking new Fable game, and then the Tomb Raider team assisting on development for Perfect Dark, like, which kind of feels in a way sort of opposite. You could see a little bit more of Tomb Raider in Fable with the third
Yeah.
person, and then you could see a little bit more Deus Ex in Perfect Dark, but that Perfect Dark trailer looks filthy. All right, hit me with your next one, and then I'll rattle mine off.
I I hope that I've wrote this down right because this still I look at the name and it kind of reminds me of like Unicorn Overlord, where I'm like scratching my head. Is that
Yeah,
really what they called it? Clair Obscure Expedition 33?
such a bad name, such a dope game. That's one of mine as well.
Like that looks so damn good. It's turn-based, like RPG, right?
Yeah, and it
But
looks like
looks like the budget is in the hundreds of millions. Like, what on earth are
yes,
you guys doing? Like, I'm a little bit worried for them because
yeah.
if they don't land this like slam dunk, I can see the budget that you've pumped into this, and I know it's going to be a niche, and that's what's
Dude,
worrying. Like, you guys need to convince people to give this a shot.
a genre that caps out at around like 7 million and you put $300 million into the budget. But like, dude, next year when we're talking breakout genre, they could have literally done that all to theirself where it's the first JRPG that sells other than fucking Pokemon, obviously, but like the first big budget AAA, or I shouldn't say JRPG, my bad. Turn-based RPG, the first big
Because
budget
it's
AAA.
Western as
Yeah, it's
well,
Western. Yep.
which is like an even bigger, like impressive thing for them to do. Like it's a Western dev taking a crack at it and giving it a good shot.
Totally. Totally. We
My
really
last one. Oh, sorry.
I
Go
just
on.
want to quickly
Yep.
we really need to watch that next year because that might
Mm-hmm.
break out studio, break out fucking genre. Like that might be sweeping some awards. Because if that ends up being like a, oh hey, we sold fucking 20 million copies, 15 million copies, that could change gaming just altogether. Because double A and triple A publishers don't look at turn-based RPGs as something that's like viable if you're given it a big budget. And that could change that entire narrative.
I hope it has the effect that Baldur's Gate 3
Right.
had, where it's a wake up call of like, if you put in the effort and passion and you're not just cookie cuttering and going, running through the motions, and you actually care, you will sell copies. So I hope that's the case with that. My final one would be something which I still am baffled by releasing very soon. Indiana Jones. They
Yeah.
showed it wasn't obviously the first trailer we saw, which was fucking nothing.
Yeah.
The story trailer where it's interacting in the cutscenes and stuff. Oh my god. Like Machine Games they know what they're doing, and I can't wait for that. Releasing on the 9th, I believe, right?
We
This will
probably should
probably
mention,
yeah,
yeah, we're recording this before it's come out, so that's probably why it's not nominated in other categories as well as Black Myth Wukong. The physical comes out on the 12th. We haven't got the chance to play that yet. But yeah,
but because you tied to that again, you said that you're going to be giving the community the option for Game of the Year, so that can give it its opportunity. If it absolutely blows the doors off, it will get probably a spot in that top 10 if people resonate with it.
yeah, the reason I actually haven't put out the community as of recording this, because last year I did the game of the year for the community in the award show. The reason I didn't do it this year was specifically for Indiana Jones to wait until people have time to play that. So I'll probably put that out. I was thinking about doing like a like a fill in your vote, like you I don't like a spreadsheet or some shit where I can allow people to go and click. I don't know how I'm gonna roll out game of the year this year because last year I did
I
it with
think
a
you
bunch of.
you can invite people to like Google Documents, right,
That's what I was
and
thinking.
stuff, and have people vote. I
Yeah.
don't know how you'd set that up though.
I was thinking that, or I actually might just make a video where I'm like, hey, what's your game of the year? And just like say, sound off in the comments. And I'll just go through and calculate it individually because
Hmm.
I'd have to do that with a Google Doc anyway.
Yeah,
Um, yeah.
or yeah, yeah. I think that'd work perfectly fine, and just have people comment and then yeah, tally it all up.
Yeah. I just got to figure out how to actually make a video out of that where it's like, because I don't want to monetize something where I'm like, hey, do you fucking, I'm
You
asking
can
you
do
a
a short
question.
though, right?
I could do a short. Yeah, I've never even done one of those.
Yeah,
That actually might be the look at you, bro. Look at you. But also
because it needs less than a minute of explanation. So
sometimes they don't really push the shorts out to the audience though. Like it won't pop up in the feed though. So that's the
mm.
only other. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I might do a short and I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Might do a short to remind people to go. Jesus Christ. Um, Mixtape. This is from Beethoven and Dinosaur, the creators of one of Loon's favorite games, The Artful Escape. And this is the 80s vibes going around with some sort of mystical fantasy elements tied in there and also skateboarding and just good nostalgic vibrations. Expedition 33, we got that one. Lost Helden. Gotta shout this out, man. Got some ex Final Fantasy talent over there working on it. Another JRPG. But just awesome world building, some fun looking turn-based combat, and yeah, I just think that the environments in this trailer look so stand out, and yeah, I think I saw this one at a like future game showcase or something like that, and it immediately caught my eye. Whatever showcase I saw it, I was like, yo, that thing is fucking spicy. That's got some heat.
Mm.
Eternal the Eternal Strands. I think it was the environment trailer or the it was something where you were seeing like all the environmental interaction. I think honestly you can pick any fucking trailer for Eternal Strands. I think they're all excellent. But seeing the environmental interaction, seeing that, oh shit, it's hasn't rained in a while, so this grass is easier to catch on fire and it spreads quicker and like all of these different environmental effects that you're having on the game world and then actually having to take note of that. There was a trailer that really showcased that well that I'll obviously have included in here, but
Cool.
that shit was sick. Threads of Time. This is so it's kind of got like a Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger sort of look. Great cutscenes, great pixel art, just it looks absolutely fucking fantastic. I wish I was into turn-based combat more because I love the art style of turn-based games. Like I love looking at these games. Just the act of playing them, I don't always really love. But
Think of how amazing it would be if they ever cracked the formula to just have it toggleable.
yeah, where you could pick.
Mm.
Dude, or even like I like the stories in these games so much. If you could just like allow me to ramp up the speed to like times 150 and just blaze through the battles and just take in the story, like I'd be totally down for that. Ghost of Yotai, of course. Of course, of
Mhm.
course. Um, Not much. This is going to be my first cut, but just the announcement of
Yep.
one of the heaviest of hitters. I thought about Mafia being in there as well, but we literally got nothing from that one. We should probably be doing this after the Game Awards because I think we'll be getting some big trailers added in there. But pre-Game Awards, yeah, this is this is thy list. I I think Perfect Dark sweeps this. Or Claire Obscure and
Yeah,
Perfect Dark are one and two.
yeah. I think they were just uh, the perfect duo to
Yeah.
immediately get out of the way. For me, as much as I love turn-based games, I think the fact that I have no care at all for Perfect Dark as an IP, and I am eagerly waiting for any information on that game
Yeah.
whatsoever. That's the power of a trailer that is good. Is
Yeah.
that I don't care for that IP. I now care for that IP.
Yeah. All right. I'd be cool with either. So you're siding with Perfect Dark over Claire?
Yeah.
Then yeah, Perfect Dark is definitely the winner on that one. Because that's for sure my winner, like by a mile. That trailer was stunning. All right, guys, we are cutting back in here post Game Awards show, and we talked about, I think we talked about at least whenever we were doing this, we were, doing it before the Game Awards. That way we had enough time to, we still had a lot of shit, a lot of content we're trying to film before the end of the year. So we were pre-recording some stuff, but we're going to jump back in here post Game Awards because I think we got some shit to talk about. And we're going to start here with Best Trailer. Perfect Dark is what we had as the winner for Best Trailer in the Best Trailer category.
Yep.
I think that the Game Awards has a couple legitimate contenders. Um, I Here's the thing. The Game Awards was stacked with like CG reveals.
Yeah.
So The Witcher 4, that I think is a contender for best trailer. I would still probably give it to Perfect Dark, but am I unbelievably hyped to see The Witcher 4? Am I unbelievably hyped to see a new Naughty Dog IP? Definitely. I will say the only legitimate contender that I could see possibly dethroning Perfect Dark from the Game Awards is
And in
that
order
Haze
to
Light
save
game.
them, they have to escape back to reality through the very
The
world that they
co-op
created.
split fiction or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But the
Is it
thing
split
is,
fiction,
they're
I think?
strangers, and Mio
Can't
writes
remember the
sci-fi,
name of it,
while
but
Zoe
it was
writes fantasy.
I
So you will, for
completely
every
look
level
up.
in the game,
That
jump
did
between
like
a sci-fi
surprise
world.
me.
Yeah, I got it right here. It's
And a fantasy
Jock
world.
fucking name down. What a dipshit I am. I'm pretty sure it's split fiction. Which I guess, hey, yeah, it's
We at
it's
Haze
split
Light
fiction.
love
Yeah, split
variation,
fiction.
and you'll have a unique mechanic
If I'm
for
if I'm
every
struggling to
level.
remember the
Let
name,
me
that
give you
might
some
not be a
examples.
great sign,
In
but
this
I think
level, you
it'll
start
the
off by
more we
finding
hear it, the more
dragon
we'll
eggs
stick
that
with us.
hatch.
I think that's a contender for best trailer. I think that's probably the only thing at the show when we're really honestly looking at it from
then they
you
become
gotta
little
show
bigger
some
dragons
gameplay.
with new
And that was
abilities.
just gameplay.
By the
First
end, they grow up
reveal,
to be
first time
full-ass
we ever
dragons.
seen it out the gate, punch to the
Now,
gut.
you can fly around and kick ass.
Absolutely.
In another
See, I'm
level,
a
you
little
play
bit
these
more of a
ball
simple
droids that
guy.
can magnetize and shift to different forms.
The Outer Worlds 2 trailer,
That's another
a-
one. Yes.
absolutely like I know it's not like it's more of what you know we kind of expected, but it's just I love Obsidian's humor. Like it just the moment that popped up because we was in the Discord at the time, me and Trey was talking about it back and forth and stuff, trying to like jot down predictions and stuff and do it live. And that just it was so good. We both loved that trailer.
The
So
narration was incredible, and I just to
yeah,
be clear, I'm not looking at my phone like fucking being an asshole. I got my notes jotted down from the Game
that's
Awards on this phone here, so I'm like looking over to see if there's anything we possibly missed. The narration in the Outer Worlds 2 trailer was top fucking tier, dude. It was
yeah.
so good. From the makers of Knights of the Old Republic 2, From
Yeah.
Neverwinter Nights 2,
Neverwinter Nights 2,
From
Fallout
Fun
3 2,
2.
New Vegas kind of. It's just that I love you guys so much.
They're so good. And then the fucking gameplay, dog. The
Mm,
throwing the grenade in the air, time slowing down for a second. Bat shooting that fucking grenade. Big explosion. Yes, yes, yes. Great. Great shit. I'm looking at my notes here. I have Mafia was a good trailer. Here's the thing. Not real gameplay,
mm.
but you have a great idea for what that gameplay is going to be based off that trailer. That's the thing. Naughty Dog, kind of. The Witcher 4, not really at all. But
No, I wouldn't say
Mafia,
The Witcher 4 doesn't really clue you in. I wouldn't even say the Naughty Dog thing really either, if I'm being
that last shot running
kind of,
across that boulder and hitting but it's like,
yeah,
that's such a 2 second little nothing burger.
yeah. But that is definitely one of the big hitters of the trailers that they dropped.
Yeah, Mafia was great. It was really good. But
Yeah.
once again, it's not, it's not these other trailers here.
No, I'll give it like a. I don't think this would punch its way through, but I didn't even know this was in development. But the Game of Thrones game, King's Road.
Yeah, weird shit with that. I was looking that up. Is it mobile or is it a real game, like a real console
I
game?
think it's a real console game
It
because
looks like it,
they've
right?
ripped all of the likenesses. What it looks like is 'cause I don't know if you ever played it. When they did the first season of Game of Thrones, I think they knew they had something on their hands that was going to be really special. And they were like, right, we got to put a game out and everything. They obviously partnered with Telltale, but they were like, no, we need to try and like get into like the RPG space as well. And that's when they did the Cyanide game. And obviously
Yeah.
they're not really like top tier stuff. So this kind of gave me that vibes, but they have given it a budget because
Yeah.
they've got all the like they've got. It's not like they've cut corners. It's not like this is like Jon Snow in name, and then they've got some random actor. Like they've pulled all of the original actors and cast into their roles. It's kind of
It's
cool.
huge. But
Mm,
once again, lacking gameplay a little bit. I think that's
yeah.
the reason I won't throw it to Mafia, the reason I won't throw it to Game of Thrones. Um, I think it comes down to these three as the best trailers of the year. And I still,
Quick scan.
while
Dude,
you look,
The Elden Ring trailer out of nowhere as well. What the fuck was
yeah,
that?
we can jot that down. Were you really hyped for that one? Was there something in there that like
So
stood out to you?
that's so weird because I don't know if it's hype, but it's a standalone game with Elden Ring, but they've gone and pulled Dark Souls bosses and put them in, which you're not
Mm.
going to know unless you've seen people talk about it. But they've like there's Dark Souls 3, the Nameless King, they've got the Centipede Demon and stuff. So like are they because the whole point was when they were leading up with Elden Ring, they were kind of being very like, no, it's its own thing. It's got no ties to it. And now all of a sudden it feels like they've 180'd. Because this doesn't feel like a in the vein of like an event kind of thing. This feels like you're just melding all the worlds together now. And that yeah, that was very weird. I don't know if that's if I'm hyped for it. I think I'm just cautiously optimistic, if anything.
Yeah, I hear you. Would you put it up with these other three that we have here?
No,
Okay.
I don't think I would because it's just going to be basically more Elden Ring, which is great and all, but you know we've been there, done that, and
Twice.
it's kind of like yeah, no, exactly. It's like how it's only been out for like 2 years, guys, and you're already kind of like scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like I get it, it was a success, and you want to capitalize on that, but I don't know. It's starting to feel a bit weird now.
Starting to feel very Last of Us-y.
Yeah,
Yeah. GTA 5, Skyrim, like it's kind of, yeah. But hey, that's what big hits do, I guess, is you
Yeah.
milk that bitch until the cow is dead. Um, okay. So it comes down to these three. I still lean Perfect Dark almost like very, very heavily. I could hear out the Outer Worlds too, just because I love the Outer Worlds one so fucking much, and I trust Obsidian much more than I trust whatever that's thrown together of a fucking team is over there, the initiative. Um, but I trust, I trust Crystal Dynamics quite a fucking bit over there, who's kind of leading that project up. But I think from what we saw, I think I could go Outer Worlds 2 or Perfect Dark. I could go Split Fiction as well, but it seems like you're probably a little bit hotter on the Outer Worlds 2, and I'm so hot on the Outer Worlds 2, so I'd be okay with giving
I
it
think I'd
to.
surprise you. I'm actually really hot on that split fiction as well.
Oh, really? Okay. You
Because I really, really, really loved A Way Out. I didn't really gel with the Brothers game, but A Way Out I loved. It Takes Two was so damn creative, but we both run into the same problem of like we couldn't find a partner to finish it with.
we should
But
play through Split Fiction together.
yeah,
Yeah,
that'd
fuck
be
yeah.
perfect.
We'll
That'd be
actually fucking
perfect.
finish it.
Yeah, but it's just that thing of like because the Outer Worlds didn't win Game of the Year. I don't think any Perfect Darks have won Game of the Year. So if this is Joseph Fares coming off of winning a Game of the Year, the dude, like, that's what he was exuding cockiness and he even said it. But it's
Yeah.
like, if there's anybody that really has the right to do that in the Game Awards right now, like, don't get me wrong, like Sven and Sam Lake and stuff, they've made really great games, but he just seems like the underdog that always over delivers.
Yeah.
Like how long can like he can't keep getting away with this kind of like Jesse Pinkman me.
Yeah.
Like how
He's got stupid
so
swagger too, man. Like he
yeah,
he
I love him so much.
yes.
He's such a cool guy.
I
Man,
I'm cool with any of these. I know this is fucking tough. I'm fine with any of these winning.
I think I'd probably end up sticking with Perfect Dark though
Yeah.
overall because I know I'm gonna check out Split Fiction and I know I'm gonna check out the Outer Worlds too. Before I saw that trailer of Perfect Dark, I didn't give any care in the world about the IP, about it. It even made me think of like, why are you touching this? Like, you have so much other things you could be doing, but that trailer won me over. So,
Bingo. That is 1000% the correct sentiment. Yeah, I, I can't even add anything to that. That is correct. I think that is why I would give it to Perfect Dark as well. All right, my people. We are back. Took a little break from this behemoth, and we are going to jump into Best Showcase. Now, once again, we're recording this before the Game Awards, but Luna and I talked. We were like, "Hey, if the Game Awards is really fucking good, we'll splice in after the Game Awards, and then we'll give it its flowers if it deserves so." But best showcase, and we can also do the same thing for best trailer as well. If there's a trailer that pops up at the Game Awards, we'll splice something in.
yep.
Best showcase, I mean, we can go through them. It's not even close to close. It's the Xbox Summer Showcase, without a doubt.
The one in June, right?
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I specifically wrote down.
Yeah. I mean, we could go through and if you want to shout out more, we can, but that's where Expedition 33 popped off. That's where Perfect Dark popped off. Fable, first look at a little bit of gameplay. South of Midnight. Wait, yeah, South of Midnight was there. Doom Year Zero was there. Gears of War E-Day was there. State of Decay 3 was just ridiculous show.
I think Avowed was there
Yeah.
as well. So
So
yeah, it was definitely a pop off. The only
yeah.
other one that I would probably, and this is just because of my love for everything Japanese games, Tokyo Game Show is always a great like watch for me. And for me this year specifically, seeing that that was where we got the mana games, I believe. The older mana games dropped for Xbox and the pixel remasters for Final Fantasy. I was really hoping naively hoping that we'd get the first part of the Seven remake, but that's I think that's just the nail in the thing of it will all come out as a trilogy for
Yeah.
Xbox when it finally drops.
I think it'll be exclusive to PlayStation for like a year, and then it'll every single one will come out on Xbox at the same time. Which boy, y'all will have
Ow, my
hundreds of
wallet.
hours. Yeah, unless they release it all as one, which would be dope, but they won't.
I no Square want to milk me dry.
I'm gonna shout out the Indie Horror Showcase.
Ooh.
Uh, it's not really one where I can sit back and say, "Oh, this awesome game, that awesome game." I mean, it did have a bunch of awesome games, but it was more just like specifically, like you said, it was so tailored to me, the type of games I like. It was one of those shows where I could just sit there and watch that entire thing and not get bored. Um, because it's constantly hitting me with, and it was the show we're talking about earlier, breakout genre.
Mhm.
This was kind of reminding me of where the indie horror space is at in
Yep.
games that it's we are really evolving. So shout out to that. Also, Gamescom opening night live. Uh, this is where we had Mafia 4 revealed, Borderlands 4, the new Dying Light, Directive 8020, Reanimal,
Mm.
Indiana Jones coming to PS5, Arkham Shadow, some good stuff there.
Yeah. For me, it was a little bit forgettable because a lot of them were the type of trailers where it drops and it shows nothing. Like
Yeah,
Borderlands 4 was a mask. Mafia
Mafia
was
4.
was nothing. I
Mafia
think it
4
like
was Keeley saying, "Hey, watch the Game Awards. We'll have more in December." It literally
yeah,
said that more in December. It's like, Jesus, okay.
I think it's only one winner here.
Yeah, it's not even close. Not even close.
God Avowed next year. Come
Dude,
on.
cannot wait.
It's red hot. Have you seen the people who've reviewed it? Not
Oh, the
reviewed it,
previews.
like had the last is where it's gone gold basically. They got the final product
Yeah,
before. It's so good.
the previews are people are saying that the people who've previewed it are saying it's really strong. Which the Outer Worlds is my game of the year in 2019. Alpha Protocol is my game of the year in 2010. Um, yeah, I love Obsidian. All right, cutting back in again to talk about the best showcase. There's some stitching going on, some editing going on to get this up to speed. But for any of you who are just jumping around on the timestamps, we had to stitch in for best trailer to make a discussion point to talk about the Game Awards because we recorded this before the Game Awards and now we are post Game Awards. And yeah, dude, if we're talking about best showcases of the year, it is undeniably coming down to the Game Awards and the Xbox Showcase. We awarded it to the Xbox Showcase pre-Game Awards, but now we're post-Game Awards. Lone, Xbox Showcase or the Game Awards? Which way are you leaning?
I mean, first off, we need to give credit that that was a really good award show.
Yeah,
Like,
the best they've ever had.
yeah, I would probably argue that it's a lot of people came in with the sentiment that they were clowning on it because of the announcement that Elden Ring's DLC was being nominated for Game of the Year. I don't think people were very happy about a lot of the nominations that kind of snuck in there. Some of them were like eyebrow raising. I think they really did deliver though.
Yes, they
Not
did.
only because Elden Ring didn't win it, I think that would have like completely ruined the show if that ended up winning it. But like you're talking about Astro winning it, that needs to be like acknowledged. Like that's because when we were predicting it in the Discord talking about it, um, I actually predicted on the spot that it would be Astro because Sven came out and did that massive speech about passion. And I was like, it has to be Astro. Like, you can't, there's no way
Ah,
that you would put this out this heavy of him talking about passion and then be like, yeah, tree.
right.
So of all the people, you saw how much love and passion Sobi put into that game. So that was awesome. And then just the humor throughout. They seem to be kind of finding their footing. The if you're gonna put the Muppet things in, whatever they are, at least this year they kind of had decent chemistry. there wasn't as many like crickets being made when they were talking. Like there were actually people laughing at the stuff because they were kind of digging. They're kind of doing that self-deprecating humor where they're digging out Keely,
Yeah.
and we're all here for it.
But I mean, just getting to fucking brass tacks in terms of showcase announcements.
Yeah.
The Witcher 4, and Mafia first time ever getting a real reveal, and Naughty Dog new IP, and fucking Borderlands 4 gameplay, Okami returning, Onimusha returning,
Yeah.
Split Fiction, The Outer Worlds 2, bang, boom. But that's the thing, is you'd get a bang, boom, bang, and then a little bit of a lull. Whereas the Xbox showcase is just smashing you over the head with banger after banger. No need for advertisements because this show is an advertisement. We just want you to buy an Xbox. Bang. And honestly, don't even really care if you buy an Xbox. They just want you to play their damn games. So they
Oh, everything's an Xbox now.
seemingly so, unfortunately. But regardless of that, regardless of the Xbox brand, the Xbox showcase, I still would give it over the Game Awards just because it was nonstop pack and gameplay over the cinematic glimpses that we got with the Game Awards. So I would go Xbox. Where are you leaning?
Yeah, I'd probably end up leaning towards it because, like you said, it. I can't think of any really low moments in that Xbox showcase of like, uh, okay, I have to sit through this to get to the next good bit. All right, that's fine. Whereas in the Game Awards, I don't think they're ever going to be able to not have a moment like that because they have to cover so much from top to bottom. It's so expensive to run a show like that. So what people also need to understand is when you're digging him out for all this product placement, Matt, the guy needs to earn money, like
Yeah,
to get these shows as big and as powerful and impactful as they are. So as good as it is, I would probably end up tipping the hat again in the same boat of you of going with the June showcase for Xbox.
without a doubt. I think it's the Game Awards. That's the best the Game Awards will ever be. I don't think we'll ever see anything that's even close to that again. But it's still a Game Awards versus a fucking whenever you have one of the big boys, the Xbox, Nintendo, PlayStation, whenever they really deliver, there's nothing that can rival it because they don't have to do the ad spots that
Hmm.
a Game Awards does. So, all right, guys, I think that's go through the awards. I think that's pretty much it. That we yeah, well we'll just keep it as is. Why the fuck am I spoiling all the damn winners that
Good
oh
thing
jeez.
we can edit.
Yeah. Goodness gracious, man, I am fucking up. And I guess that's the thing too, where, oh well, I'm leaving all this shit in here. Fuck it. I'm not going back through and editing all this damn fucking shit. Fuck. I guess I do have to edit some shit to at least not show the. All right, guys. That's yeah, I'm just gonna put a I'm running on low sleep here, guys. You got to bear with me. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna put
forgive him, forgive him.
I'm gonna put
This
a
was a
big
big
ass.
award show, guys. All right.
I running on about 3 hours sleep here. But anywho, I'm gonna put a big ass black box over the other awards. That way people can't see it. I'll edit that in along with the best showcase still goes to Xbox. We didn't even really have to come in here and fucking update it because nothing we didn't change it. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Biggest news story. Here we go. This is a juggernaut.
So I got five for this.
I have like 35, so
Oh my god.
not really. I'm gonna make some cuts, but hit me with your five first.
um. So this, you know, this is gonna vary from positivity to negativity, of course,
Totally.
because that's how news stories go. I think of the ones I listed down, there's probably more impactful ones, but the thing that just baffled me to no end. Tango
Yep.
closing its doors and just not Like even if the inside of them is gone, that's still a name that for one holds weight, for two has IPs, one of which came out last year and was red hot. Because I think they've sold that. They've sold Hi-Fi, right?
Yep,
To
to Crafton.
Crafton. What's the thought process behind that, Phil? Or
Dude.
whoever signed off on that? Because if I was in Phil's shoes, I'd be like, no, that's incredibly stupid. This is the first IP that we've put out under the umbrella that's had like universal acclaim and hasn't had any like negativity tied to that. Because Starfield was like fairly well received, but it was also met with criticism. I don't know anyone who had any problem with Hi-Fi.
And I mean, like we talked about earlier, when you're thinking about crossover appeal of cartoons and movies and action figures and merch, like what is a better fucking mascot for Xbox than Chai and 808 and fucking, these characters are very, very distinctive.
Yep. Would have made the perfect TV show.
You know. Yeah, that I mean that might win. I think the only thing that can compete with it, Concord, and that's all. I just Concord. The fact that I mean this is the biggest flop in video game
Oh,
history. I
yeah, that
really do believe that at this point.
did you see, not to beat like PlayStation down further, the Lego Horizons game had a lower player count than Concord, which is what?
Yeah. Which, that I never that didn't cost 400 fucking million dollars,
No,
so
no,
it's
of
not
course not.
but it's still a huge like what do y'all and I'll take an L on the Lego Horizon. I thought that could have had some appeal with the Nintendo audience, but it just didn't.
I think people just don't want, because do you have to have a PlayStation account
I don't
on
think so.
Nintendo for that? Because that's the kind of the hatred for the PC ports, is that they're shoehorning that in. I can't tell you why, because I thought it would be a slam dunk as well. I cannot understand how that sold so badly.
Yeah. And I love, Horizon, but even I was thinking about playing it and I was like, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm fine. But Concord is I mean it's without a doubt the biggest flop from any Nintendo, Xbox or PlayStation. Like any console manufacturer has never put out a game. I'm not saying, there's been they've put out bad games, but a game that flopped this catastrophically like it's never happened before, ever.
The closest I can think of is Kingdoms of Amalur almost crushing the state of Rhode Island because of
Yeah.
how much money that racked up. But from something that, because that was, at least that had traction behind it, that had
Yeah,
hype, that had
exactly.
R.A. Salvatore like writing the lore and stuff. So like, the hell did Concord have? It didn't have anything. How did you make the budgets balloon to that length? That's what
Yeah.
I want to know. It's the same with like the Skull and Bones thing. How do you reach that height of wasted productivity and dig even deeper a hole? It just baffles me.
And the reports of them talking about like they thought it was going to be their Star Wars and fucking spending, upwards of $300 million on this thing when it was all said and done. Like, yeah, just such a colossal failure. But Tango losing Tango, but the thing is, if Tango stayed dead, I think that probably wins. But the fact that Tango's back now, but Arcane Austin, I mean, that's a pretty big closure as well. They were the guys behind Prey,
Mm,
you know. You still have Arcane Leon, the Deathloop, and Dishonored guys, but Arcane Austin was behind Prey, and they assisted on development with all those other games. So like, they're important.
yeah. For me next, the complete personal thing. This isn't going to affect anybody really other than myself. Piranha Bytes
Yeah,
going the way of the dodo. Boy, oh boy, did you have a I wouldn't say a good run, but you had a run,
had a
guys.
run.
Sad to see, because what people also seem to forget, like it got laughed at, like it's not a big loss for a lot of people because they didn't care for the games. Like they've been around for a while. Like whether or not you care about the games, like that's still history and heritage of gaming that's gone. And the more that these, 20 plus year dev teams die and then get replaced by things that shut down immediately, you don't have that connection as tightly with gaming. And the DNA doesn't stick. Because when you talk about games, you think of like a BioWare game and this. We're going to see a lot less of that if this keeps happening.
Yeah, no doubt. I also kind of staying in that, talking about that the history being lost, Game Informer
Yeah, I
closing
thought you'd
down.
touch on that.
Yeah, that's a big one for me. I because it came with my GameStop membership, the magazine for years and years. I have so many of these magazines sitting around, and I have a lot of love for Game Informer in general, being kind of like the Midwest, not really a lot of the California outlets mm, sound similar. You know what I mean? It seems like they have very similar thought process on pretty much everything revolving around games. And
Mhm.
Game Informer just always they had a unique, and I'm such a big fan of the podcast. Like I watched every single episode from like fucking 2015 to 2020 when Hanson and those guys left. Um, I mean, I was that was a huge closure. And I understand, trying to be mainly a magazine in 2024 is definitely going to come with its issues, but like they had a YouTube presence and they were fucking, over 1 million subscribers, I think, and then did big numbers and like it doesn't make sense how they couldn't have figured out a way to spin off and continue it. But I mean, when GameStop puts the fucking kibosh on you, they were owned by GameStop. Um, I guess that's it.
Yeah, I don't agree with that though, because we saw this isn't. I mean, I could argue that this could be a news story, but zero punctuation.
Right.
So that went up in flames, I believe, this year because their parent company was basically like, all right, you need to like cut 80% of your staff, you need to do this, you need to do that. And they all just universally went, no. They walked out the door and they just imploded. Because when all your talent goes, you're meaningless. You're worthless. It doesn't matter who you put in that seat now. No one's going to replace Yahtzee. No one's going to
Yeah.
replace Nick and stuff.
Yeah.
And the thing is what kind of baffled me about Game Informer is the fact that they walked out that door. They used that momentum and created second wind. They kept all their jobs. No one lost their jobs because they
Yeah.
hired everybody. They just went on as usual, just
You mean
under a new name.
Escapist, right?
Yeah, the
When they
escapist.
left the
Yeah,
Escapist and
yep,
started second. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that was that's what I was thinking with Game Informer as well. It's
yeah.
like
Like why
surely y'all are
haven't?
going to start a Patreon or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I
and it
but
was
I
just
guess it's the
very
fact that they had
strange.
such a large staff. It's like, how could we afford to keep everybody together? But then that's the thing where it's a million. It could be 1 million different fucking. I I I don't have all the answers. I do know that like Marcus Stewart over there, like they had some good talent at Game Informer who are really good about just speaking about video games on a podcast. So it would have been great to at that time to parlay that into a Patreon where you have a lot of eyeballs and a lot of momentum. And I know that oh man, I forget. I think it's Viewport is the name of fuck Alec, because they had Alex Statnick, who was a dude that ran the podcast. I think it's Alex Van Aken is the other guy. There was two Alexes. And I think he's doing his own thing where it's like more documentary. So it seems like they all kind of segmented off and they're all kind of doing their own things, which is dope. But yeah, bummer that Game Informer is gone in any capacity because I think that they had a unique voice over there. And yeah, that's just
And
a bummer.
community as well. Like that with what we're talking about heritage and the loss of that, like it's so good that Second Wind kept everybody because all it is a change of name. It's still everybody that you can relate to. The reason you tuned in is because you like these people.
Yeah.
So when this kind of thing dissipates, even if they go and do their own singular thing, it still feels like strange
They
almost.
had that big fallout this year too, Second Wind. Or what's his I don't know a lot about Second Wind, but there's one of the fellas who left Second Wind and was like throwing out accusations and shit at the lead guy.
Mm.
Um, I don't remember I shouldn't even have brought it up because I don't know anything about their fucking I can't I can't remember the names or
Accusations
anything.
against Yahtzee.
No, 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 the lead guy, the guy who
Nick?
yeah,
Nick Caladera, I believe his name is.
yeah. Um where it was something to the effect of I don't even remember. It wasn't like, horrible allegations, but it was just saying like, he's not the best to work for and then has done some shady behind the scenes deals with like game companies and shit like that. And then that dude went and started his own thing as well when he left
Mhm.
Second Wind. But at the end of the day, Second Wind's still going, seems to be doing just fine. It wasn't a level of a controversy to be jotted down for biggest news story because
Yeah.
it didn't make any sort of huge
I
waves
mean,
or
they get a
anything.
massive thumbs up from me because something I've been wanting them to do for so long is really he does his what were zero punctuations. They used to do like the yearly compilation where they bundle them all together. They never like you could sell that, and they never did. Like the Escapists never did that, and Second Wind I've booked in my pre-order.
What is it? It's
It,
like a
it's all of his like video
Yahtzee.
essay thing. Like his little he does the 5 minute videos and it's all tongue in cheek a lot of it. And you just have the entire year's collection on a Blu-ray.
Oh, wonderful.
And it's just like because we the reason I say that is because the thing of the heritage thing, you think of like machinima going under, everything just went. They didn't give people opportunities to save any of that content. If you didn't have it, that's it, it's gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah,
It's
sorry to bang on about that. Very passionate.
no, yeah, it's fine. I feel the same. I was really bummed out about Game Informer's closure. I think that the still Concord Tango the biggest stories without a doubt. Um I mean, Xbox kind of going third party. I feel like
Yeah,
that's a pretty
I
big
had,
one. I guess that
I had
sort of
that written down.
ties. Yeah.
Xbox games moving to PlayStation and stuff.
Yeah. I guess
I
more
also
third
had
party.
because it's all but been confirmed 100 solid, but the handheld. He's basically said it's in the
Yeah,
works. Like
totally.
we've not seen it. We don't know the specs, but he said it's in the works. So it's clearly, and I'll happily put my hands up. I am the Xbox guy of the two of us. I'm excited for that. If that can in any way, shape, or form rival the Steam Deck, and as long as it's not entirely dependent on cloud,
Yeah,
if I can just play my digital games like that, then perfect. I
I'll
don't
buy
want
it if I
my
can emulate. If I can emulate like old games, like if I can go and play NFL 2K5 like I can on the Steam Deck and go and play old wrestling games and go and play fucking Silent Hill, the original, like you know what I mean, RE2, the OG. If I can do that as well as have access to my Xbox games, then for sure. Because I think that you have the same thing because you could say PlayStation, the rumors of PlayStation developing a
mm,
handheld, which I don't even think they're rumors. I think it's like confirmed as
it's
well at this
confirmed as
point.
well, yeah. That they're gonna take
So
another crack at it.
if it, whichever one is more open is going to be the one I lean towards, you know.
That's the one that's gonna be successful. If Xbox go into this with a mindset of closed borders and no tinkering, no touching, none of that, then it's not gonna sell. No one's gonna care.
Yeah,
And the same with PlayStation. That's the way you get the handhelds. Like, because Nintendo's always going to dominate that market. You need to target Valve players. That's the players that are up for grabs.
totally. Speaking of Nintendo, Switch 2 leaked. That was pretty fucking big. Um, Obviously not going to show any of that footage on here because I don't want Nintendo to copyright a 4 hour video for a 10-second clip. But yeah, that was a huge leak, and hopefully we'll get the official announcement maybe January,
Yeah.
February. I don't have a lot of other heavy hitters on here. You have some more?
The closest one I'd have is them Nintendo going after Power World. What
Yeah,
the hell was that all about? That to me, the reason I want to like shed light on that, and I'm sure people are sick of hearing it, like What the hell? Like, you knew it was in development, you didn't go after it. It released, you didn't go after it. You waited until it generated money and it was a success, and then you were like, yeah, we'll go after that now.
Yeah, and then
And
only
changed it behind the scenes after the fact of its release, which feels disgusting.
only trying to get like $65,000 from them. It's like, what the fuck? It's just was this just a flex to show that if we want to, we can have your ass. That's very
Yeah,
bizarre.
it was very weird. It just felt dirty.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I guess that's my list. I have some other ones, but nothing worth really. I'll shout them out quickly. Fallout TV show, that was a massive hit. Black Myth Wukong, massive hit. NCAA 25 being the best-selling game of 2025. BioWare's comeback with Veilguard, but Ubisoft imploding. Ubisoft imploding is
But yeah, I think that's a worthy addition because they are. I don't know what on earth is going on over there. They're pushing the NFT stuff again. They're talking about they want to. I think it was rumored that they want to kind of do what Call of Duty's doing, have all the Assassin's Creed games in one launcher, kind of crap.
yeah, they are
Moving
doing that.
forward, what on earth is that? Let's not do that. Let's really not do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're struggling as a company.
Um, yeah, I mean, you're talking about they laid off or what was it? They redirected a bunch of the Prince of Persia Lost Crown talent after they made a smash hit. Biggest dip in their stock price history. Just yeah, definitely some things worth mentioning there. But I think it's an easy cut. I think everything's still I think that Concord, Tango, Xbox going third party, and Phil Spencer confirming the handheld are the biggest ones. I would throw my star on Concord and Tango being the two that I mm, yeah, I think I'd go
So
those two.
I would be with them too, and strangely enough, us adding Ubisoft at the end,
Okay.
I would put a nod towards that because do you know what this feels like to me? This
Hmm.
feels like an exact retreading of Blizzard when their stock tanked. Nothing, they could do nothing right. Is this the sign of they're going to be the next big boys to get bought out? Because they've been constantly flirting with the idea.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna put this prediction here right now, and I'll happily,
Hold
ex-
up, hold up. You want to do a big 2025 predictions extravaganza video? We predict a bunch of shit that could happen in 2025.
yeah.
All right, so save it.
Oh,
Don't.
I don't know if this would happen in 2025. I think
Oh,
that'd be a
okay,
big
okay.
thing.
Hit me.
I think they're going to be bought out, but China's moving in, right? You have like
Yeah,
Black Myth. I think this is they will buy them out.
10 cent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that will be their step into the Western market, and they will just funnel out of Ubisoft, and we'll
yeah.
just use Ubisoft as the curtain veil publisher, and just publish everything under the sun.
You good with Piranha Bytes and Game Informer being cut?
Yeah.
Let's cut Switch 2 and Pocket Pair. You good with that?
Hmm.
I think it really comes down to these. These are the top five. Tango and Arcane being closed down. Concord's just failure, I guess. Concord fail. I I don't even know how to talk. Just Concord.
Game of the
That's
year.
Xbox going third party. Phil Spencer confirming the handheld and Ubisoft imploding.
I think the handheld can go next because
We haven't actually seen it yet. Yeah.
we haven't actually seen it, and on top of that, like as much as excited as you can get about it, it's still just like a hardware gimmick when you
Yeah.
break it down, like splitting hairs.
Um, I think you can maybe cut third party because they've sort of been flirting in that direction for a little bit. But 2024 was like the big year where it's
They
like, oh my
swung that
God.
door wide open to the point where it wasn't even flirting. It's just like, hey man, there's no line in the sand drawn. Like if
Yeah.
we want to put something on there, we'll just do it. We don't care about
Yeah,
reception. Like that's crazy
that is
levels of
huge.
balls to just come out and say that and be like, yeah, if we want, we'll put Halo on there. We don't care. Like we'll put Forza on there.
And I mean, that was almost a verbatim quote where he said, "We haven't decided what we're going to do with the next Halo." Like
Yep.
that's crazy, crazy. So maybe I cut Ubisoft imploding and stick with
Yeah.
those. Yeah. Because I mean, that's never happened in the console space before, where it's like a console manufacturer completely disregards the idea of exclusivity.
With
Um,
still having their own like the closest
yeah,
is Sega. Sega cutting hardware support and just going as they're dipping their hand in both. Like, what are you doing?
yeah, it's interesting.
Yep.
And the implications are so interesting. I think that you maybe could make an argument. You could make a real good argument for, oh, Jesus, I don't know. Any of these three, you can make an excellent argument for. Let's do this. Let's remove the stars. You star the one that you
I'm
would
not gonna
pick.
start. I'm just gonna try and go straight for the throat.
Okay.
We've seen closures before. We've seen games flop
Flop.
before.
Yeah.
When have we seen a platform holder do this?
That is not, you are not lying. Dan, yeah, you win.
I don't think that that is in any way like you can't like as big as a flop as Concord is. We've seen games constantly hemorrhage budgets and be worst of all times, and we've seen countless studios of high pedigree be shut. But that's new. That's complete. Like they've flirted with it, but this is them ripping the band-aid off and going full hog.
Yeah, that is such a fucking good point, dude. Well, as disappointing as that is, how about we dive into most disappointing game of 2024? And it doesn't necessarily have to. You can throw in I think all of mine are games, but you could throw in something that's not a game if there's something you really wanted to shout out that's like, hey, this disappointed the fuck out of me. Just a different thing as well. But most disappointing games of 2024, I got a laundry list here. A lot of shit disappointed me. How's your list looking?
You're free.
All right. Well, you hit off your three.
It's the power of having like high tolerance for cramp. um, very few things like even games. Because I'll use this as an example. You really like a Plague Tale, right? To me, I don't enjoy it. I've not enjoyed either of them games, but they wouldn't make it onto like a most disappointing list. It would just be like, I can
It,
see the appeal, and they've not really disappointed me. They're just not for me. Whereas I think the three that I've chosen, especially this first one, Test Drive Solar Crown, I didn't play
yeah.
it because it bombed that bad. And this is coming from a huge Test Drive fan. I've put so much time into Test Drive Unlimited 2, driving through Ibiza and stuff. Like it was Forza Horizon before Horizon existed. What on earth have you done to this series? I think Nacon published it, right?
Yeah.
And develops it. Just baffling what they did with that. My second one is more based in naivety, hoping it would be something better, hoping it would actually take an ambitious step, and that's Hellblade 2.
Hmm.
When they were showing parts of the trailer, it looked like it would be more game, more meat, less kind of artsy walking sim-esque stuff. And they in fact did not really change much.
That was on my list as well.
Might get a bit of shit for this. But
I'm ready.
I want it to be completely clear. I have no hate for the game. It's just the power of releasing in a bad state. Stalker 2.
Yeah.
Stalker 2 is disappointing to me because I just wanted it to not release with any problems. I wanted them to have the happy ending story. But it was very, again, similar to Hellblade 2, probably naive to think that would be possible with what was placed in their way and the obstacles they had to overcome. I have no doubt in the next 5 years with polish, 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 this is going to be probably one of the best shooters ever made. It's second to none in atmosphere and giving people an open sandbox experience and just capturing that atmosphere and the influence from Roadside Picnic and stuff like that. So unfortunately right now it's disappointing, but it has the ability to be like the cyberpunk thing of like a second wind for me.
Totally. And we should also mention we played on console, so that's on a fucking beefy computer. I'm sure you're probably not having those same issues, or not to that degree that we were having on console. Um,
Oh,
Suicide
what
Squad,
disappointed you?
of course, Suicide Squad has to be on there. Rocksteady going from fucking nonstop, just absolute smash hits, incredible, incredible single player games to that total dumpster fire that was Suicide Squad. Um, and it's not even that Suicide Squad is necessarily an awful game in and of itself if it wasn't for the other circumstances surrounding it. Like if that was just another team making a game that wasn't named Rocksteady, people would be like, it's fine, it's whatever. It's a looter shooter type thing, and we're
It's the
shooting.
wasted talent.
Yeah,
You paid full price for it as well, right? Day one?
no,
Oh, you didn't?
no. I
No.
bought it was $20.
Okay.
So it didn't hurt
Because I was
that
gonna
bad.
say it doesn't. It's crazy, isn't it? The perspective of like you paid 20, I paid under 10 essentially,
Right.
so it completely changes like your perspective of the game. Because to me, it's not disappointing. It was more pleasant surprise because it was like I was going in with the mindset of like this is the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
So it's
And it's
crazy.
not the worst thing ever, but it's not great.
Mm-hmm.
Harold Halibut. I, I really wanted to like this thing. This is this is like the claymation sort of aesthetic, but boring, man. Hokey fucking shit. It's an adventure game. I get it. You're walking around. It's kind of a walking sim sort of experience. But I was just waiting for that narrative to really, because I'm not against walking simulators in its totality, especially ones with such a unique art style and such a unique idea of like trying to, I don't know if it's a spoiler, but there's dealings with extraterrestrial beings in this game, and like, cool, fuck yeah. But it's a lot of style, very little substance. And I'll also say the same thing for hashtag blood. um Cartoon Network aesthetic vibe. It is literally looked like it was ripped off of Cartoon Network and thrown into a fucking video game. Like it is un it is so fucking unique looking. But gameplay wise, it was just very bland. A lot of hitbox or detection issues. Um, where hit detection issues, where I'm swinging my weapon and it's connecting obviously, but I'm not doing any damage to the enemy. It's like it just a little bit buggy when it launched.
Yeah,
Um, I'll also quickly mention Shattered Space, Starfield for Starfield.
that's
This,
saying something as well. Like you had a lot of love for Starfield,
yeah.
so that this holds even more weight.
Starfield was like one of my favorite games. I think top three favorite games of 2023 last year. Put over 70 hours into it. Adored that game. Shattered Space just doesn't do much, man. It's also technically kind of not broken, but as close as you can get. Like frame rate just falling off the face of the earth in that game, and it's more limited in scope. And it's like, how were you able to have better performance in this huge ass, the base game with no limitations, and then a game where you're pretty much in the DLC where you're on one planet and you can't keep the frame rate stable? Like it was just, and then the story just didn't land all that well. It just wasn't good. And the base game I think is so good. So I don't, just a significant fall off there.
Yep.
And what else do I got on this fucking thing? Plucky Squire. similar to Harold Halibut, similar to hashtag blood, a lot of style, not a lot of substance. And also, I will mention Slitterhead. Slitterhead is cool as fuck, has some unique ideas, but execution is not the best, not the best at all. Also, Flight Sim 2024.
Oh god, forgot about
What a disastrous launch.
that.
That
It's
cloud shit sure is the
yep.
future, ain't it?
It's the I get it because they didn't want. I think the game before it was like 160 gigabytes, 200 gigabytes, something crazy, and they crushed it down into like 15 gigabyte download. They won. It's not it. Like having to relay that much information via the cloud, relying on people's internets, relying on your own server stability. Because it's not. It doesn't matter how good your internet is if your backends can't support a million people trying to access that information at once at the drop of a hat. Like it's meaningless. The game is unplayable.
Totally.
And yeah, that's a good show.
So, how about we take a different spin on this one? Let's put stars by the things we think we should cut. I think we should cut Hellblade 2 because neither of us enjoyed Hellblade 1. So it's like disappointing, sure, but I don't think either of us expected a ton for it. Although it was like the big Xbox reveal game and it felt like it should have been more substantial than it was. So
They were
maybe
pushing that shit
they
with
were.
the Series X like marketing. And the reason I say most disappointing as well, because they weren't under the umbrella of Microsoft when they made that first Hellblade game. What you would hoped when they got acquired, dude, that should have been like a full-fledged fucking like turn that into like a Ghost of Tsushima thing. Like have
Yeah.
some meat. Like you can't just retread the steps that you had. That's so lacking ambition, and it's wasting the potential. It falls in the same line of like looking at Rocksteady making Suicide Squad. It's wasted potential. They could have made something so special, but they just
Yeah.
didn't.
You know what? I'm gonna cut from my list. I'm gonna cut Plucky Squire and Slitterhead because I do think they're at least okay as video games. I'll also cut Blood because I think it's okay as a video game. Harold Halibut, I think, is a pretty bad game. Um, so I'm gonna let that stick around. Shattered Space, I think, is such a drop off from the base game that I'm gonna keep it.
Yep.
Flight Sim
I think
2024, I
Flight
can
Sim we
cut
can cut because
just because
it's
no one cares.
yep.
Um, yeah, I think this is
Uh,
probably the list.
right. I think we can remove Stalker 2
Yeah, because there's a
because
good game in
it's
there.
because not only is it a good game, like they fixed some of the glaring issues already.
Oh,
So
really?
it's more enjoyable. The stick drift has been fixed on consoles like
Oh,
immediately. So for those that are enjoying the core components of that game, they are eating good because it's a good game, just mired with kind of like Bethesda level crappy optimization and bugs and stuff. So I don't think it can be most disappointing because it's getting a lot of good voices.
I think that this comes down to Suicide Squad and Shattered Space for me. I'll star those, and you let me know what it comes down to for you for most disappointing.
Probably Hellblade.
Yeah.
Um, I think we can cut Test Drive. Like I'm a massive Test Drive fan, but I had no faith, and it was just like, oh, you're making another one. I'll see how you do. I didn't think that they would take off, and I don't know if we can really give the stick to Harold Halibut because
Right. It's like who was expecting. Yeah.
it was very weird, and you just knew it was going to be something different. And it was going to be like, this isn't going to resonate with many people. It's
Yeah. These are the three, without a doubt. Hellblade 2, Suicide Squad, and Starfield Shattered Space are the three we're debating on for audio listeners. I got to remember there's people who are just listening to it in the
they're
background.
like, God damn it, they don't tell me what's going on.
um
Um,
Hellblade 2 might actually be a dark horse here just because of how much it was pushed with the Xbox, with the Series
yep.
X. Like it was the game they revealed that thing with.
It was the two. It was that, and it was Halo Infinite that they were
Yeah.
pushing, 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 and both of them have been very disappointing. I don't think I would feel good giving it to Suicide Squad
Because you
because,
liked it. Yeah, a little bit at least.
well, I enjoyed from what I paid of it.
Right. Yeah, Hellblade 2, I'm fine with that. I wouldn't say Shattered Space because I mean it's a DLC at the end of the day. I don't have like the most lofty expectations for DLC in general. But it's a real bad one. Yeah, Hellblade 2, I think that is probably the most disappointing game of the year. Because it
I
could
think
have
it was very close though with Shared Space. From me looking from the outside in, like even the people, because everybody that was like you that enjoyed the base game, they were left disappointed, and that is
Yeah.
the worst thing you can do. Is that you've already divided your player base, and the people who actually stuck by and enjoyed it, you then give them something crap. That's not good. And
No.
the reaction to it. Did you see the interview with Todd Howard
Uh-uh.
and Phil Spencer? Fucking delusional. They
What
have
happened?
no like. I can't remember where it was that they did the thing, but they were like, "Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have put the buggies out. Maybe that was a bit too ambitious. Maybe we should have just done that another time and stuff like that." And it's like, how disconnected are you from reality? Like
Yeah.
what?
They seem to be on a different planet over there at Bethesda. Like those guys seem to be they seem to drink their own Kool-Aid quite a bit. But hey,
Someone needs to steal their sweet roll. That's what needs to happen. Like Christ Almighty.
how about we move on into a positive category, talking about our favorite trend in video games this year. I have a lot jotted down real quick, Lone. I'll let you go ahead and kick it off. What was your favorite trend this year? It could be really anything. I think of this as just like something that took place in games this year that sort of caught a wave or something that you think might continue to catch a wave into 2025 and beyond.
I'm gonna I'll happily like put my hands up. It's gonna be a selfish pick straight away.
Mine are too.
LRG, Xbox support, baby.
Limited
I am
run.
so yep. As much as it pains me to wait so bloody long for them to fucking arrive, just knowing that I'm getting Persona 3, Persona 4 physical. I've they've done the Yakuza games. I don't know if you've seen. They've pushed them out. We never
Nice.
got them physical for Xbox.
Oh wow.
So that's the first time. The only physicals we got was Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, and the spin-off one, whatever it was called, the Japanese one, samurai thing.
Yeah. Uh, m- uh, Not Ishin, the man who erased his
No,
name.
no, no, Ishin,
Ishin.
Ishin.
Okay.
Yeah, the man who erased his name is a full digital title. I don't know if that did that get a. I think it might have got a release on PlayStation. It definitely didn't get one on Xbox.
Yeah, I bought it on PlayStation.
Yep. So that's what I mean. Like, hopefully that ends up getting greenlit in the groupings because I'm buying all of them one by one as they're coming out. The big boy editions, I'm all for it, giving my support to it. So that's the biggest trend that I've liked is getting some physical support, man.
Totally. I actually have one for that as well for physical releases. Um, I'm just gonna say physical support. I don't really know a better way of putting this, but um, when I was looking over my game of the year list, for all the games I've played. Like 40 of the 50 something games I've played in 2024 so far have physical releases. That's fucking excellent, man. Way better than like I think physical media, people look at it as like a dying thing, and I just don't really think that's the case. I think that these companies are making money off these physical releases, or they just quit doing it. Like a lot of small indie and double A games released physically this year. Like that's a there's still a market for that shit for sure.
And especially because Balatro is a good example. That getting a physical release and it also benefiting from the physical release because it charged more. And that's what we're fine with as physical
Yeah,
collectors. If you want to put physical tax on it, we understand, especially from an
totally.
indie perspective. It's hard as hell to print a lot of copies. It would, every copy you're printing costs you money. You want to
Exactly.
make sure that you're making money. It's already hard enough for you to make money off your game. So I'm happy with it.
Yeah, if we got to pay a little bit extra to keep the art form alive and the way we want it to continue to exist, then we're willing to pay that. We ain't broke, boys. Um, all right, hit me with your next one.
um, how to word this? The I'm hoping this is like the first step. I don't know. It may be kind of cheating saying it's a trend because it's not really been replicated yet. But Larian walking away, essentially, like they're still
Ah,
somewhat supporting BG3 with these like subclasses and stuff, but just knowing when to close the book. You're not getting a DLC. You're not getting story expansions. Knowing when the right time to just be like, that's enough of that. Let's move on.
yeah, that's a great one. I am going to shout out. I, how do, yeah, the wording is the tough. Yeah, fuck it. Live service. I should put death of the live service game. I'll go back and readjust this. Um, we saw Skull and Bones, Suicide Squad, Concord, just constantly taking baths, like constantly fucking losing money, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, to the point where I think that AAA publishers are going to start looking at this as a much riskier bet. And hopefully, we'll see teams that are good at what they do be allowed to do what they do. And we won't see a bunch of people leaving BioWare because they're being forced into fucking making multiplayer games. And we won't see a bunch of people leaving Rocksteady because they're forced into being, multiplayer, forced into making multiplayer games. And so that's sort of my hope. I don't applaud the death of any game or anything like that. But I hope my favorite trend for this is that publishers will start looking at this as the risk that it is and that it's not guaranteed to print you Fortnite money. And they'll start
Yep.
going, hey, let's try to just do what RGG is doing. Let's try to do what FromSoft is doing. Let's try to do what Capcom is doing. Let's try to do what Insomniac is doing. Like we can't chase this because it's too fucking costly. So
Yep. I think the perfect phrase for it probably would be pushback, live service
yeah,
pushback, because it ain't dead. Boy, oh boy, is still sadly clinging on, little
yeah.
bastards.
What you got next?
Um, if we did this every single year since its release, Game Pass, I think it probably would get a nod here. And it's people trying games they otherwise wouldn't touch.
That works for me. Yeah.
Um, a great example is, people jumping in and trying Persona for the first time. We went through and played co-oping Exo Primal because that was on Game Pass. We wanted a co-op game and we gave it a shot and we ended up enjoying it. You have people jumping in and Dungeons of Hinterberg
Yep.
and stuff like that. There's been tons of releases onto Game Pass that people would have not tried. The reason Yakuza took off in the way it did on Xbox and garnered a lot of popularity is because they utilize Game Pass. If they just dropped it on the floor there, it would have been received in the exact same way like the Mana games are. which don't get me wrong, they've also been put into Game Pass, but it probably would have like nobody really cares that they're not really a household name over on Xbox. Whereas dropping that in and dropping many of them as well, because I think it was like a free game drop, and just getting like a dragon. I think it was exclusive for a period of time at
Yeah, it
Xbox.
was.
Like that's crazy.
I wouldn't have played Dungeons of Hinterberg this year if it wasn't for Game Pass. I wouldn't have played Call of Duty Black Ops 6 this year if it wasn't for Game Pass. Like,
That's the
yeah,
perfect example.
yeah,
And a lot of people jumping in and playing Diablo 4 for the first time. As flawed as it is, giving people the lowest amount of entry, and people will play it.
we talked about this earlier, so I'll be quick. China and Korea becoming a major player in the console market. Um, I mean, this is just going to continue uh, throughout, like we talked about with Crimson Desert next year, and then we have the whole China Hero project with PlayStation. Um, yeah, that trend, I don't think we're going to see that's going to be something we consistently see throughout the next few years, without a doubt.
I just hope they don't bring too many bad practices over. That's my only hesitation. I
Yeah,
hope that they don't try and push like gacha game mechanics heavily on people. So,
definitely. That's the worry. But I think that if you're trying to sell games to a Western market at all, you kind of have to know that, like, if you're trying to play in this console space, you need to know what the accepted practices are. And if you're going to make a game like that, sure, it's going to have to be a live service game, though.
yep.
Like, you're not going to get away with that in Wukong or Stellar Blade or whatever. But what's your next one?
I think that was it for me
All
for the
right.
trends. I mean, I only had like three,
I'm gonna
really.
hit you with a few others. Halo 2 demo, the E3 demo. Did you see that? Where that E3 demo that was that they had this they released this trailer at E3 a while back of some content from Halo 2, and then in the actual Halo 2 when it released, that content that was at E3 was never playable.
Oh,
And so now they went through and like made they released that
oh
demo
yeah,
for
yeah,
people to be able
yeah,
to
yeah.
play. Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that. No, yep, that's awesome as well.
That's yeah, just the idea of unreleased content that never saw the light of day, like put it out there, even if it's totally broken, especially through something like a Game Pass or where you can experiment a little bit or have it be free to play where people can just go and damn, now we get this Alpha Protocol level that costs $400 million that almost totally fucking tanked the entire game, and it doesn't run at all, but we can at least see what y'all's idea for it was.
Yeah.
Um, Also classic collections.
Mm.
So this year we had, and I know this isn't necessarily solely a 2024 thing, but this year we had some good ones. Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, the Tomb Raider collection, Castlevania the Dominus collection. I think we had a couple more that I'm Star
Legacy
Wars
of
Battlefront.
Kain is coming.
Legacy of Kane's coming.
We had Beyond Good and Evil. It's not
Yep.
collection, but a HD re-release of that.
Well, actually, staying right there, I had this as a different one, but that the PlayStation Retro program, I think that picked up a lot with Dino Crisis and Blood Omen and Legend of Dragoon and Time Splitters, and like we had some heavy hitters come over from that program, so that kind of ties right there into that classic collection.
Yep. All for old games getting playable on modern hardware. Bring it.
Totally. All right.
Oh, sorry. This isn't an edition. Did you see GTA Definitive Edition got patched
Yeah,
up and fixed?
totally. And that kind of ties into the classic collection as well.
Yeah.
It's thankfully that version is now seemingly the best way to play those games. Finally, after fucking what,
They
2 years?
shot Grove Street Games and was like, "You're not touching this ever again. Go away."
Yeah,
And it's crazy to think like because one of the most iconic, just when I think of it off the top of my head, is when you're in San Andreas and you have like the desert and the orange haze. How the
yeah.
hell did you release a HD remaster and that wasn't part of it. How did you remove that?
Yeah.
The style, like that's
And I
mind
went back
boggling.
and I played the HD version of San Andreas and Vice City last year.
Mhm.
Vice City is 100 times worse than San Andreas. Vice City's practically fucking broken, dude. So the fact that they were able to go in and clean that one up, that had to have been a fucking task. All right, moving on to least favorite trend. I'm gonna go ahead and hit you with one out the gate. This is so irritating to me. The I don't know how this blew up in 2024 the way it did, and I don't even know how to phrase this. I'm just gonna put content creators uh prioritizing hate clicks. I know that's always been a thing to some degree, but like,
It's something similar.
did you? Oh shit, what was yours?
Mine was written in people collectively hating on a game that they haven't played.
Yeah, I mean that's the same thing. We can kind of
Yep.
lump that in together. Yeah. It's it's baffling to me that I know this has always been around to some degree. If it bleeds, it leads. That whole idea of negativity, you put the negativity on the thumbnail, it gets more clicks, like all of that shit. But the fact that it's like now accepted that you're going to be listening to creators discuss video games who haven't played the game they're discussing, and it's like that you used to get called. Do you remember back in the day, people would like go through achievements and go through your trophies and like call you out based on the fact that you're talking about a game you haven't played?
Yep.
Like
But
that
there's
doesn't happen
no.
anymore.
So it's crazy because the only creator I know that drops reviews is Multismal that does that still. His Steam profile's public. He leaves a link to it in the description. You can see what he's played, and he has evidence that he has 100% of these games. And what was crazy is that what I don't like is that, like you said, the hate clicks and then people collectively hating on something they haven't played. You enjoyed Veilguard. You didn't think it was the greatest thing ever, but you just have this wave of hatred wave like rain down in his comment sections. Like I don't because of that one opinion, I don't
One.
hold your opinion valid anymore. You're a terrible reviewer.
It's
No,
crazy.
no, no, he isn't. He gave his thoughts and opinions on something and how he felt about it. Just because it doesn't align with you, having that I don't agree with you, so I never want to hear your voice again. That's fucking crazy and
Yeah.
dangerous. So you want everybody to just universally agree
On
on
everything.
everything? You want there to never be a discussion? You want everything to just be like it's game of the year or it's in the bin. Don't ever buy that. So you only
Right.
buy 2 games a year.
It's
Get
crazy.
out of here.
It's crazy, man. It's I don't know what did, and I don't know. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but does 2024 not feel like definitively the year where something changed? Because I remember getting shit for like in Starfield last year, but it wasn't like this. Like you talk about Veilguard, you talk about Star Wars Outlaws, you like the level of hate is way fucking different.
Right, I'll take the brunt of this. Put up the fist. Um, I used to watch, and if somebody wants to call me out on this, it's not going to get like any traction or whatever. But Young, yeah, I used to watch his videos and stuff, and he used to be very down the middle. He used to try and look at things from both sides, and then he kind of just hit his ceiling, and he did a negative video, and boy, did that blow up! And then that's all he is now. Anything that comes out of his mouth is just negative
Damn.
because that's what's garnered him success, and that's what allows him to further pursue his career, make shitloads of money, and I think so. That was probably like 2, 3 years ago that's happened. It's been in that trajectory for about 2, 3 years, and it does feel perhaps worse. Maybe I've been a little bit disconnected, but being on the channel and being, a part of this and having to interact with people, this definitely feels, at least as well for me, that maybe people need to calm down a bit and just accept opinions as opinions
Yeah.
and not get so like passion is one thing,
Death threats are
but
another.
not listening to somebody's opinion is very, very bad.
Yeah.
Whether or not you don't agree with it. What happened to I don't agree with your opinion, but I accept it. Like
Yeah.
agree to disagree.
Agree to
That
disagree.
that sentiment doesn't exist, it feels a
It's
lot of the time.
it's so crazy, Loom, because like I watch all I listen to are gaming podcasts. I drive nonstop for work. And I guess that is kind of a big benefit is like, we both make money outside of this. So like we're not really having to rely on YouTube money or Patreon money. I don't even have a fucking Patreon. I've had people ask me numerous times, "Hey man, I'd love to support you." Well, you're
Me
what?
included.
Hey, it's just like and that's a whole different topic for a whole different day. And I'm not saying I never will. I'm open to it. I just got to figure out the right strategy for all that shit. But like, and I think there's a lot of value in that. And I also think that there's a lot of value when you listen to Jeff Gersman's show. He's funded by Patreon, so he's not relying on YouTube money. So he doesn't have to play to the algorithm. So a lot of his opinions are just like they're couched in a 3 hour episode, and he's not looking for the take. Because I've even been susceptible to that. When I was trying to really fucking ramp up the content and get them out daily, you're trying to find the thing, the clickable title, and I try not to go too far into fucking clickbait, but like you're straddling that line a little bit. And I understand the mentality. And I do get if you found something that gets you hundreds of thousands of views and you can consistently double down on it, fuck,
Temptation,
man.
man.
That's
It's how what do
tempting.
you value? Like success or integrity?
Yep.
That's what it's like a
100%.
lot in life.
100%, man. Um, but yeah, that I feel like that's a given to be one of the winners. I'll let you
Yeah, I
kick
think
off the next
I
one.
think that was filled with I don't think we're gonna hit with something of more passion.
I have
No.
one that I'm really passionate about as
Ooh.
well.
Okay. Um I guess I'll just throw it out to let you pick up again, but live service for me just existing, I hate it.
Ah,
I
live
hate
service existence.
I hate look man, Fortnite's successful. It it's touched the hearts and minds of many children.
That's true.
But it's had such a negative impact on the industry. Um, so many people trying to chase it, so many people butchering IPs to try to get that as well. It'd be different if they didn't touch, like you said, Suicide Squad is perfectly the perfect example. If they went and had Rocksteady and didn't tie it towards something and was like, this is our own IP in the similar vein to Concord, that that still feels awful for them to do that, but it feels even more wrong that you're in the DC space and you just didn't give us another Batman. Something that we know you can deliver on. Like it's just crazy.
Totally. Um, you know, I PlayStation's mishandling of their first party teams. I can't begin to I, how the fuck are we what 5 years into or about to be 5 years into the console life cycle? And I mean that first party output is putrid. It's next to nothing. And then to know that Naughty Dog spent 4 years working on a game that was canceled, that was a service game, and to know that Spider-Man, they had that multiplayer, that live service game in development, over at Insomniac, and it's just I don't know, their first party output has been horrible, and you know what? I'm actually gonna I'm just gonna say PlayStation first party is my least favorite trend. The fact that they're chasing the live service bag, all of that shit. And also on top of that, the fact that they did away with showcases.
Yeah,
Where the
that's
fuck are the
crazy.
showcases?
That's
Do you,
crazy.
it's kind of embarrassing. If you're a platform holder, if you're a console manufacturer and you don't have enough shit to show for a once a year showcase, one time a year, you can't have one big showcase a year. That is embarrassing, dude. So yeah, that's one of mine. That's not the one I'm super passionate about. We'll get to that one, but yeah. You have any others?
This wasn't one that I wrote down. I have two that I wrote down. I want to pop this in there because it kind of ties into PlayStation. But like Xbox kind of being their releases of games that feel like they've been in development forever. Like where are they? Still,
Mm,
like you're dropping a few of them now. And we're seeing them you're talking about like Avowed coming out and stuff like that, which feels like that's been in development forever. But like this would be the perfect time to
yeah,
have them games ready. When PlayStation is flat on its face, blowing bubbles, you need to be capitalizing on this, and it feels like they're not. They're sitting there. We'll push this back. We'll push that back. Dude, you kicked Starfield out in a fairly shaky state. You kicked Redfall out in a shaky state. Like, why did you not capitalize on this like holiday window? You clearly kicked games out, like Avowed, like Stalker 2 was in a shaky state. You still put that out, put Avowed out as well. Like,
right.
capitalize on this, even if it is shaky, because of any developer that would be granted leeway, it would be Obsidian. We know that they just release broken things 9 times out of 10, and that's not something that should be encouraged. But sometimes you do need to kind of cut that corner and like capitalize right now, get these games out, make your brand valuable, and they're just kind of pottering about. They're like, yeah, we don't care because Call of Duty sold X amount of copies. We made this money. They're so lax about it. Like they're not. There's no bloodlust there. He still feels like I'm trying to be the good guy, kind of thing. If that makes sense. Like where is the ferocity? Where's the competition? Where's the drive?
Yeah. Well, in a year also where like game of the year, dude, that easily could have been Avowed. Easily could have been Indiana Jones. Easily, you know what I'm saying? Like this is a somewhat weaker. No, I should. This is a year where game of the year is a toss up. There's no Baldur's Gate 3 to dominate. There's no Elden Ring to dominate. Like to not have anything on that table is like, dude. And it's not like that's the end of the world because they're on the way. But like, come on, man.
You're pushing
Nothing.
Avowed to next year so it competes with GTA 6. Like, are you out of your mind?
Right. And then pushing it to a month where you have Avowed, fucking Yakuza the Pirate, you have Kingdom Come 2,
Kingdom Come. Yeah.
Monster Hunter, all in February. It's like, okay, dude.
And it's like you really have faith in Game Pass, don't you guys? You think that that's the thing that equalizes that, and it's no.
I gotta shout out the just the fucking layoffs, man. Goodness
Yep.
gracious. Like it was 2024 was brutal. And this is the one that I'm like, this is a competitor for that top spot. And like I said, I know
Mine was
this
similar. I had
sounds,
studios shutting down for my one kind of thing.
yeah.
So
And listen, like I said, this is obvious. This is a milk toast, kind of boring take, but it's reality. Studios being closed immediately after making good games. What the fuck? Alone in the Dark, Lost Crown. Well, they weren't necessarily completely laid off, but there were layoffs. Tango. Um, yeah, and I mean there was just I think they said there was something like fucking it was the most layoffs in video game in the history
yeah,
of 2024, and that was off of a fucking ton of layoffs in 2023. So, I mean that's a big one. But like I said, I don't necessarily love it for the winner, but it's definitely one that I'm passionate about because it makes no sense why great. I understand Arcane Austin. I kind of get it. I hate to admit it, but I kind of get it. If you put out Redfall and in the process of staffing up Arcane Austin, you went out and were hiring a bunch of live service people who were familiar with the live service template for games. So a lot of the people who were vets of Arcane Austin left. So you're left with a team that you're like, I don't know what to do with these people because we're not making those style of games anymore. So you close the whole studio down. Probably maybe not the best move, but I can at least understand it. But like Tango, I don't fucking get that at all. Piranha
Mhm.
Bytes, like anywho,
I have no idea. It's 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 just business in heads. It feels like they don't think like a human being. They
at
just see
all.
numbers.
All right. Did you say you had one more?
Um, yeah. We didn't pick a winner then for favorite trend, did we?
Oh,
If
Jesus
these are,
Christ.
that's what I was I was like, oh, I guess for the trends we just jot them down.
All
Okay.
right. Well, uh, damn. Okay. Huh. Let's oof. Let's finish least favorite trend. I'm thinking
Yeah.
timestamps now. We'll
Yep.
finish least
Yep.
favorite trend and then pick the winner for favorite trend. I'll figure out some
Okay.
way to timestamp that. Jesus Christ. Hey, we're 4 hours into this bitch.
Yeah. Five almost.
Yeah, 5 hours. Yeah, yeah.
Um, this is like a double-edged sword thing because there's benefits to this existing, but I also just don't enjoy it. I wish it's the thing of like I just want the best of everything, but physicals being delayed.
Yeah.
So there's merits for them to be delayed. However, look, man, I'd rather like I just want to have the physical at release. Like, can you just not make it work? And
Right. Yeah, I agree with
so
that. It kills a lot of hype. Um, I'm gonna throw DLC being nominated for Game of the Year. It fucking pisses me off. And now that it's like official, I just feel like that sets such a dangerous precedent for the future.
can't
Grand
wait
Theft
for
Auto,
a pre-order mission to be nominated for Game of the Year. That would be
right.
amazing.
2026 GTA 6 drops its DLC. Absolutely a fucking Game of the Year. The next Witcher 4 DLC, absolutely Game of the Year. It's like, ooh, okay, we're gonna get into some strange territory. Um, you had another one?
No, the physicals was the last one.
All right. I'm gonna go through. This is tough. I will also I'm gonna throw Xbox going third party in there as well. I just hate that shit, man. I hate the idea of less competition in the console market. I hate it. I fucking hate it. And if this leads to that, I hate that even more. I think exclusives are super fucking important. I'll die on that hill. And last up on the chopping block, let's see. This is a stupid one, but October's release cadence this year. Packing, yeah, we'll change it to packing every game into 1 month. What the fuck was October?
Yeah, because I was about to say it wasn't just October. You had the Game Pass thing of Flintlock, Kinitsu, and Dungeons of Hinterberg all releasing in like a week span. Like, what are you doing?
So crazy. And dude, we had Metaphor, Veilguard, Life is Strange, uh, Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero, Undisputed, like so many heavy hitters. It's like y'all know y'all know there are other months in the year, right? Goodness gracious. That's not one that's going to win, but I wanted to at least shout it out.
Yep.
I think that the winner here is probably probably the content creator one. We went on a tirade about that.
Yeah, that was a snowball.
Yeah.
Yep.
I I feel passionate about Xbox going third party, DLC being nominated, the layoffs, but I think content creator. Yeah. Yeah.
I think the DLC being nominated is just that shouldn't even be
Yeah.
having to be considered. Like that's just stupid. And then like you're willing to die on that hill with Xbox going like third party and exclusivity being, stuck around. Whereas I'm on like the opposite. Like I genuinely am for open borders. I think gaming's got to the point where you need to just utilize everything possible to get it in the hands of as many people. That budgets have ballooned and stuff. So I don't think exclusivity holds as much cadence as it once did.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I definitely, if you don't have a console, I agree. Like for Square Enix making games exclusive, like that's fucking stupid. Like that's so stupid unless you're being paid crazy, crazy money. But to make people want to buy your console, I feel like you have to have something that makes them want to buy your console. Um, I think that that's kind of obvious in the numbers. But at the same time, when you're the fucking biggest publisher in the world, maybe you can have a console ecosystem that's consistently declining and just you're making so much fucking money off Diablo and Call of Duty and Overwatch and Candy Crush. Like, yeah, loss
Yep.
leading is a thing. All right. So we both in agreement for content creators prioritizing hate clicks.
Yep. Don't
Cool.
hate us. Be our friends.
Now let's just talk about games, man. In a 5 hour fucking award show. Um, all right. Let's see what we have next up. Most ambitious. So I don't have a ton for this one. I feel like this wasn't a year of like crazy ambition from the game space. We had a lot of great. Oh fuck, I forgot the favorite trend.
I thought he was
Jesus
gonna
Christ.
do it at the end of this. He's gonna slice that out
Oh, the end of the actual. Okay, okay, yeah, that makes some sense.
and
But
then you
fuck it,
can
we'll
just
we'll do it now. We'll do it now. We're already
okay.
talking about it. Um, favorite trend for me would probably go to honestly maybe the Halo 2 E3 demo being playable. Like even I just love that idea. I hope that's a trend that we see more of. Like unreleased shit. Shit that's like
Yeah,
sitting there.
when you place it when you place it like that, for me, like the it being Halo 2 doesn't do anything for me. But if we could
Right.
see that more and more of just here's the best. I think I mentioned it before, the Hogwarts Legacy thing, where they did the goof reel of
Right,
like
right,
when they
right.
were struggling to get like facial animations, and like, yeah, we just recorded it because we thought it was funny and just let people like watch it, like our
Yeah.
struggles and like point and laugh at us, kind of thing. Yeah, stuff like that. I think that's yeah, I'd I'd agree.
Like imagine if Mass Effect 2 had like a different Suicide Squad mission that they ended up scrapping. And
Mm.
like one day they just released that full mission and it's kind of broken unplayable state, but we were able to go and like see what they were thinking of. I just think that's a really cool precedent to be set to where it's like, yeah, we can do something with this unreleased content. Um, I
Like a
think
director's cut kind of thing where it shows different stuff.
totally. I also think that the Larian walking away is really important. The live service pushback is important. China and Korea becoming major players in the console market is important. Um,
For me, when I look at that list, like completely personally, the two things that are most important to me is the classic collections from a personal perspective and probably the physical sport.
yeah, I for sure from a personal standpoint, physical support would win on mine. Um, and these awards are personal, but I think that like the the biggest trend that we will see impact. I mean, China and Korea becoming a major player, like that feels like such a specifically 2024 thing that I could see that. Um, the live service failure feels really 2024. Larian, obviously, that's specifically 2024.
I think I'd concede with live service pushback
Okay.
if you want to go with that.
Yeah, we'll let's see.
It's kind of like the repeating of when battle royales kind of got out of hand and people got
Right.
sick to death of them.
Yeah, yeah. We'll lock that one in. We'll say live service failures. I don't want to say failures, but yeah, pushback that'll work. Um, okay. My brain is starting to melt. Okay, most ambitious is what we're on now.
Don't worry,
Apologize,
we've only got
guys.
another 5 hours.
I swear to God. Um, Most ambitious is where we're at now. I only have one, two, three, four, five, 6 games on this list.
Ooh, I have 5.
Okay,
So
perfect. Hit me with
close.
your first.
Helldivers 2.
Yep, that's a good one.
I don't think we really need to dive into them. We've spoken about them enough.
Yeah,
But, well, had a nice bit of impact. Was very ambitious. Rebirth.
yeah.
I think Stalker 2
I could see that.
deserves a nod.
I could see
In
that for
in
sure.
many ways, it played it safe
Yeah,
in comparison to the original games, but at the same time, getting it on console, I think, such a game changer. Day one as well, not having to wait like a year. So
yeah, no,
a
I
little
think
bit of
that,
love for your boy Outcast,
yeah, I have that one.
because look, man, it ain't blowing doors off the wall, but for what they set out to do, that it has to be considered for most ambitious with what they had in their sack.
Well, yeah, I think you could argue that it fails because of its ambition. Like
Yep.
it fails to run properly. Like it is just an overly ambitious game across the board, and I love that shit.
Final one, and for its combat alone, Dragon's Dogma 2.
Yep, I had that as well. I had that
Its
one as
story is
well.
very, very, very lacking, but I think if sounds so horrible to if the original creator just doesn't touch the series anymore, just leave it alone. You you've had 2 cracks at it and you've not brought the best out of the series. What was brought best out of the series was the person who came in and did the DLC of the first game. You've kind of retrod a lot of the same steps as the first game. Like the combat is so good that it gets a nod for being ambitious. If the combat wasn't good, you wouldn't be anywhere near a lot of this list. So
Yeah. It's just some of the most dynamic encounters I've ever seen in games. That's the thing that makes it so ambitious.
yep,
Plucky Squire,
yep, for
definitely
sure.
ambitious. Doesn't quite nail its ambition, but it is undeniably an ambitious video game. Just the whole 2D to 3D thing, like we talked about earlier, and running across the pages of the storybook. Star Wars Outlaws. Um, Once again, you don't see games that are third person shooters, that are stealth games, that are also fucking space fucking you flying around in your spaceships and speeder bikes and dialogue systems. Like you don't see games that offer all of that shit often at all. And there's a reason for it because it's really fucking difficult. And you can kind of say, hey, Star Wars Outlaws isn't great because it's maybe a little bit too ambitious. Same thing with Starfield last year. People who had criticism of Starfield, it's like the game was
Don't do too
doing too
much.
much. Yeah.
Bloated.
Um, Dungeons of Hinterberg.
Yeah, nice.
I think a game that is so it's so puzzle centric and the puzzle solving is so intelligently designed to where it melds beautifully with the abilities that you're given. And then it's a dungeon crawler by day, a social sim by night. Like that's it's ambitious given it's an indie game and it has like you know, full third person action, full social sim stats and skill trees and all that shit. And yeah, it's a very ambitious title. I shouldn't say skill trees. It has like uh trees where you're able to like go in and see how your relationship is progressing with each person in the town, which is really cool. And you'll unlock things based upon your relationship evolving and growing.
Social links kind of things.
Yep. Um, and I also want to shout out a game that I have not played, UFO 50.
Mm.
50 games, 50 indie games in one package. I think that that is incredibly fucking ambitious, and to create this entire lore around the games where it's like it's a pretend console where they were like competing with Nintendo or some shit. And so it's all games of that era. And they have like their own little stories going on and shit where it's I don't know, it's kind of this meta thing of I don't know how quite to because I haven't played it for one, but from what I've heard about it, it's like they it's almost they throw little ties to like real world shit in the individual games, or they throw little ties to the real world shit that they're trying to portray. Like I think it's a company called Llamasoft or some shit
Mhm.
that they created.
Yeah.
Um, and yes, it's I can't speak to it too in depth because I haven't played it. Obviously, it's not on console yet, but that's like one of those games, and we'll get to it a little bit more. That's one of those games that made me really debate buying a Steam Deck. But there's just not enough PC exclusive games.
Animal Wall has to be
Yeah,
there, right?
yeah, we
A
can throw Animal World on there.
one man
Totally.
dev game, similar in the way of, when you think of how impressive that is of like Undertale managing that same thing, and this looking a hell of a lot better than Undertale, like visually at least.
Yeah.
Um, Definitely ambitious.
Yeah, no doubt.
But again, I have to be very brief with it because I've not played it, but definitely deserves a shout out.
What do you think about Veilguard being here? Like, I don't know if I don't know if I've ever played an RPG with like that solid of combat. Well, an RPG with like dialogue choices and shit. Like, I
I
don't.
don't, I wouldn't put it here. I
Okay.
think when I think of like an RPG being ambitious and stuff, and you're talking about like the combat, the thing that immediately springs to mind is like Kingdom Come 1, where it's doing so much. Whereas with Veilguard, it did the combat really well, but it watered down many other elements. Whereas Kingdom Come is you got to learn to read, you got to eat, you got to sharpen your weapon manually on a grindstone and stuff like that. Learn how to learn how to brew a potion and stuff like that. So
Totally. I can't wait for that next year. I'm excited to jump into that. Um. All right.
sorry, Veilguard.
Oh no, hey, it's fine. I agree with. I just my whole thing is like I was stunned by how I never expected
Yeah,
that combat to be so
the
good.
combat is absolutely out of this world.
But we rewarded that earlier for a couple different things, just shining a light on how good that combat is. Very unexpected.
Yep.
I think most ambitious, I don't fucking know. I'm kind of like leaning towards the two games we haven't played, which maybe that's probably a flaw. I don't think that we should do that, but I kind of am.
Oh, I think this is one of the categories where it won't make anybody happy unless you go with what is theirs. Because all of these have really strong arguments as to why they should be considered the most ambitious. I
Yeah.
think what you would have to do is then bring into consideration how detrimental was that ambition to the game.
Yeah.
Were they able to be ambitious and it not affect every other aspect of the game?
And I think
If
we
that
can go
makes
back to
sense.
the same thing we said earlier, though, which is a bummer, where it's like maybe that should reward the game in a weird way, where it's like it's so ambitious that the fucking game falls apart due to its ambition. Like, I think you can make that argument. Um, I think I'm leaning towards, I want to say Dragon's Dogma 2, but it's doing one thing that is stupidly ambitious, but I mean, it's one thing that I've never seen anything like that. But I guess you can kind of argue Monster Hunter to some degree.
Did you play the first game?
I played a little bit of the first game,
Because it
but like,
has that same combat style. It's just not polished as much.
Right, but the whole like
So
dynamic interaction of like being able to get carried off and fucking travel 100, miles across this map and like,
that did exist, but it weren't definitely to that extent. You could be picked up by harpies and flown a little bit, but yeah, yeah, that is a good way of countering my point. Like, I've never had an interaction like that of being it's so dynamic. I'm doing something else enters that space and completely changes where I am because of something that if that was the real world, that could happen if I was in that situation. So that added to the immersion. Man, what a tough list.
let's do the thing. I think the star system has worked for us well so far. You put the stars next to what you would want to I think I'm gonna go Helldivers 2 as my first one. What would be the first one you want to star?
I'll throw Love Stalker 2's win.
Okay.
I can appreciate it for what it is.
I'll throw a star to Animal Well. The whole one person, fucking Balatro. Oh, dude, I gotta throw Balatro in here as well. Shit, that just makes it way harder. Um, again, one person redefining what the fuck you can do with a deck of cards and like creating a new spin on poker, a new spin on roguelikes. Like that is, oh my God. I fuck.
Rebirth, I would probably star as well.
Okay.
Even having not played it, it it does so much.
I will star.
We're gonna end up starring the whole list.
Yeah, you're right. Final star. I'm gonna go Dragon Star. Ah, Outcast, man. Outcast is a weird game. Okay, these are gonna be my stars right here. Dragon's Dogma 2, Helldivers 2. Uh, yeah. This is a really fucking tough one. I can see this going a number of different ways. All right, let's make some cuts. You think can cut everything we don't have starred?
Yeah,
So
I
we're
mean that'll
cutting,
just ease the pressure. Sorry,
cutting.
Outcast.
Yeah, Outcast, I'm sorry, buddy. You are an ambitious motherfucking video game. Plucky Squire, Star Wars Outlaws, Dungeons of Hinterberg, UFO 50, all getting cut. Uh, I guess I'll cut Balatro as well, but nah, I'd
How
rather.
hot were you on Balatro?
But I don't know. Does that really factor in? Because we got Helldivers 2 on here.
But that's what I mean is that it's ambitious and how hot were you on it?
I finished it. Like well, I don't know if you can even finish it, but like I finished a run, played like 15, 20 hours of it. I like it a lot. It's a fucking incredible video game. But it is a card game at the end of the day. And like I'm not a huge card game guy, but I that's the thing is I'm not a card game guy and it still made me put 20 hours into it. It's unbelievably addictive. And I've just never seen anything like, okay, we're going to totally put a spin on poker to a crazy degree, be a deck builder, poker game, roguelike, all in one. Like it's unbelievably ambitious, but it's unbelievably limited in a lot of ways as well. Like it's just what it is. It's not trying to do
Yeah.
anything more than what it's doing.
I would probably vote to cut it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. The thing with Stalker 2, the whole weather system, the dynamic weather and shit, that's super impressive to me. I do think that some of the like bugs and shit didn't seem to have anything to do with the ambition of the game. Where it was like I don't think the game was falling off a cliff on a technical level because it was doing something that was so, technically fucking impressive on one end that it was making the performance struggle on the other end.
Yeah, I'd be happy to cut it. I wanted to at least have it in a top five debate.
Yeah. I Dude, I don't fucking know. I would
Can
cut
we really,
Rebirth.
really?
I would because it's it's not like visually much at all. It's so the integration of the mini games to me that is ambitious to like make so many mini games so much fun and to make them integral to the main path. Like that's cool, but at the same time, like I don't really know what it does outside of that that's so ambitious. The combat's fun, but like even there, if we're talking about like if we're going combat for the ambition of kind of the blend between turn-based and real-time combat, if that's where the ambition is, where are you where are you coming from with the ambition of Rebirth?
The fact that it does so much, the fact that it's also reshaping something that was already beloved in the same way of like Silent Hill and somehow making it better. Because as much as I love Dragon's Dogma 2 for giving me that moment, what else does it have tying to ambition that wasn't in the first game?
I mean, so many of those moments though. It's not just the one that you had. How many moments did we talk about where it was like,
Yeah, but that's entirely combat related. Whereas I think
yeah,
with the layers of Rebirth, it stacks up so many different things along with the combat being ambitious because it's something where it's shed its turn-based RPG roots, found the middle ground, and it executes it really well because it's a similar system to like Final Fantasy 16 right now.
but wouldn't you
Is what
say
it's
that remake was kind of the one that shed those, shed that new light and then was really the foundational building block? But I will say they improved the combat even like significantly from remake to rebirth. So I could maybe see rebirth holding a little bit of water here. How much did you play Animal Well?
no. But the
I haven't
thing the
either.
thing is that them three above it are continuations. They're not original ideas
Yeah.
being driven by ambition. They're not one man with a vision taking on these huge juggernaut developers and IPs. Because it didn't get nominated, did it, for Game of the Year, or did it sneak in? I can't remember. I don't think
No,
I
it
think
did.
Balatro took that like
Yeah.
indie spot, right? But it was very, very close. That could have easily swooped in and took that indie thing. So even though I've not played it, I would definitely. That's the one I'm leaning most towards, man.
I wish I would have played Animal Well, man. Because like when I look at Animal Well compared to Balatro, I'm like, that's a no-brainer that Balatro is more ambitious. But I haven't fucking played it, so I don't know. And that's the tough thing of picking it here, where it's like, oh,
What one are you most leaning? Because I've obviously played my card out. I'm leaning towards Animal Well.
I would be fine with. Oh, I feel like I cut Outcast a New Beginning too early. I'd be leaning towards Dragon's Dogma too. You know what, Loon? I'm just gonna have to be honest. I'll give it to Animal Well this year. I don't think this is a good year for really ambitious shit, to be honest. Like, I I think it's Balatro or Animal Well, the most ambitious game of 2024. Um, I don't, yeah, it's not a great year where ambition is just showcased on full display.
Are you like 100% like split on that?
On what?
On it being Balatro or Animal Well?
Well, no, because I haven't played Animal. Like I'm
Oh,
100% on
okay.
Balatro the more I think about it, but I can't argue that because I haven't played Animal Well.
Well, how can I argue for Animal Well if
Right.
I've not played?
I would be okay
Do
with
you know
giving
what?
it to Balatro.
I'll concede that. I think it would
Okay.
be unfair for me to seriously fight for something, even though for me, looking at it, I do think Animal Well is. I didn't play it, and I didn't play Balatro either.
Yeah.
So I should just keep my mouth shut.
I, that's a tough thing. I should have played Animal Well with how much praise it got. I should have dove a little bit into Animal Well, but I played Balatro and I do think that in terms of ambition, I do think it is probably the most ambitious game of the year, even though it's only doing one very specific thing, but that one specific thing is so nuanced and there's so many layers that like and I mean just for the fact that they created a fucking new way, a new thing to do with a deck of cards is fucking crazy. Like that's hard enough to do. A new spin on poker, a new spin on a deck builder, a new spin on roguelikes, all that shit I said, like that is pretty impressive to be able to do that.
Apologies, physical. I tried to fight for you, fight for your corner. He really loved Animal Wall. That's the basis of my thought process.
Ah,
He's very. If something is artsy, because I think he mentioned that in the comments and stuff. Like artsy stuff is really, really resonating with him. So something of that artistic quality, and it was a 5 out of 5 for him, like pure perfect. So it was like, but I
I,
played neither. So
I should have fucking played Animal Well, man. That's
I'm
like the
kicking myself as well. It looks cool.
yeah,
It's just too many releases, man. Come on, have
yeah.
mercy.
We're only two people. All right, we're getting to the closure. Non-GOTY, our favorite piece of media that released this year that was not a video game. Um, Luna, I'll let you kick this off.
Out of curiosity, what forms of media did you end up tagging
Let's
down?
see. I have a couple albums, a couple comedy specials. Uh, that's about it, really, for me.
See, now that I know that you did music, I need to find the name.
All right, well, I'll shout mine out real quick and let you do that. I'm gonna go ahead and give you, and we can. I think we should both pick a winner for this one since it's gonna be totally different. You know what I mean? Since we're unless we end up coming up with the same thing, but it's like non-game taste, we're gonna vary drastically. I'm gonna go Ka, the
I
thief
have
next.
no idea what that is. So there you go immediately.
Yeah, the thief next to Jesus is the name of the record,
Okay.
and it is lyrically the most impressive album I've heard in a long, long time. And also he passed away like a month after releasing this album, and there's some
Uh,
yeah, he's a 50-year-old firefighter who is you know, a rapper as like a side career, which I think just that alone is super fucking cool to me. Um, and just lyrically like so strong. I got a couple things I'm gonna read from the album. I want to read the one. Let's see. Okay, I might not have jotted the one down that I. All right, so this one, he says, Donna Cape, I'm not capable. Impatient, had things taken that's irreplaceable. Settled in peril, this kid never did what was safe to do. On wrong blocks, it's all long shots. I just hope to make a few. That's such a fucking vicious line. On wrong blocks, it's all long shots. I just hope to make a few. Um, I really wanted to read the one. Let's see. Every day, just gathering strength, build a shield to really deal with the next tragic event. Advanced lines about the last time I had to relent. Since conceived, believe some things was too bad to repent. Was charmed, had a mom's to rejoice, dad to resent. I knew it was all about a dollar before I gathered a cent. Some vicious shit in there, dude. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Knew it was all about a dollar before I gathered a cent. Reasonably could easily be on the Ave in a tent. Ka couldn't cry, so I had to lament. Then thought I'd meet my end, violent in the street. Changed lifestyle. How I'm living right now, I'm gonna die in my sleep. And he died a month after this. It's like fucking.
Shit,
I get
man.
chills just saying that. Yes, that's one of the best albums I've ever heard in my life, and it came out this year, so I gotta shout that out. And there's a track called True Holy Water, and like I said, he's a firefighter, or and the background of the song, it has like a woman screaming, and you can hear like the burning of, you can hear like the flames sort of, I don't know what the right word is, but you can hear like shit burning around the woman as she's screaming, and it's kind of like you're thinking that he's hearing this as he's just existing, like that's the shit sort of
Mm.
traumatizing his fucking brain. That's like the background of his thoughts, kind of. It's like rough, rough, rough.
Damn, man.
Yeah, it was a, and I heard about Kyle. I think Dead End Hip Hop reviewed one of his albums years and years ago, and I listened to the review, and I tried listening to Ka years ago, and I was fucking young and dumb, and I was like, I wanted everything to be jewelry and
50
bad
Cent.
bitches, and yeah, and then hearing this, it was like hearing it now as a 30-year-old, and it's like it hits a lot different at 30 than it did when I was like 22, 23. But yeah, R.I.P. man.
Damn. Are you listing all yours off, or are we gonna?
We'll go back and forth.
So I didn't consider music. I don't know why, considering I constantly fucking bang on about it. But for me, it'd probably be the death of Slim Shady. I'm
Oh
a
yeah.
big M fan, of course. And it's weird as well because when we've talked about it, we're both fans of the music, but we seem to resonate with 180 on what we like about him the most. Because I remember you talking about the Somebody Save Me with Jelly Roll,
Yep.
and you just didn't, that doesn't click with you.
No, I don't
Whereas
know
for me,
why.
that hits fucking deep. And I guess it could be kind of viewed as like, for some people, it's maybe exhausting hearing him basically, like you've said this, it feels time and time again. But that just shows for me, like his humility. Like he knows that though he's given the earth for them, he still feels that he's let them down as parents, which just hurts.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird because I love like Stan. I love cleaning out my closet. Um there's a lot of that more heavy shit that I really, really vibe with. But actually this year in particular, I went back and listened to that first studio record. The one with Rock Bottom and shit on it. And there's some stuff on that first record that's just like total Slim Shady, alter ego, vile, vile lyrics. That's like the wordplay is so impressive. And I didn't have it wrote down here, but I listened to that record a lot this year, and I'm just blown away by some of the wordplay on that thing. But I did like Death of Slim Shady as well.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Um,
And
all
this
right,
doesn't make the list, but I think it would be disingenuous for us to like not acknowledge its existence. But Kendrick,
yeah,
with Not Like Us, just dominating.
that's
Like
not on your list.
it's not on my list, but it could have been. Is it on yours?
I thought about it. I thought about it. Reincarnated. You know what? We'll just put we'll put Kendrick. We'll put him down. That reincarnated track is so fucking hard. So fucking hard. Um, the Pac sample, the internal dialogue, the introspective sort of rapping style switching between different perspectives. Like it's just that's a really, really impressive song. But the beef shit, I just think is corny. Like, I'm not trying to be holier than thou, whatever, but like, I I just don't take that shit seriously at all. I'm sorry. Like, when it was like 50 in Ja Rule, when it was like 50 in Game, when it was like there was just
That's
there was like lives on the line. This is
that's what I was about to say. If it was against, because Kendrick is much more like it's Drake for fuck's sake. Like he feels so much more soft, if that makes sense. Like, that's the easiest
absolutely
way of putting it. Like, is there's no stakes. Like, I don't know if you saw the repercussions to your diss track. He's trying to sue you in court. Like, how
right.
weak is that as a response? Like,
Yeah.
he's literally called you out for being that kind of mindset, and then you play into that hand. Like, it's just you lose all credibility.
Well, and the thing for me is like I don't want people to be dying over entertainment in the first
Mm.
place. I think it is what it is. I just think beef in general is like if you're doing it strictly for the verbal sparring aspect of it, and you're really wanting to see who can get the better of each other, and you're kind of thinking of it as like a sport, I think there's a lot of value in that for sure. Like battle raps, fuck yeah,
Yeah.
that's dope. But like, and I don't know. I just this feels like it's on that spectrum of like, yeah, we're doing this for entertainment purpose, but we're also saying some crazy vile shit about one another that could end up getting the other person like fucked up. And it's like, I don't know. I don't, maybe once again, I'm getting fucking older, man. Like I'm,
Yeah, no, you mellow out, and it's the stuff like because you think of bump heads is a fucking hard track
yeah,
of Eminem, and you think like there's not that drive anymore in the industry, and I
yeah,
don't much like you, I wouldn't want that to go back to that
no,
because needless amounts of people died chasing that kind of thing.
yeah,
And it was just stupid. It was pointless. It was pointless deaths and pointless egos and just not being able to swallow your ego.
yeah.
So
And we lost the two most impactful rappers of the 90s with
in
Pac and
their
Biggie.
early 20s,
Yeah.
they were so young.
They'd be like fucking 50 years old now,
Yeah.
40 years old. Like they'd still be somewhat young in 2020. It's just, yeah, that shit. I don't know. I'm not with the beef shit at all these days. But bar for bar, Kendrick is one of the greatest of all time. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. Um, yeah, I think you're up or am I up? Whoever, you can go.
Um, I think the Fallout TV show should get a nod.
Yeah, that deserves it.
That made a good amount of impact, not even just for like gamers, but overall in the wider world. When something reaches out and makes people gain interest in games, that's always a good thing.
Without a doubt. And the show was dope. I loved it.
Yep.
Um, all right. I am also gonna shout out, so total 180 from Ka. I'm gonna shout out Big X the Plug. Um, and he released an album called Take Care. Shout out to Drake. Um, he released an album called Take Care this year, and it's not like it's not one of those albums that it's a fun casual listen, and it's got good beats. It's like a good club album. But there are a few records on this thing, like Leave Me Alone was one that goes really, really hard where he gets into some more heavy shit. And then there was another one. He has one where he samples the Law and Order theme, and it's fucking nasty. He just flows over that shit so well. And it's like a theme that you would never think could be really used in that capacity. What is the name of the I'm gonna look it up while you shout out your next one. But yeah, there's just a lot of good this is a hit factory style of album, and it's just a real casual listen, real good casual listen.
Okay. I think the next one for me would be the Penguin TV show. Like the the Joker came out the second Joker film and people really it did not land. So for them to put out something like that and not give it all that much like publicity and marketing, it felt like they kind of just threw it out there. So there was
Yeah,
very low expectations, and it's some of like the hardest shit DC's put out.
I gotta fucking
Like
watch that, man.
top three in like the past like 5 years, basically. Like that's crazy to think about.
Yeah, I have to watch that damn thing. I totally slept on that. Um, 2 a.m. is the name of the song off that Big X album. Highly recommend checking that out as well as the largest is like the big hit, and then the Law and Order one is the and then Leave Me Alone are like the standouts. But yeah, dude, I got to check out that Penguin TV show. I've heard nothing but great things about it. And it's like more mob related, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my shit. Gonna quickly shout out Anthony Jeselnik's Netflix special. It's called Bones and All. Probably spelling this name wrong. But yeah, it's brilliant fucking writing on this special. He I don't want to like spoil it. It's very, very dark comedy. Very, very dark comedy. If you're not into super, super, super dark comedy, probably not the special to listen to. Um, but he has some of the most interesting takes on like very well trodden, kind of tired material, and he somehow finds a way to spice it up into something interesting. It's also, but like it's brutal and thoughtful, and it's a really, really good blend of all this shit. Um, yeah, I gotta shout that out. Just really, really, really smart writing.
Being a massive Alien fan, Alien Romulus, I think
Yeah,
it'd be there. I It's one of the things you can't ask me to not. I'm way too biased when it comes to Alien as a franchise. It's one of my favorite, like probably film series, top five of all time. Like I can't look at that and critique it. I just enjoy every part of the universe, everything, games that you put out. I'm always there. So, and it was a good film.
yeah. All right, my good people. We had a little bit of a storage issue on my computer, which guess that makes some sense when you do a 6 hour recording and you have some storage issues. Yeah, I guess that's what happens. We might have to cut a category or two next year when doing this to make sure we don't run into that same problem. But we were talking about our non-GOTY, our non-game of the year. I guess I don't need to reintroduce what the category is because we already did that and now we're in the middle of it. And I was talking about Dan Soder's special, uh, which was called On the Road. That's where it cut off, so I guess we'll just jump back in there. It's a comedy special, and I was talking about with the Anthony Jeselnik one. It's like very, it's much darker and much more, not something that you necessarily want to view with. It's not something you necessarily want to view with just anybody. And I feel like Dan Soder's special On the Road is such a casual viewing experience. It's yeah, it's just really chill, nice. It's not like safe comedy. There's some darker bits in there. Um, but it's yeah, it was just a nice chill special. Good good joke writing, pretty solid.
Is it a stand up or
Yep,
is it like okay.
yep, stand up comedy. Did you have anything else for your non game of the year list?
Um, I'm kind of annoyed because I thought of something last night and I forgot to write it down.
Yeah, that's
Ah,
that's no big deal. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna shout out the WWE Vault. This is a YouTube channel that just popped up this year, and it's all about like showing old WWE. Like they have a full they'll show like the full story of Randy Orton as the Legend Killer, the full story as Jeff Hardy becoming champion, and like it'll be a 2 hour thing where they go through the Monday Night Raws and all the pay-per-views and all the SmackDowns, and they just cut out the sections where it's specific to Jeff Hardy winning the title, specific to Randy Orton becoming the Legend Killer, and all of that shit. And it shows a bunch of old matches, and it's just yeah, got created this year. I go to sleep to it. Any night that I'm alone, I am fucking putting on the WWE Vault and turning off my brain to go to sleep. It is such a nice like a sleep aid.
mm. Is this the or is it something different? Because I remember seeing they did something with the Undertaker and they go and find like old props and stuff or old costumes where it's in like the storage units and stuff. Is that
Yeah, that was a TV show that they had, but they have like full
uh
episodes of that on the WWE Vault, or maybe not full episodes, but like they have clips of that on the WWE Vault. Yeah, I fucking love that. So that's my last shout out for non game of the year.
Okay.
All right. Um, my winner would be Ka, Thief Next to Jesus. What would your winner for this one be? We'll have two winners.
Um, I think I'll just play it safe and say the Fallout TV show. I
Okay.
think it did a lot of good with what it had, and it had hardly any expectation tied to it. And I don't think it broke out. I don't know. It may have done. To me, it feels a little bit like maybe a step below the explosive popularity of like The Last of Us, with
Yeah,
kind
for
of how
sure.
that kind of dominated. But The Last of Us felt like it had a little bit more hype backed behind it. A lot more
Mm.
people were interested in that, whereas a lot of people had already written off the Fallout and been like, nah, Fallout's
Yeah,
on like a kind of downward spiral. I don't really see them doing a very good TV show.
totally. Yeah, I mean it was massively, massively popular and just such and like you said, people weren't expecting a lot from it. So I think the fact that it delivered in the way that it did kind of makes it even more impactful.
I don't think they were even expecting it. Like they should have capitalized on it. They didn't have
True.
anything lined up. Like that's crazy. Not even like an event in '76. They kind of scrambled after the fact.
All right, moving on to the next category, one that we've talked about a good bit here. The games we wish we played,
Mm.
which we have discussed plenty of those. I'm going to quickly shout out UFO 50 as I've talked about it already a good bit. Um, just a, the 50 games all packed into one, the NES style games. I just think it looks so cool. It's such an interesting idea to create this like lore behind it. As if it's a game company that actually existed in the 80s and got shut down and shit. Just a lot of interesting shit there that I really wish I could have played this year.
Is that the only one?
Oh, you want me to go ahead and shut all on?
I mean, because I'll probably have a lot more. You can just do your stack and I'll do my stack.
Nice. I'm gonna go to my camera real quick and try to sort this out as I do 150 fucking times per show. Let's see. I really do not know what has happened with this. Um, it just
Do you know what I
never.
think it is? I think it's because you threw shade at Harold Halibut. So now
Yeah.
he's making you have the same animation quality.
That's
It's the old
good.
Harold, the Harold curse.
Um, all right, I think we're in the clear. 1000X resist.
I've
I
never heard of that.
Yeah, it's like a indie narrative adventure game, supposedly very, very, very hard hitting, kind of sci-fi-ish. I don't know much about it, so I can't really sit here and describe it to you very well because pretty much every time I've heard anybody talk about it, they've been very coy with information because supposedly it's like the less you know going in, the
Yeah.
better. Um, and I'm also going to shout out Tricky Madness. This is an SSX Tricky clone that's only on PC, so I haven't been able to experience it just yet. Definitely wish that I could because I fucking miss these days so, so, so very much. Black Myth Wukong, I'm going to go ahead and shout it out. Even though it is getting a physical release, I don't think I'm going to get to it this year, unfortunately. Um, Indiana Jones, I did not expect that to be a fucking 25, 30 hour humongous thing. So that is definitely taking priority above anything else in December. The Legacy of Kain remasters, and also I'm not going to put it on here because I do think I'm going to get to it. The Thermitage.
The Thaumaturge, yeah.
Yeah, I really, really want to play that as well, and it got a physical release, more in the CRPG space, RPG space. I don't really know what you would call it, but um, those are kind of. I want to play those more than I want to play Black Myth Wukong. I wish I could have played it earlier in the year. I wish it would have had a physical release because when it came out, there was nothing else out. It
Yeah.
would have been the perfect time if it dropped a physical release then to jump in. But I don't think I'm gonna get to it this year. And it's not my style of game. I saw that they have stamina meters and shit like that, and that's just not really my
So you
thing.
hang it holding up the crucifix to the
Yeah,
vampire. Yeah. Okay. Well, mine would also be Black Myth. I think my list is predominantly going to be obviously stuff that launched on PlayStation and didn't make its way to Xbox just yet. So Black Myth, Rebirth,
yeah.
Stellar Blade, and Silent Hill 2 remake.
Which of these would you?
And
Oh, good.
I think I'd probably be with you with the Thaumaturge as well. But because it's just released, I don't. Did you want to put that on the list?
I think I
So I was
am gonna
like,
get around to it. Yeah, because it got a
yeah,
physical release. But I think it could be the thing where maybe we don't have enough time this year to get around to it, so it's probably worth
yeah.
putting it here. With Indiana Jones being as big as it is, that might be like until the end of the year. That might take me to the
I
to
can't believe how long that is.
that's
Like,
crazy.
what? I don't think either of them Wolfenstein games were above like the 12-hour mark.
Yeah. It's oof, that's gonna be a big one. But we'll get through it. Let's see. I would cut I'd cut Tricky Madness from my list. I would cut 1000X Resist. And UFO 50 would be the top of mine. What would be the top of yours?
Um, I would probably cut Rebirth because I haven't played Remake yet.
Right.
So they wouldn't make sense me jumping in like I want them all, obviously. Um, Black Myth, much like you, I'm obviously more inclined to play the Souls likes and stuff, but it's not something that I'm like rushing to go and experience.
Yeah.
Um, I already beat Silent Hill 2 this year, so I'd probably cut that. Not really in a huge rush to re-experience that. Man, probably cut Stellar Blade.
Oh, all
There's
right.
something special about the Thaumaturge. It looks like a mix between like Disco Elysium, but has actual like
Combo.
combat and stuff. So it seems like the thing that felt lacking in Disco Elysium for me is finally being addressed.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of tying it into this like weird, I don't even know like how you describe it because it's got like demons and like djinns and stuff. So it's very, very unique.
Think that wins. If it's on both of our list, I think it wins. And I think also the fact that it just released and we are able to play it and still might not get the chance to play it until 2024. Like I think that kind of even gives it a little extra bump.
Mm.
Because it's like even more tempting. It's like it's right there. And but Indiana Jones is he's a knocking. All right. And we are down to our final category of 2024 Unnecessary Game Awards, The Big Wish. So, The Big Wish for 2025. So how I think about this category is like pretty much anything in the gaming space that you want to happen next year. And just simple, boom, whatever you want to happen next year, you can jot down. So I'll kick it to you first, Lynn. What's your what's your first nominee?
So I wrote this down prior to it getting kind of a little bit of coverage because it was very cold coverage up until that point. But I just want Avowed to just be good.
Yeah.
I just need that to land. I need them to continue on with this IP because not only will it, it's something I'm a fan of. I think a ton of Elder Scrolls fans just need something like that. Like, there's not really been. We've had like Kingdom Come out and stuff like that, but it's more usually intense and it's not scaled back. I think they could do with a good game.
Absolutely. Beyond Good and Evil 2 re-reveal. I'm gonna
This
keep
time it's a
on
card game.
I'm gonna keep on screaming from the mountaintops about how bad I want this damn thing. It looked so good when we saw it, but haven't seen anything of it in years and years and years. Supposedly a lot of staff over there is still working on it, but I just find that hard to believe. So yeah,
Isn't
I'd
the
kill.
lead gone?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Which is like, come on, man.
yep.
Really?
Not
That shows
good.
you how like bad he's being shafted if he just put it down like his dream. That's his like baby,
Yeah,
basically, and just being like, yeah, okay, I'm done.
not a good sign, man. But I'm gonna hold out hope. Just holding out hope. I want it. I feel like a lot of that DNA kind of got transferred into Star Wars Outlaws.
Mhm.
The speeder bikes and the flying, the ships and all that shit. But I don't know. I really want to play Beyond Good and Evil 2. Beyond Good and Evil 1's like one of my favorite games of all time. But yeah. What's your next one?
Uh, fewer studios closing their doors.
Yeah. Just do less layoffs in general.
Yeah, and just kind of tied to it, like just not to write that down, but like they need to find a way to bridge the gap between budget and stuff like that. And I don't think AI is it. I really don't. They're already seeing like massive problems trying to cut corners with AI. I think they're going way too head on with it straight
Yeah.
away instead of just using it as a tool to help that developer. Like you shouldn't be using it to replace the developer. It should be used as a tool to help
Agreed, my friend. PlayStation, have a fucking showcase.
them.
I mean, goodness gracious. I just show us that you have some roadmap. Show us that you have some idea for what you're doing with your first party teams. Like I don't need a lot, but it has been 4 years since we've had a good showcase at this point. 3 years, something like that. 2021, I think, was the last one. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah. But I think people now more than ever as well need it after the whole Concord stuff. I think people are very, very worried and how they were treated with the Pro release. And
The Last of
what
Us
was it they just
factions
did?
canceled.
You have like the 30 years of PlayStation, right?
Hmm.
And it's only temporary. Like what?
Yeah, I don't
Like
really
you
care
have
about shit like that.
these really cool, but that just seems like a that last like twist of knife
Yeah.
in the gut kind of thing. It's just like you could have just left them. That would have been a nice gesture. Just seems
My
very strange.
my big thing is just the fucking factions getting canceled, Sony London getting shut down, fucking we got Fair Games still in the cooker. We got a lot of this bullshit left to go, and it's just scary to think about. I mean, they don't have enough games to do a showcase. It's crazy. So yeah, it'd be nice to get that showcase to prove people like me wrong, but I don't think they got it in them anymore. It's embarrassing. But yeah, we'll see. What you got next up?
More JRPGs to Xbox, please. I want some more classic ones, like stuff from like the PS2 era. That'd be cool to get like re-releases and stuff. The thing Jen shouted out, I'd love to see that get a re-release. The horror like turn-based
Yeah,
RPG thing, like that
Kadoka.
looks cool as shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean also, I wouldn't be surprised if because they were talking about looking to Japan for more acquisitions and shit. So wouldn't be surprised if that's their next move.
Yeah.
Um, I am going The Wolf Among Us 2 finally releasing. That would be Uh, if The Wolf Among Us 2 finally releases, that would be a a dream come true, man. I feel like it's never gonna happen at this point. I worry about Telltale's future altogether, but that game is so important to me. I really want to see the sequel.
I think it just can't release episodically. Like seriously, they need to just drop that model. Because if they do the same thing with The Expanse, it doesn't matter how hyped people are about this. Like you have so short of a time period now in gaming to capture somebody's attention. Because you drop that first episode and they may love it. It may be the greatest game they've ever played, but it's highly unlikely that they'll wait a month, 2 months for that second episode.
Totally. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I need to see that damn game, man. I don't I don't have a lot of confidence that Telltale will even be around for all that long, unfortunately. But
mm.
what you got next?
The last one, and this is going to be one that you probably entirely disagree with. I want to see more migration back and forth. So, what I'm envisioning with that as like a hope is that I want the oldest titles as far back to have like a migration thing. So stuff like launch Xbox One titles like Quantum Break, that should be on PlayStation by now. I don't care that it's a Xbox studio thing. That should, that would help Remedy out a ton because they wouldn't really have to do much. And then they'd have a whole new market to sell that to. And then maybe some PlayStation titles could migrate over, but I highly doubt that PlayStation will look to do that just yet.
Mm.
But I think it would benefit Microsoft because they're not selling copies of Quantum Break anymore. Let's be honest. That's that's a well that dried up long ago.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you have anything to worry about at all. Um, on Microsoft's end. I mean, well, I think that that's a guarantee that we'll get many, many more games from Xbox coming to, especially when Switch 2 launches. I
Mhm.
imagine Hi-Fi Rush 2 will launch day and date over there. Well, not day and date, but as soon as Switch 2, I imagine it'll be a launch title with Switch 2. And I think pretty much everything from Xbox will end up coming over to other platforms in some capacity. It seems like that's going to be their big plan to become the biggest publisher on planet Earth, which, I've said a million times, I don't disagree with that you're gonna kill your console base, but like in terms of money being made, like fuck yeah. That probably is the correct move to ensure you're as profitable as possible. I don't disagree with it financially from a business standpoint. I just hate that you know, the next time an Xbox console launches, it's yeah, you think you're struggling now with 30 million. No chance you're getting 30 million at the next Xbox unless it's totally reinventing what an Xbox is.
Mm.
So that's my only worry. I just want more. I want to keep competition alive in the console space. And if Xbox isn't in it, then it's a fucking wrap. Nintendo's never going to compete with PlayStation. And that same I mean, and also PlayStation's never going to compete with Nintendo, you know?
Yeah, they do completely different things. They're both extremely successful in what they do,
Yeah,
but they don't. The strength of a PlayStation is the biggest weakness of a Switch, and vice versa.
totally. Yeah, I think people think that I'm very pro exclusive for I don't want PlayStation players playing these Xbox games. It's like it's not that at all. I just want Xbox to remain relevant, to stay around. And that yeah. Um Parasite Eve remake. Once again, this would be a nice one to see there at a PlayStation showcase. You know what I mean? Like this would be fantastic when you're talking about your 30 years of this, that, and the like. Parasite Eve, PS1, big square RPG. Um, yeah, this would have been one of those KOTOR style announcements, but that's also this isn't a PlayStation problem. This is a Square problem. And boy, they they have enough of those. Oh, Jesus Christ. What a company. What a company. But Parasite Eve remake getting announced, that would be that would yeah, an absolute dream announcement for me.
Yeah, I think my last one would be because it should be that part three coming out next year? Is it aimed for that? Or is it the year after that for Final
Re
Fantasy VII?
I don't think they have a specific year yet.
Mm, okay, I'll leave that out then. I don't know if it had a date for like late next year. I was hoping that that would be the time to announce it and be like, okay, it's releasing next year for PlayStation, but the year after that, we'll drop the trilogy.
All right, so we're making cuts now. I I think I'll cut. Damn. I really want all these motherfucking things to happen. I'll cut
Yeah, I
the
know.
Parasite. I'll cut the Parasite Eve remake. I just because out of everything on here, I feel like putting this down as a wish is like it's like wishing for fucking Santa Claus to be real. Like it's not gonna happen.
I'll cut more JRPGs because I could do with a year of break, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, 2025, it seems like that's gonna be one of those years where, you know, it's 2025 just seems like it's gonna be one of those years where you're from week one to week 52, you're playing something. You
Yeah.
know, it's a JRPG in 2025 would be fucking rough. An 80-hour JRPG while you're sifted, sifted, sifted between GTA 6 and the new Mafia and Kingdom Come 2 and Avowed and Fable and like, oh my God, throwing a JRPG into that mix would be brutal,
I
especially
mean,
like a Persona 6.
there's few front loaded in the year, right? Suikoden, one of the Tales games getting a re-release. And there's another one I'm drawing a blank on. But yeah, I think this might just be the thing until they run out of old titles. I think we're gonna get last year output moving forward, which is crazy to think about. I wonder how sustainable that'll be because that felt really quite overwhelming for me. Even as a fan, it was like Jesus, it feels like every other month you're expecting me to devote like 100 hours to a JRPG. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Can't do it, man. Cannot do it. Um, I will cut, and just to stay in that same spirit, Beyond Good and Evil. That's not gonna fucking happen. That's just as likely as Parasite Eve. So I'll cut that, and I'll also cut The Wolf Among Us 2. I think in a weird way, I think The Wolf Among Us 2 is somewhat more likely than PlayStation having a showcase. I feel like they're in that similar kind of, I doubt it on either, but if I had to pick one that I want more, it would be for PlayStation to actually show, oh damn, this is Naughty Dog's new game. Oh damn, this is Sony Santa Monica's new game. Oh damn, Sony Bend is working on a live service game, but it's got a single player attached to it. Here's more Wolverine. Here's the God of War remasters. Here's we're working with I uh I don't fucking know. We're working with someone to bring back like one of those KOTOR remake style announcements, and it's actually happened, or a KOTOR remake re-reveal. Everything's still in the works.
He's gonna
Everything's
say
still
remake.
It might have to be that. Saber took the project over from Aspire, and they're like, "Well, I guess we got to remake what they remade." But the maybe there is some hope there, where it's like, yeah, Saber's independent. PlayStation wants to work with Saber. They don't want to work with Embracer. So maybe that comes back to like, you know what I'm saying? So just to have one of those E3 of, because Xbox has been shitting on PlayStation in the showcase department. And I think when you look at the lineup of future Xbox games, now that's the problem, is like, can
Too
I go and
focused.
tell? Right. Can I go and tell my buddy who owns only a PlayStation that he needs to buy an Xbox?
No.
No, because I don't know if those games are going to come to PlayStation or not. You know what I mean? So it's like that's the tough thing. But in terms of the showcases, in terms of the roadmap, in terms of the first party output, Xbox is shitting on, well, soon to be shitting on PlayStation in 2024 and starting right now. It seems like starting right now is when it begins. Indiana Jones, and then we roll into Avowed, and then we roll into Fable, and then we roll into Doom, and then we roll into, you know what I mean? Like the output, the lineup is stacked, and PlayStation
Yeah.
is releasing fair games.
I think it will be next year will be a showcase, and I think it'll be probably their strongest showcase. I don't think it'll be a wish. I think we've had enough time since them kind of like cinematic, Wolverine at the bar with the stuff. Like
Yeah.
it's time to show what you've made in that time. Like there's no more cinematic smoke and mirrors. Like show us a slice of gameplay,
Yeah.
like you did with like Spider-Man and stuff like that. Show us.
Right.
So, and they haven't had their other teams talk about much really as well. Like you said, like Naughty Dog, a lot of it seems to be very hush hush. So, other than like Ghost of Yotai, which was kind of pushed out and acknowledged, what was the other thing?
But even Ghost of Yotai, it's like, how sick would it be? Ghost of Yotai gameplay, Venom gameplay,
Yeah,
Sony Santa Monica, Naughty Dog, like getting just, man, it could be a fantastic year to really reveal what's coming for the back end of the PS5 life cycle. Um, but yeah, man, what is going to be
that's the
your,
thing. How much are they saving for PS6 then, maybe? Because they saw how badly received. Obviously, they sold the pros that they're selling, but from like a average consumer reaction, it was very like, ooh, lukewarm. How much are they maybe just being like, do we really push it, or do we just wait until? Because they must be waiting to see what Xbox has, because Xbox is still unknown at the moment, like what they're pushing with that console. Because it could be something huge. Because skipping, this is the thing, skipping a mid-season refresh is a huge thing. Like you hardly ever see that. Like yeah, they put that, what was it, 2 terabyte console out. That's so minimal in manpower
yeah.
and stuff. So you can tell that they're diverting all. It's either they're diverting all their resources to this next console, or they're really tackling that handheld market much more seriously than people think.
You remember when Sarah Bond said that they were going to reveal hardware this year
Hmm.
at the end of the year? I want, is that a Game Awards thing? Is
I don't know if they just meant that 2 terabyte though,
right.
because that only just launched, right, in like the past couple of weeks.
Yeah,
So
I
if
guess that
that's
could
what,
be it.
if that is, then it's again like you guys need to just shut up. Like
Did
honestly,
you see that it's rumored right now Steam is working on a console? Insider Gaming reported on that today.
sorry, what was that?
Steam is reportedly working on a
Oh,
console. Insider Gaming reported on that today.
I don't know about. Uh,
Yeah. I
Maybe they'll
mean,
get it right this time. The Steam machine was awful.
yeah. But if it, I wonder if it's just going to be like a Steam Deck, like the next time they announce a Steam Deck, there's like a slightly enhanced version or maybe a significantly enhanced version that you can't play remote. And it's just like a little, like a little box that you fucking hook up directly to your TV. And it's pretty much exactly, it functions exactly like a Steam Deck from like a user interface perspective.
I could see them doing something to like what the Switch did with like the
Yeah.
dock, maybe. That
Well,
would make a
it's
little bit
already,
more
you can already
sense.
dock it, can't you? It's just not
I have no
easy, I
idea.
don't think. I think they
I
have
have
like a
no
bunch
idea.
of barriers that make it kind of complicated. Anyways, yeah, man, PlayStation having a damn showcase is my number one pick. What is going to be yours for this?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be horrible, but less layoffs and more migration can go because this is purely.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I wish you could keep your jobs, but avowed.
Hey, honestly, if we're being real, uh, oh shit, we gotta. Okay, yeah. If we're being real on this, like, if Avowed's not good, that also might result in layoffs.
Yeah. It's
So,
also going to be
like,
extremely damaging to not only Microsoft, but to Obsidian because they did the Outer Worlds and it was good, but people kind of felt like it was a little bit too safe. They weren't as ambitious as like you would expect Obsidian to be. It was like, oh, you've made this really polished, but like you've kind of kept it very, very safe. And they did that like next gen upgrade thing, and that was released with like tons of bugs. So man, Avowed just needs to be good. Like they really need it because if this sells shitloads of copies, they can finally command like a good budget consistently and not just having to like Russian roulette the budgets.
Saloon, I'm gonna go ahead and quit rambling here, but I've been putting together because we're gonna do that predictions episode. You still wanted to do that, the 2025 predictions extravaganza?
Mhm.
I've been putting together a huge fucking list of predictions, and that is a good one to add to it. Avowed sales predictions. Now I can't find my list in my thing here. I'm just gonna write it down in a different notes file. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
More notes.
Got it. Avowed sales expert predictions. Predict. All right. Um, yeah, because I got what I think would be fun. I'm writing out just a huge list, and we'll just go through and kind of like sports betting predict. Like, will it
Yep.
be, will X game get announced? Yes or no? Will this sell over under X million copies? Like, I don't know. I think that could be fun. And then I was thinking like we have our personal predictions at the bottom where we go
Mhm.
through and just rattle off some things that don't fit with that. We'll talk about that behind the scenes, but that'll be a fun video for early 2025 along with the fantasy
Always on the
draft.
grind.
Always
Always
on
on the
that
grind.
content grind, baby. We got to make that content to make that four or $5 from ad revenue. Oh man. Have you? No, never mind. That's definitely not. Whoa, no need to. Is this our last category? I think that's our last category, right?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Such
that's
professionals.
such professional. That's our last category, right? For this fucking
Just
8 hour.
imagining Keeley doing it at the game.
Uh, I,
Did
the
we
the
forget
winner
something? Hmm.
The winner for Game of the Year 2024 is Balatro. I think that's the last thing for tonight. I don't know. And then but that would actually be the bait and switch. I think that's the last thing for tonight. Doom. And then we get fucking Elden Ring 2 announced. That's how real professionals do is that all we have? But literally for this, I don't know. I think that's just all we have. Nothing else here for you. It's just gonna fade to black here in a second. But we appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. That is a juggernaut of an award show. Take your time, pace yourself. Try not to try not to try not to try not to I
Consume it all in one go.
yeah, I think
Save
that's what
that
I
for
was
the Christmas dinner.
that's what I was trying to find there, but the words weren't necessarily wording. Take your time with it. Use the timestamps as you please, and make sure to, if you enjoy this, man, please consider liking, sharing, subscribing, all of that shit, because it was a beast to put together, and the more people that see it, the better it is to ensure that we can do stuff like this in the future. So yeah, greatly appreciate all of you good folks tuning in. Stay tuned. We got our 2025 video game fantasy draft coming up soon. We got our 2025 predictions extravaganza that we talked about. Um, Obviously, game of the year ranking. We're both going to do our game of the year ranking. As you see, I guess we should talk about that. While we don't have a game of the year here,
Yeah,
is
that's what I was
because
going to
we're doing,
touch on.
yeah, we will be doing our individual game of the year rankings fucking Indiana Jones is making us might be a late year for that because
Mm.
that beast of a game might take us a little time. But yeah, we're gonna be doing that. We both have okay, the backlog should probably already be out by the time you're watching this. The backlog game of the year. Luna and I will both be doing our individual backlog game of the year and bunch of shit, man. A bunch of in I love end year content. I love seeing what people have played. I love people going through and ranking and analyzing and all of that stuff is so fun to me. So if that is something you enjoy as well, make sure to stick around, subscribe, all that good shit. So Loon, appreciate you for joining me, man. You have any parting words for the good people at home after enduring that 7 hour fight? I think it was only like 5 hours.
I hope you didn't sit through it all in one go. That's for sure. If you are, then oof, that's crazy. But yeah, like you said, pop it all in the comments and just, this is all for discussion. We want to
Yeah.
hear. There's no objectivity, of course. It's all in good fun. And if you want to get involved, hit your takes as to what the categories should have won in your eyes. Doesn't have to be from what we had chosen. Add your own stuff. And yeah, here's to another year of gaming.
Absolutely. And next year is going to be a year for gaming indeed. So when if I'm still alive at the end of 2025, man, hokey fucking smokes. That's going to be a fun year to recap. So stick around, guys, and we shall see you good people very, very soon. We're actually about to jump over and record Loon's backlog game of the year right now. And
Mm.
that'll probably come out way before this because this is, it's probably going to take like 5 years uploading this on my internet, but you'll see the unnecessary game awards for 2024 and 2029. Thank you
Yeah,
all
there you go.
for
It'll release alongside GTA 6.
Damn. One of my wishes for 2025 was GTA 6 actually comes out, but I we'll get to that in the predictions. Anyways, good people, no need to continue this ramble fest. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. We shall see you very soon. Goodbye.
See you later.